Dala. Kaso ng delay, 20 seconds. So, anong delay? Tagal. So, tagal. Hello guys. Shout out to my 6 viewers. Hindi na tayo mag-cam. I hope we won't get lag. Let's go. Hindi mag-lag, no?
Nice.
Okay lang po.
Paring
Feeling
okay
good.
na naman.
Feeling good. You narinig mo may sumigaw sa labas?
Opo.
Rinig natin hanggang dito. Alam mo, mainit. Ayun, narinig ulit natin. Ang init ng panahon ngayon. So meron tayong question of the day. Ano ang inyong paboritong palamig sa mainit na panahon?
Ano po, chocolate drink.
Chocolate drink. Ano to, may hinahaluan mo ba ng gatas?
Wala po, ano po, yung kulay green.
Yung kulay green. Oh, ano nga ba tong kulay green na to? So nilalagyan mo ba ng yellow or plain lang malamig na tubig? Paano mo siya iniinom?
Ano po, minsan may yellow, minsan plain lang.
Minsan plain, may yellow. Diretso ba to sa baso, sa cup, may straw?
Ano po, lahat mo na nabanggit.
Lahat, all of the above. Parang quiz to ah. All of the above. Masarap yan, chocolate milk na may yellow. Oh, yon. Ikaw naman, Oheb, ano yung paborito mong palamig?
Ako favorite kong palamig is BJ. Buko juice.
Buko juice! Buko juice ba to na nasa bote na or yung nasa shell?
Yung mga nagtitinda sa labas na nakatutulak ng parang karton.
Ay, oo, kay kuya.
Kay kuya.
Meron dito.
Manang
Laki
buko.
yung nababili ng buko kasi dati nung nag-aaral pa ako, tuwing uwian namin bumili ako ng buko juice sa amin.
Ay, ang ganda nun. Kasi may mga quota si kuya. Parang mga 60 ata bago sila pwedeng umuwi. So, okay yun. Nasusuportahan mo pa si kuya. Buko juice, ang sarap nun.
Sarap.
Sa kabilang panig naman, tingnan natin kung ano nga ba ang sasabihin ng TNC. Hans, pasok.
Thanks para this time around, nandito tayo sa side ng TNC Pro Team. Layo mo nga ng konti. Kasi para makita yung iba sa ating mga players dito. Nomed, ikaw mauna. Bigyan mo ako ng top 3 ng mga bagay or ng mga inumin. Ang paborito mong palamig sa mainit na panahon. Number 1,
Number 1 ko, energy drink eh.
energy drink. Bakit energy drink?
Routine namin sa TNC yun eh, na kapag mainit ganun or bago mag-start yung game,
Energy
nag-energy drink.
drink?
Okay. Para ganado.
Lalo
Para
kang
ganado.
ano nun,
Gets.
ma-hyper
Number
nun.
2,
Number 2 ko, kape.
kape. Okay. Classic. Bakit kape?
Coffee lover ako eh.
Okay. So, sino dyan sa mga yan, sino sa mga teammates mo yung pinakamalakas magkape na feel mo kaya kang labanan sa cups of coffee na iniinom kada araw?
Si Hate.
Si Hate. Okay.
Palong-palo magkape yan eh.
Hate. Wala na. Ikaw na daw. Siguro hindi ka natutulog. Number 3. Bigyan mo one last.
Yung matcha.
Yung matcha.
Matcha drink.
Very specific. Okay? Iced or hot? Meron bang hot? Meron.
Meron din, meron.
Pero mas gusto mo?
Yung ice.
Yung iced. Yung iced. Sorry, Hate ha. Iced daw gusto eh. Bakit iced? Bakit iced?
Kasi mainit yung panahon, masarap kapag ice.
Oo nga naman. Oo nga naman. Makes sense. Makes sense. So, ulitin ko lang. Energy drink, coffee, tsaka iced matcha. Sige, ilatag naman natin doon, banda. Super Yoshi, kung yun yung mga nabanggit niya, ano naman sa'yo? Bigyan mo ako ng una.
Unang-una, syempre, tubig.
Okay, tubig. Tubig. Tama. Kasi may mga daw, sabi ni...
Uy, water lover
I-specify
ako
i-specify mo. Alin ba doon yung gusto mo? Meron kasi iba-iba eh. Purified, alkaline, ano pa ba yun? Mineral.
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 Yung may yelo, syempre, mainit eh.
Yung may?
May yelo. Mainit ngayon eh.
Yung may yellow. Mineral na may yellow. Bigyan mo ko ng dalawa na mabilisan.
Winter melon milk tea.
Wow! Okay. Winter melon milk tea. And last but not the least,
Java chip.
Java chip. Yun. Doon natapos ang boxing. Thank you, Nomed. Thank you, Super Yoshi. Batono natin to sa ating mga casters. Casters, pasok.
First pasok.
Thank you guys so much and welcome back. What is up, guys? I'm Nice Dude. This is Rockhart Wolf. And what calms you, I don't know, what cools you guys down?
Here it is.
Here it is.
Buko juice. This is buko juice is basically just coconut juice.
This is a coconut.
Yeah, it is an actual coconut. Yeah,
Yeah, it's real.
the husk.
This
It's real,
cools me down.
actually.
This is cold.
I was gonna say, where's Rockhart's? He does.
Yeah, where's your
I-
buko juice, man?
I had my buko juice early this morning.
Well, one thing's for sure, it's definitely hot
Yeah.
here.
really
and,
hot.
And
now
this is real. This is super real, by the way.
it's not a prop. There's
not a
actually
prop.
buko juice coming out from there. So now let's talk about the headline for this matchup. Of course, what Black and TNC should do. Because before entering this week's matches, both teams are visibly struggling. It's been hot for them.
Yeah.
And for Blacklist, they tried to utilize both of their roamers, Haji and Kimpoi. And we can also, in a little bit, we're going to have a video here where Coach Bonchan talks about the difference for these two players here. But, you know, I'm sure we also have a lot to say about the struggles for both these teams.
Yeah. I think for Blacklist International, they kind of solved it yesterday. They also mentioned about it. It's like matching the tempo of the other teams that are playing here in MPL PH Season 13. So the meta dictates that they kind of have to play fast and aggressive. And Blacklist International have always been those that kind of team that's not that aggressive. That's why they were able to solve it afterwards.
Well, I love that point, Wolf. But let's also, again, hear what Coach Bonchan has to
Anita
say.
Maxwell, why you don't do giveaways? Give the community boxer.
Last
No.
thing na mention mo, coach, na isa sa challenges ng team is yung shot calling. So, ano lang yung
I do
for you
giveaways
as
on my
coach,
ano,
ano
on my
yung
FB
difference
page.
ni Haji and ni Kimpoy in terms of shot calling?
Bless
shot
me
calling
with
kasi
skins.
kung sa mechanics, pag si Haji siguro masasabi kong si Haji ang nakakagamang wherein sa
Join giveaway
shot calling
soon. I will do a
kahit
giveaway
papaano,
soon on my
merong,
FB page.
Doon nakakaangat
Okay.
si Kimpoy. Although, kaka-start niya lang mag-practice this week. So, kailangan pa din talaga namin
FB page. So,
i-improve. Kailangan namin siyang ihabol.
wag na. Stick to Haji.
Right, so basically the differences between these two roamers here, one is mechanically edged and one kinda, you know, has a mind for the game.
Yeah, shot calling is also a big thing you could point out from both these teams because we also heard this is a similar problem for TNC.
That's right.
And it was actually also Coach Ben Things that talked about this, and we'll hear from that in just a second. But that's shot calling is such an important part for these teams. And so we heard Coach Bonchan. Now let's hear from Coach Ben Things.
Paano magiging direction ng TNC na alam niyo na yung sagot eh, alam niyo na yung gagawin niyo, pero nasaan yung sorry for the lack of better term, yung problema.
The problem.
Na
Siguro sa shot calling talaga siya eh. Yung sa shot call, kailangan
Hindi
may
pa
isang
gano'n,
tao na
Hindi pa masyado decisive
tapos
ang shot
na
calling.
handa siyang magkamali para sa ikabubuti ng team. Handa siyang tumalino sa pagkakamali na yan. Para experience kasi yun eh. Example, kung si Yoshi, kung shot caller namin, tapos yung dumating yung crucial hindi siya nakapag-shot call. Kasi, sabihin example,
Okay, Sir Bet. Who you got? Black or TNC?
Yun yung, yun yung pangit eh. Alam mo yung gagawin.
I go for Black, but I want TNC to win.
Regret siya eh. Tapos, pag kasi nasanay ka na ikaw yung nagko-call sa mga crucial game.
So, players will become unpredictable.
Pag nasanay ka na kasi sa trabaho mo na mag-shot call in a crucial game, dun ka tatalino eh. Kasi dun ka magiging wais pa, no? Kasi lagi mo na naranasan eh. Next time, alam mo na yung gagawin. Okay, next time ito yung gagawin. Kasi pag wala kang ginawang step, kahit alam mo naman yung gagawin, hindi mo ginawa, regret siya. Hindi mo malalaman na kung tama ba yun o mali.
Freaking up.
So there we go, hearing from Coach Ben Things, and you know he's speaking from experience, guys.
That's right.
Before he was coach, of course, he was roaming for TNC for the longest time, and that's kind of what he's trying to instill on the players right now. So we'll see if both teams fix out their shot calling here for the matchup.
Those are two different things that actually Ben Things talked about. First is about actual shot calling, and second is to not be afraid to explore and experience some mistakes. Because that's true. That is one thing that you have to kind of really do in the regular season for a long tournament like this for MPL.
Let's make up
You have a little bit of a leeway in the regular
please.
season to make the mistakes and then learn from it.
Well, who do you guys think are going to make less mistakes here, right?
I was going to say.
You tune in to our official YouTube streams, comment #Black or #TNC with your game and server ID. And one of you, or four of you rather, will get a chance to win $500.
Who do you want to
maybe
lose?
that's it, right? It's just about who makes less mistakes here at this point.
At that point, it is, and you know we'll have to see because right now we're going to welcome the marshals out to stage once again for the fairness and the integrity of the game here. Of course, we've got Jeff, Chico, Patrick, Wilbert, and how do they cool down? Well, they wear those jackets in the heat, and they karate chop, by the way. So let's welcome out the teams as well for this matchup.
Let's go, let's go. Agi ulit sana. Ang lakas. Reach reveal. My face is
Though
on
the
the camera ready.
agents find themselves in a familiar situation, glimpses of brilliance and remarkable
It's AI,
plays
it's AI,
shine
guys.
through. Will their strategic code and prowess prevail against the Phoenix holding on to their flames? Get ready for its Blacklist International!
PNC, give us a give us a great game, okay? Give us a great game, ha? So it won't be boring, okay? We need to beat NACT's entertainment.
The Phoenix still possesses
We
the
need to beat
opportunity to
NACT,
soar and
the
ignite
most
the flames
entertaining
of
region.
victory. Can they reverse their fortunes against the agents? Will the strategic moves be executed to secure a win for the week? Let's find out and give it up for TNC Pro Team. And their coaches, Coach Dexter and Coach Ben Things.
Oh my god. Go Ben
MPL
Kings.
Arena, we're gonna find out, will it be TNC or Blacklist International?
What team do you think will represent PH in
And
MEC?
let's take a look at the lineups here. Starting
Of
off
course,
with match
Bren.
2, we're gonna start it
Bren
off with
and,
Blacklist
I don't know.
International.
The agents are finally waking up here. We've seen them
Either
everywhere.
Echo, Onyx,
We've
or
seen them go
RSG.
crazy, and Agent Zero,
I think
man,
Black won't make it.
he's definitely back.
He's definitely back. Things are, they're finding some success, but across from them, a team that has
But
been
between those
struggling.
three.
But we'll see if they have found
Echo,
their own
RSG, and
success
Onyx
here for this
PH.
matchup. Take us through it, Wolf.
Yeah, it's Nomad, Ryzen, Hatred, Heads, and Super Yoshi. And with all of the number of games and series that this particular lineup has played, I think it's now safe to assume that this might be the lineup for TNC
Or maybe
Pro Team.
Black will make
And
a,
now they're going to be
make a
facing up
miracle
against
run
Blacklist
again.
International. They did win versus Blacklist International
Like
before,
what they did
but this time it will be different.
when
And
with,
I would make
with
a bold claim
Renegade.
here. Actually, between Blacklist and TNC in this particular series, whoever wins this will be eliminating the other. Like not like literally like eliminating the other, but I think that just because of the point system that we have and the whatever is at stake, whoever wins this actually secures the playoff slot.
That is a
Oh,
hot
really?
take here, considering, again, we have, what is this,
Whoever
the
wins
end of
secure
week
playoff
5.
spot?
That's right.
We're down
Oh
for the
my
last 2
God.
weeks. We know that
Blacklist
4
need to
teams have
win
already
these
secured their slots
already.
here, and we know the remaining teams are fighting for so much. And like we mentioned in leading into this, seeing from the videos, shot calling is a big part of it. But let's take a look at the infinite
Musta,
keys to
boss?
victory here, Wolf, on
Oy,
how these
buti na
teams
may
can go
Tagalog.
about this matchup.
Blacklist
Eternal
International.
Sunshine.
Now
Shout
it seems
out
to we
Eternal
start to
Sunshine.
out-retreat Ryzen.
Shout out
Because
Anita
before,
Max.
it was actually Ryzen that won
Reunite.
versus to win that
Eternal
Class
Sunshine.
S Monsters
Asher
battle.
Kumawa.
Monster with
Sigil,
Demons.
pa-edit nga
And for TNC,
mamaya
don't see
about
what
sa
Legend
Nabi
Zero.
Gold ni
He's
Melon
awake.
sa
Oh man, you
NCAA.
felt that in the previous series of Blacklist International.
Ang Nabi Gold
And
ni
as you learned
Melon
from your past
sa
shot
NACT
calling
players.
mistakes,
Nanalo ba sila?
very evident
Sige,
for
tatry
the
ko.
side of TNC that what they need to improve on is their late game
Kailangan
shot
pala manalo
calling
ng
and the
Blacklist
way that
dito.
they push the Lord. There were so many games that
Pero
TNC
tingin
lost
ko,
despite them winning in the first
natalo
12
Blacklist
minutes
dito,
of the game.
pag hindi sila
All they
nakapasok
need to
ng
do now is
playoffs,
to end up
baka
end the
bumalik na
game much
B-Wise.
systematic maybe
Yeah.
or
Pag pangit ang
I
season ng
guess for
Blacklist
lack of
ngayon,
a better
malamang babalik
term,
ang B-Wise.
Yeah, they have to. Again, when you really watch TNC's games, not just this season, but even previous seasons, it's always something that we kind of pointed out here on the caster desk where we were like, you know,
B-Wise
there's a lot of
probably
brilliance
come
from
back.
TNC's lineups even before, but for
If
some reason,
Blacklist
there was always
this
this struggle
season
to
will not
cap out games, to end them. And
won't
that
make
deals
it
with
to
the whole shot
playoffs.
calling premise, right?
Kapag
For the
ba
most
nanalo
part.
ako dito,
And
meaning
Ben
pasok
thinks
sila.
Coach
Oo,
Ben
sabi,
thinks
kakasabi lang ni Wolf
is
eh.
the best person to
Pag
talk
sino
about
daw
that,
manalo
because coming
dito,
from where he was in that Rome position to where now he's
papasok
the
sa
coach here,
playoffs.
this
Whoever
is something that he
wins
clearly sees and that he
this
clearly
match
experienced.
will
And
make
for
it to
TNC
playoffs.
going against
So
Blacklist
meaning,
International, a team that
the
has
loser will go
many
home.
accolades in history and everything else, they
So,
have been very vocal
this is
in the situation
important
that they're in, but
match
also, again,
for
shot calling being a
Blacklist.
thing. So it's really come down to,
Siyempre,
with
also
this
for
matchup
PNC.
alone, and now that we're rounding out
Good
week
for
5
PNC.
here, it's who has fixed that shot calling problem? You know, how do they
Yeah.
approach that
So
shot
hard to
calling
speak
problem that
English
they've maybe
pala.
had? Can they learn from their
Madami.
mistakes quick enough to adjust to themselves where, like the hot take Wolf mentioned, one of these teams that
Di sila
wins here,
nanalo,
it's going to
di
be
sila
crucial in the
nanalo.
weeks to come,
Nagtataka
especially with the
ako,
way
ba't
the
sanabi ko,
the point system works
mga
right now.
balentong ako
So
sa
we'll
galit.
find out, but also we
Bitigil
want to
na
go ahead
sa
and
match
mention
na sa
everybody
playoffs
watching
yun.
to come and join us
Hanabi
also on
gamit, pero
TikTok. We've got a
sinabi
great
yun, no?
food bag
Sinabi
lottery
yung
for you guys and be one of
kampi
the
nila
lucky
yato?
winners.
Yeah, just open your
Debut
TikTok app,
activity?
go to the MPL Philippines TikTok
Si
channel.
Melon ba
That's
ang gold
at
din nila?
MPL PH
Hindi si ano,
official.
ISO?
And click on the live stream, right? Once you're there, on the
Eh
top
baka
left
gusto
corner,
nilang magkaroon ng sariling identity team nila.
touch
Siyempre,
that.
kung manalo nga naman
You
sila
don't
sa
click it, right?
Hanabi,
You touch it.
nagamit nila Hanabi,
Left
siyempre.
corner, there's a bag there before the
Iba,
base
iba yung
breaks.
iba
You know,
yung
it'd be
hype
great.
nun, saka
Maybe if one of us here on the desk actually
sasabihin sa kanila, sa kanila lang, sila lang nakapanalo ng Hanabi, di ba? Ganun naman yun
I
eh.
want to, right? I want to, but we're working. So you
Ganun
guys
naman,
do it.
ganun naman. That's how
But we do
we,
see your guys' comments, of course, as well. So
That's how
again,
we
let
do
us
in
know
MPL.
because,
Speaking
like
of
Rockhart,
comments,
like
Ay,
Rockhart
di
mentioned
pala
earlier,
di.
don't forget those watching on YouTube.
Pag
There's a
pumik ka ng
separate giveaway
kakaibang
for you
hero,
guys,
tapos
500
mapanalo
diamonds
mo,
for 4 winners.
di
Let us know with the hashtags, of course, either hashtag
acknowledgement
TNC,
yun
hashtag
sa'yo.
Black here,
Na ikaw una nagpanalo
BLCK,
ka.
alongside your user ID and server ID. Now, we're waiting for the draft here. And what we saw yesterday,
Shout out to my
well,
14
going back to the
viewers,
key to victory,
14,000.
Legend Zero is awake. And this is why I always like to say, man, the XP lane, one of the most impactful roles.
Who do you want to lose? My God, Blacklist,
really.
60%.
And I know we're taking a look at a head-to-head here in the jungle, Sensui and Ryzen.
You
but
want to lose Blacklist?
Legend Zero is going to be a big part of this for Blacklist International. A lot of
Tired
people
of seeing
spoke how
Blacklist
much
win.
he has to do in some of these games. And although we have painted the picture
Oh
for the
my
junglers
God.
being matched up here, I still think this comes
Baka
down to
nagkakamali kayo ng basa,
how do you
ah.
control? If you're TNC, how do we control Legend Zero? How do we
Who
control
do you want to
Edward?
lose
If
yan,
you're
ah?
Blacklist
Hindi
International,
who do you
how
want
do
to
we let
win?
Edward shine? You know, how do we roll around with that?
I think it might start with the draft for sure. Kind of force that
Guys,
matchup to
I will speak
at least be
English if
favorable
the
for
question is
TNC.
English, okay?
So what that entails is
But I
maybe
will
we
speak
can just
Tagalog.
sit back and wait for the EXP laners to be picked last, or pick it when you already know your lane matchup, for example. So expect that there will be some flexes for both TNC as well as the side of Blacklist International. Maybe Arlot and Ruby will be the priority, so that they can be flexed in two roles. Then eventually for TNC, what they need to do is to identify first what has been picked up for Edward, and then kind of counter it, or at least, you know, win the lane matchup first. It's very difficult to contain Edward. We know that for sure, especially an Edward that's awake, right? So they really need to control that that part.
I really like where TNC is right now because yesterday they did face off against, you know, just the world champions. You know,
Yeah.
no biggie. And I think from there, you probably are in a good position. Like your hands are probably still.
Yeah, remember too, as we take a look at the highlights here, TNC got their first points of the season. I know it feels a while ago, but they got their first points against Blacklist International, you know, but after their win against MINANA last night, Blacklist International, are they going to be able to bounce back and continue some of the momentum that we've seen them garner up to this point? But, you know, it makes you wonder, like, what was TNC doing that worked here for them back then?
I think they closed out earlier, but they're seeing. We are also seeing some problems with their Lord Bush, like this one, right? Eventually, they will lose some of their early game prowess, and then one thing that also went in favor of TNC heavily in this particular series
Tinalo
was the
pala ng
red team
TNC
battle
yan, no?
that Ryzen
Yung unang pag-aarap nila, tinalo
was
sila
able
ng
to win.
TNC.
And if you recall, we were
So,
hyping
may
up how
pag-asa
good
pa rin
the
manalo
retribution
TNC
is for
rito.
Sensui, right? The Sensui
yeah.
instincts.
Hindi
But when they
nagbago
faced up against Ryzen, their namesake kind of tells us that it will eventually be Ryzen. Actually, Sensui in lore-wise defeated Ryzen, right? So, yeah, that didn't happen. But what I'm saying here is that Retribution was also important in that particular series.
Yeah, especially right now where obviously there are big questions being thrown around in regards to shot calling. It's not always about like who gets the last red tree first, or who gets the last red tree, but how the team fights after it, right?
Yeah.
Like who's gonna decide? Do we fight? Do we keep going? Do we take Do we take them kills, or do we completely back off? Like there's a big problem. There's a big difference, right? Which is something we saw in the first series, where they didn't even notice the turtle. There was like Echo completely like focused on turtle, and then it was like RSG, let's go kill him, everyone. So
that's what I feel like with I guess the play style. Even when TNC kind of changes some of the roster or they mix things up, their play style is literally like a phoenix. Like they're on fire at moments, but then sometimes maybe that fire gets too hot and the flames get distinguished, right? And that's something that teams have really kind of found out in playing against TNC. And I think that's why really when you come down to it, it's all about that shot calling, fixing that, because that's what it is. When it comes down to these objectives, it sounds so simple, you know, when you hear it, like, oh yeah, it's just shot calling. But obviously when you're dealing with it in the actual game, it can get quite extensive depending on how things fall in place. Like we saw from the highlight there where they were pushing with the Lord, but then unfortunately a bad call, you learn from it. That's what even Coach Ben Things mentioned. Like, you regret it a little bit, but ultimately it's a lesson. You know, it's how you kind of adjust from that and work from that. And so, given this whole thing, you have to see if TNC especially has fixed and learned from the past 4+ weeks at this point. So let's jump into the draft here. Game number 1. TNC will be on that blue side. That is a tough win rate on the blue side. 0%.
0%.
We can only go up from here.
Yes.
0%.
Well, very good.
So
This is actually a good
mas
floor to
nakakalamang
start
ngayon ng mga
with,
combo.
right? The ceiling is very far away. It's a good floor
Arnold-
because from here
Arnold
you can really do
Louis,
no wrong.
CC
I really like what's
Angela.
happening on the YouTube comments, by the way, where
Paramis
one of them
Arnold,
is saying,
Fredrin
Yasin
Arnold.
says the match was pretty experimental. They
Yeah.
think teams were actually in an experimental phase back then. I kind of do agree. But this time around, I think we should be done by that. So this draft should be cool.
Yeah, Fredrin is the priority here for Blacklist and the Faramis. Classic
Paramis,
combo. I believe the TNC might just go for a Vexana in this case, or a Valentina. Heroes that Hatred really likes. And Xborg looks good actually for TNC.
Yeah.
Eventually.
Heads is also, he looks really good with that export in the previous series.
Next.
So this time Mino Claude looks really good for TNC.
Vexana.
Oh, a Benedetta.
Benedetta early on.
Super early Benedetta.
That's very early, yeah.
Wow.
Tama naman Yoshi,
Blacklist
hindi ka
knows how
naman
to
manalo
solve
kay
this.
ano kay
What
Miles
they can do now is pick up Carry maybe, or Roger. Carry or Roger.
Carry or
Looks
Roger,
good.
yeah.
Arlet also is available, by the way, so that's also scary. Arlet Fredrin.
No, he's
Oh, it was banned.
They
Yeah,
decided to ban him out, so he's
That's
taken
right.
out of there.
Okay.
Loyi? Just kidding.
It's also banned first.
Yeah, it's also banned. All right, there
Okay.
it is.
Yeah.
I mean, at that point, really, like I was saying, if you're in TNC shoes here, you know that things are kind of dire in terms of points and what you need. I guess that always leaves the question, like, do we go to our really comfort picks and try to execute there? But then again, the question is, like, what is the most comfortable for TNC? A lot of times they work so well in the early game, they usually get a lead, but then things kind of fall apart. I think the fact that you have a Barretts and a Minotaur work great for, okay, we can at least, we can fix some of the mistakes we might make in the game, but our setup potential is great. They also took that Benedetta, so they have that available. Given the fact that that was such an early pickup, is that troublesome here for TNC against Edward as we take a look?
Grabe win rate ni Edward sa Benedetta, 31-17.
All of this, the Benedetta
24-2.
just speaks volumes.
I think that's one of the very few moments where it's
Grabe,
good to
Benny
early
God.
pick the Benedetta if you're against a very specific Benedetta
guess.
player, right?
Yeah, and this there's a stats from season 7 anyways, when he started to play really on that EXP lane, or quote unquote the off lane before, when the EXP lane wasn't wasn't a thing, you know. And he's playing Benedetta so much. And it's a deny pick for sure. However, it's true. There's some merit to kind of reserve that EXP lane. But now look at this. The immediate answer for Blacklist. Pick up the Paquito, right? And then now they ban both the Valentina and Vexana, two of the heroes that I mentioned
Right
for TNC.
away. Love it.
Now with for Blacklist, gonna hit it for TNC for sure, because now you're gonna be left with what for for Mr. Hatred. Aurora, perhaps.
Banraja.
I don't mind that.
Yeah.
Actually, you know what? The Aurora game that
Kaja
Hatred played
Tigre.
was really
Kaja
good.
nga, ban.
Right? The
Sabi niya.
previous Aurora games he
Kaji,
had. It's just the
Kaji,
follow-up.
iba hindi iba
Again,
ban.
it all revolves around that shot calling
Yeah.
was very problematic, and they agree and they admitted that.
He's one of the only players that actually brought the Aurora
That's
to,
right.
to play, actually. So,
Yeah.
again, we'll see if they actually go that route. There's still some options available for them, but really good banning on
Yeah.
both sides. And I was actually rejoicing. I know we see the chip banned out now, but I was actually happy to see it this week.
Yeah.
You know, come through finally.
That was fun.
Yeah, it was fun. And
It
you
was
even
fun.
heard the player sentiments. I think it was Carl Teasy that mentioned, like, yeah, they don't
Right.
like playing against it. Like,
Yeah.
it's kind of annoying, right?
It's
Because
annoying.
all of a sudden, boom, you have this whole squad of team joining the fight. So now that that's taken out,
Tiger.
where does this leave us?
Tiger. Oh, Claude. They snatched the Claude. Very nice coming out from Blacklist. Now for TNC. Oh, man. This is difficult because Claude would have been the hero that deals with the Theramis, but they don't have that anymore.
Kailangan nila ng hard
And then,
block.
obviously, you have the Benedetta. So I
Magiging
think you're
ano
left
si
with what?
Claude dito,
Aurora, maybe
parang
Gord.
Gord.
Free
Yeah.
ulti lagi. Kahit ma-stun to ni Mino eh.
I'm thinking
Maganda talaga yung
it's
kakapitan.
the Claude that,
If,
and Paquito.
if the Gord gets picked up, the theory is
Hard
true.
block dapat, hard block.
I think you're left with Harith actually for TNC. Got no choice.
Harv is pretty good here, actually.
Yeah.
It actually might do more, because you want more AoE damage.
Yeah. So
Bruno.
Bruno.
Tanga na yung Bruno sa ano si
Lane
China.
here, TNC.
Naka
Aurora
ano?
or Gord.
Okay.
No Varia.
Nakamana
We
boots.
forget.
We forget.
Pwede pa yun sa Bruno?
You know what? A lot of
Ginagawa ba
drafts,
talaga sa
Novaria
Bruno
has
yun?
been completely snubbed.
It's weird,
Yun
right?
na nagbo-
Yeah,
ano
just
siya.
last week.
Yeah.
She's just kind of.
Ang alam ko sa
It's
Bruno,
not even that
mga
she's fallen
defense eh.
off.
Top boots saka
It's just I
warrior
think some
boots eh.
teams really like to go, you know,
Yeah.
for that Vexana being available.
Nagmamana
Valentine,
boots pala sa
obviously,
ano.
changes some of the dynamic, but this actually works great for the lineup at least that they have drafted for TNC.
Okay, so Tiger is pretty normal for Haji to pick a Cho as well. Not be surprised if this is something like a Natalia, you know. But this is different. Florin, all right. Yep. And that's the sustain that we're looking at. And actually, this looks like a very sturdy lineup from the side of Blacklist International. And just picking up the Bruno, I understand why TNC did that because they had really no choice. I think I really like that fourth pick Claude coming out from Blacklist because that is definitely what TNC was eyeing to go for. And the Bruno is more like a band-aid solution to many problems that are presented by Blacklist. So, man, this is a really good draft for Blacklist.
Band-Aid Solutions is kind of like the new work hours. Anyway, let us know what you guys think here for the lineups, TNC and Blacklist International. Which lineup you're feeling more? And don't forget to join the giveaway if you're on YouTube and TikTok. Let us know what you're thinking on YouTube. 500 diamonds for 4 winners. You can let us know with the hashtags of BLCK for Blacklist or hashtag TNC alongside your user IDs and user server numbers. And good luck. Now we're going to jump into the land of Dawn here. It's game number 1 for match 2, Blacklist International and TNC. Now as we get adjusted, we're going to have to take a look real quick also at the emblems. This is more, I know you said the lineup, I don't know if you were saying you liked Blacklist International's lineup more, Wolf?
Yeah, I did say.
But why is that? Is TNC going to struggle against this lineup?
Maybe because I'm saying that because there's not a lot of like confirmed kills for TNC. Like, surely the Novaria can just shut down from long distance, right? But imagine the Faramis ultimate, imagine the Florin ultimate that eventually they can heal each other up. And this is a Fredrin Faramis is a good combo as well. There's no actual cleaner or sweeper for TNC to finish the job. They can deal the damage, but I'm not seeing any finisher for them in the latter portions of the game. Early game though, the Bruno as well as the Minotaur with the Benedetta. That's a pretty strong early game actually.
Yeah, basically the chip damage being done by Hatred can easily be healed up.
Yep.
Or you know, used with the NetherRealm.
Yep, and there's a lot of
What
time
happened?
versus Novaria. That's why I thought that it was surprising that the Novaria was the pick. Because there's Paquito, there's the Claude with this time a sprint. Interesting.
What happened?
And he's not going to be afraid of diving because he has a Faramis and as well as a Florin. So he can actually get to the back lines and just look for the Novaria.
Tawag na TNC ah.
Okay, well, let's look at this because early game, and what we've seen before where TNC
Nakaka-save one
does
para di
often
makapag-level
sometimes
4.
control that early game. And when they can, it works great in their favor, but this time around, given the lineups here, Blacklist International might be able to control this if they can. But really when it comes down to when you watch these games before as TNC on this first objective, can they go ahead and secure it for themselves, start this up? Remember even before, weeks ago, it was all about Sensui's Ultra Instinct.
Yeah.
The guy was known for,
okay.
Heads.
Look at that. Heads doing work here on the Benedetta. Completely got Haji out by surprise here for first blood.
Lugi talaga Florin sa unang
We
turtle.
still have some knockups here coming in from the Noah Fury, and there you go. The follow-up coming in from this Benedetta is insane. And now even the NetherRealm is problematic. He's gonna be able to walk out of there.
The moves.
What a swap. What do they call that? The bait and switch.
Lugi talaga yung Florin.
The moves and grooves,
Lahat
baby.
binigyan na nila unang turtle eh.
On a roll.
On a roll, definitely.
Nino,
But
may
I still have to
Hidro
credit it to Hatred. I mean, he landed the Star Shatter onto Haji and actually took him solo. It was Heads to finish him off.
1,000.
With, by the way, the lethal ignition. And wow. Okay, Hatred's feeling it.
No mid.
And Hatred's feeling it. Heads with that lead now that Heads has.
At bigyan na talaga yung
on
first
this,
turtle. Second
Benedetta,
turtle sila bawi.
it's gonna work great for the lineup matchup, the lane matchup there in the XP lane. He can work around that and hopefully play around the map with it too. Even though they trade here, both junglers, Super Yoshi there, of course. You're seeing things kind of already fall into place, especially, let's look at the XP lane here. Item-wise, nothing too big picked up just yet, but on the path there.
Right now, obviously, there is going to be a lot. You know what? TNC's just showing that they can team fight, right? That's what they're trying to flex right now, just to make sure that Blacklist does not get the confidence to go ahead and fight. Right now, though, the engagement is pretty good, but obviously, there's no one to follow it up.
Yeah.
Now the question is, when is it time to go?
Might be, I mean, they're going to go and work on that gold, get it there on
suportahan si Owen.
Nomad. TNC right now, this is exactly what I was talking about early game, where they have this lead.
Hindi naman delay.
Let's see if they can maintain it this time.
Yeah.
And that's where you have to pay attention. If you guys are watching this, you haven't watched so much of TNC, you have to see, check their shot calling. Does it look like they've fixed it? Do they look like they've learned? Right now, so far, at this point in the game, they're doing a great job here, working together as a team with the lineup they have. And that's the first turret going down
nila
in
yung
the
gold
bottom side.
lane.
The top lane.
Dapat nag-switch
Good
na eh.
defense from Heads. Keeping himself up. Okay, that's the
Petrify.
Petrify.
Oh, Electro final blow. It's creating a zone. Forces the flicker out Edward here, and he's probably going to go down here. That is a very spicy Benedetta being shown by Heads today.
Napatayo sa kanya.
Head turner for sure.
100%.
Not every day you see Edward lose against his signature hero as well in a 1v1 scenario.
Yeah, that's Edward Balboa, man.
Exactly.
That's saying something.
Right now, with all this fun placement,
Grabe,
TNC is
TNC,
on fire in the early game.
Parang hindi
And
top
with
8 dati.
Heads, so Heads having this lead 3-0 on the Benedetta. We've seen this before, even in the hands of Edward, where he has been playing that Benedetta. And with this lead, you know how much of an impact now that Heads can have for this.
Yeah.
Real quick, though, how are the items looking here, Wolf?
Okay, so because of the massive lead that TNT have built up, that meant that they will have the Has Claws now available for Nomad. You can see the priority hit for him. Going for items that with maximum impact with just no... okay, that's interesting.
That was interesting. I think he got caught by energy eruption.
Ayun daw, nasa YT na.
Exactly, the chain studs were there. Anyways, yeah, it's just
Boss
Nomad
Matt,
focus on
Melvin
maximum
Minez.
value from the items that you get with
The
gold
editor
guys.
ka.
So that might
Pre,
Legion
okay ba
Sword,
yung
Has
stream ko?
Claws.
Okay lang.
Has Claws is not that much of a priority now for the Bruno, but Nomad felt like,
Discord
okay,
tayo, pre.
let's
Gusto
take
mo?
advantage of the early game and let's try to finish this off as early as possible.
These turrets don't stand
Grabe
a
ba
chance
agad
against
din
Nomad,
to,
man. Look at that.
Tangin
They're
na
competing
pinuruan
up.
si Owen.
Well, remember, Bruno is known as like the turret
Alam kasi nila,
destroyer.
skilling
he's
yung
one of
Cloud
them.
eh,
Just
kaya
picks up
talagang
the
dun sila
Berserker Fury here
pumukos eh.
too. He's got the 2 items, and really, for a lot of times, that's what Bruno needs. He needs that
Grabe.
House the Berserker Fury, and he's pretty much good to go.
Yep.
Now,
Electric Roar BOD next,
yeah,
probably.
going that
one of
route.
those, yeah.
Super Yoshi also
Grabe
picking
kasi
up the
push na
flask here,
kanina
so
pa eh.
TNC in a good position for these next couple objective fights, these next skirmishes here.
Yeah.
Wondering where do they pay attention to next? It looks like it's that top lane to get that tier 1 down here.
We're getting so much damage on Nomad now. Berserker's Fury. That's a 1,000 gold lead.
Look at those crits, man. It hurts. Heads though again, outplaying 2v1 right
Uy!
now for Blacklist. Oh, Heads.
May heal, may heal.
Really, really
walang
bad.
heal.
He wants to get some work done here against Heads.
Hey,
He
corner
does have
yun
some
na.
healing available
Corner na, wala na
from
to.
Haji, but doesn't have the ultimate,
Puta,
so I think
dapat
they might
na.
have to save this up. Heads 1v4 right now on the bottom side
Pinasok
of the
na.
map. He's trying to be as slippery as he
Pag ito
can.
nakapatay pa, ewan ko na lang.
Time for Nomad here on the top
Good,
side.
good,
As 4 members of
good.
Blacklist being used
Tangina, basag
to
naman yung
basically
sorry doon,
deal
kawawa.
with a single Benedetta.
Yeah. Unfortunately for
Sorry,
Blacklist
tapos
International, there
turret,
wasn't enough
grabe,
damage. It
PNC,
was just 7 minutes in. They will not lose their second turret, but
Oo, mas maganda
That's,
ngayon.
like,
Maganda
that's
ba?
a lot of time that the Benedetta was
Salamat,
able to buy.
salamat.
Eventually,
Wala
Nomad will
Discord.
take care of business up top.
Look at that.
Nothing Edward can do
Pinag natin sa
about
Discord eh.
this.
Ano ka ba?
Oh, man.
What
Wow.
great plays. Still, you know, the fact that they were to buy enough
Yung-
time for that to
yung ano
happen.
mo,
You're now
Mitsunami.
wondering, okay, where does Blacklist International start to find some wins on the map here? Because right now they're struggling. Both tier 2 turrets down on the top and bottom side is going to make things a little bit hard for them in dealing with these Lord dances that are going to come up here. Gold difference as well, you see it starting to build up. Of course, we already talked about it, especially in that gold lane. Nomad has just been having a hell of a time. Oh, Edward. He's got to get out of there.
That's a
So-
huge delay.
Huge delay from Hatred.
Yeah.
And that also meant that they will defend bottom lane. And might be able to push in the mid as well. That's a compounding results of small moves that Hatred was doing. Oh, okay.
As long as these Star Shatters hit, man.
Yeah.
Oh my goodness, the amount of impact that's coming from mid, you can feel it all across the map.
Yeah. Retribution battle. Who gets it?
Naka-online.
It's actually Sensui forced to
Tawag ka.
pop the retri. Well, Ryzen didn't have the retribution anyway, so it's be okay. Now, okay. Blacklist International are starting to get the items. Oracle on Sensui and then Flask for Haji.
4-man Astral Echo, by the way.
Ikaw, king ng Discord ko. Okay, nagkokol na ako.
Shoutouts to our good friend, 4-man Astral Echo.
Yeah.
5-man, sorry, it's supposed to be a 5-man.
5-man.
Not impressive.
Not, not that impressive.
So close, but yeah, no.
Here's the thing. What can happen is Blacklist is just holding on as
Yeah.
best they can to that tier
Yo,
1 turret.
nag-goal
because
list up si
that's
Web.
actually a crucial piece in this
Yo.
Lord damage
Yo.
UA.
Ouch.
He feels it.
Ouch.
He feels the damage.
Oh.
There you go!
There it is.
There's the 5-man
mo,
Astral. No,
i-share
4-man.
stream mo rin yung ano. Hindi na, wag na pala.
Either way,
Share
look at
strength
these
isa?
hits!
God.
Look at these hits! Haji can't breathe!
Ano-
It's
Oo, mas
always
maganda
low.
para.
Ooh, Hatred.
Paano
He's
hinihinaan
on
yung boses
fire.
na ito?
Woke up at the right side of the bed. Maybe drank his favorite coffee and said, okay, I'm not
Wala
playing the
na.
Varia.
Walang
Nobody's playing the
takon mo.
Varia nowadays. I'm going to show you why it's
Wala kasi
good.
nasa ano eh, dapat
Like
nasa
that.
Discord channel.
And get the Lord here.
Paano ko i-share stream mo?
TNC. I don't know,
I-spin
man.
mo.
This is probably one of the better leads that they've
Hindi na,
had
hindi na.
throughout the regular
Huwag na.
season.
Kwentuhan kwentuhan lang
This
eh.
is once
maglalayas
again where it
na
comes
sa
down to it. They have this kind of lead. They have the Lord
English
now going to be
English
marching
na
in with
usapan
them
natin eh.
shortly.
Yep.
Can they play around this? Can they find
Okay.
the possible things to line up for a win here?
Yep. If you have been a fan of TNC, this is where madness usually starts. This is the real, this is the real game for
Tingin mo ba
TNC.
kasabaw yung
Have they learned enough
First
from the
time ata
past 4 weeks? Let's see.
makakalam
Cascade
ang TNC
43,
ng ganito
Hit
sa
Count
blacklist pa eh,
16.
no? Tinalo nila ito nung
You know,
unang
you asked a
paghahanap
good
eh.
question about this. I think it was yesterday or maybe Friday.
Oo.
Art. Does this
Napanood ko
count
nga rin
for
yun
just
eh.
Hindi ko alam
zero
nangyari
hits?
dito sa
Or
blacklist.
is it also just every shot
think-
get thrown out?
Tapos nanalo naman sila. Sino ba kalaban nila?
Because
Mega?
I believe
Mega
it's
ba kalaban
unfair.
nila?
You know, I really am not a fan of
Bagay yung Mega eh.
like the
Lowest
counter
yun eh.
for Star Shatter because sometimes
TNC
you
may
need to just
palag-palag
use
Hindi
kayo.
ako masyadong patuksay.
And I think that's what they're
Wow,
trying to do
sabagay,
right
NHT
now.
kayo, no?
Though. Star Shatter is hitting everyone
Oo.
for Blacklist right
Nandun
now.
si boss eh.
Ano ba si
Sensui
boss?
can barely keep up. His health bars can barely keep up with the amount of damage coming
Anong
from his
kaganapan
TNC
kanina doon?
Okay, so this is really
Ay,
good for
nako.
TNC. They've eliminated all the other turrets. Let's see if they can get a
Inaasahan
push
ng
cleanly.
Go for it.
We're waiting for
Okay.
Odin to make
Huh?
something, to make a
Alright.
move here.
So
Or
that
maybe-
Inaasahan na nilang
character
manalo.
development for TNC. Nobody
GG.
died in their first Lord push.
Let's go.
That's a good
Eh,
observation.
GG
Ano, mananalo ang game 77.
Kailan ba GG sa BTK?
No one died.
Kasi pwede rin
And
nang mag-stream
that's
ng
what I'm
ano,
saying.
NCT.
That is
Pwede ko i-stream
shot
yun eh. Basta
calling
yung laban lang
that
nila.
is apparent. Like, if you guys missed the early video,
Ay, yung laban nila, teka lang. Kasi
There's the damage
bukas
Rocco
ang
was
laban
mentioning.
is
But that's the
oh,
thing.
GG
TNC
tapos
is all about that shot
BTK
calling
na.
discipline, and
Ano
right
oras
now,
yun?
with the
Madaling
lead that
araw
they
kasi,
have,
no?
big key
Tangina.
items being picked up.
Oo, madaling araw
Kaya
na.
natutulog ako, last
What can,
strikes.
what can they do
Yeah, they
with this
GG
lead?
sila
Wala,
mga...
tulog ko.
have to wait for their timing. Maybe another tanky item for Sensui so that he can
Gising
frontline.
ko 8-9 oh,
Then
saka
the
9 lang
items
eh.
obviously from OHEB. It's a very
Parang iba,
important one.
6 hours
too.
ang tulog eh.
This time, Nomad gets the purple.
Sana ako 6-4.
Extra farm only
Manalo kaya
took
BTK
Pero
dyan.
maganda
Truncheon procs coming out from
Ma-
H, and then now the
maganda yung
glowing
ginagawa
wand.
ni Midnight.
Oh, that's gonna hurt.
Ha? Ay
This
midnight?
game is becoming more crucial on
Maganda
the
yung
shoulders
ginagawa
of
ko.
Edward
Oh,
right
my
now.
Ganda talaga
Kasi
ginagawa
yung-
that was
niya.
just 2 slashes.
Sana nga, makaan sila eh.
Ganda ng
That's what I'm saying. At this point, if
Sabi
you're
yung
watching
ano mo eh,
this again,
signal
you
mo.
really have to just kind of consider the fact, all right, what's
Sabi
Blacklist
ba?
International
Oo,
doing?
Ang linaw mo, ang
Honestly,
linaw mo
just
dito.
buy time.
Linaw
They
mo.
have
Sa akin,
to
malabo
stall
ka.
out for maybe another 5+
Baka signal.
minutes here to kind of even out the economy, even out the itemization that they're working against.
Kailangan ba nito
And
ng
that's
ano,
a big part of it,
condenser?
right? They have a Florin. That's great. We've seen
Ay
great
ba?
things from Florin in other past
May
series.
may mga murang condenser yun.
But right now, they
Hindi,
have to deal with
magpapaano
the
na
amount
ako.
of damage
Ay,
that's
sa
being
mic,
thrown at them
oh.
from
Bibili na
TNC,
rin ako.
yeah.
Ayoko na naka-headset.
Internationally, Florin
Bibili
has
na rin
been
ako
taking
speaker
it
eh.
in,
May mararekomenda ka ba?
just us.
Naano ko mag-headset.
So, kung gusto mo,
So, Lord Steel.
kung gusto mo,
That could be
ano
problematic
na yung
here
brand
for
na yun,
TNC,
maganda
but of
siya eh.
course Blacklist don't really have
Teka,
that much
nag-load.
confidence to fight just yet. Again, waiting for the spikes of
Teka,
Florin.
putang ina, babawas
Teka
na
lang.
si Luis. Mamaya pag
Spikes,
dead
oh my
dead.
goodness, the damage from Nomad is unreal.
Gobe.
I don't even
Di
think
ba
that-
ka 4 yung
Again,
blacklist ah?
This might be a little too risky here for Blacklist International to do anything unless it comes
Ina,
down to
putang
Sensui's
ina.
Ultra Instinct. They might go for it.
Who's shot
Pinipilit
calling
ni
was gonna
Sensui,
come out on
still lang
top
to eh.
here. Oheb was in
Agi, ang
trouble there
aga
for a
ata
bit,
ng
but then
ulti.
again, Bloom coming in from... Oh no!
My
My
God,
goodness.
Rolling,
He's
putang ina,
gonna
sakit.
go! He's gonna go here!
God!
Oheb! He's going crazy! He's hunting down
sakit
each
ni
and
Bruno,
every one
gago.
of these Blacklist members.
Oh, Yue is
Oh.
alive now
Wala
because of the
na.
passive, but Sensui ain't gonna happen.
Laglag na.
disaster
May
for EA.
blacklist.
Two members for Blacklist International left
First
alive.
time, first
TNC
time.
going for it.
They wanna
Sabi
go
kasi kung
for
sino
it.
man
This
nanalo
could
dito,
be
pasok sa playoff. So ibig
No,
sabihin,
Oh,
no,
minions, no minions!
yung
What
isa
they do,
dito,
TNC?
Oh, TNC!
may chance malaglag.
Here they come.
Do
The
they
wave
have
comes
time?
through.
They have time. Tetsui's 20 seconds.
Gago,
Edward's
hindi
gone
mo
as
TNC.
well. Oh my goodness, it's all good
Tignan na lang.
pandemonium right now happening
Tignan na
inside
lang.
the
Tangina yan, hindi
Owe
pinush yung
sacrificing
minions.
himself,
Ayun, oh.
absorbing these balls. Coming in from Nomad just
Oh,
to
man.
defend.
Now that's a mistake for sure because they have lost their jungler. This means that
Yeah.
Blacklist can make a play for the Lord actually.
May pa-share
You think
screen.
they'll go for
Yes,
it? Even
Para makita ko yung
5,000
ano.
behind. Junglers
para makita mo
now
ano ka?
up for Blacklist International, but
Oh,
Rising still
yung pinapanood
15
mo.
seconds
Weak
away
lang yung
here.
pan natin.
So TNC
Paano
has
ba
to stall
ito?
this out. They have to keep this from happening.
man.
That's a
But look
question.
at
Ilalagay
this.
ko.
The heads.
Can will Blacklist
Share
decide
your
this? Look at
screen.
heads in the back.
Tapos yung ano
Again,
lang,
everyone
yung
spotted out by
Capture
the
device
Astro
lang.
Echo.
Oh, have
Crucial
no more
vision
BMI, no more
information
BMI for
they get.
Oh.
No, oh my goodness, Oheb could
Teka,
be
di
it.
ko makita.
But yeah,
Wait.
heads, he's gonna have to back off.
Maya,
Nice
pagtawag
Sige lang,
ng
sige lang.
Oh!
Oh, pang...
These crits coming from
Napanood
Nomad.
ko rin.
My God, unreal.
Hatred.
Could get
He's going
one.
for a shot.
Could
going
get
for
one
it.
from UM maybe. No, it's not gonna be in
Grabe
range.
naman.
But they got what they came for.
Got what they
Pag
got
nalaglag
for.
ang blacklist dito,
Scary
season
stuff for
13, may
TNC
pag-asang
because,
bumalik ang BYC.
Okay. That time on the base,
Siyempre, puta ko na,
definitely
oo,
not
try.
character development.
Kailangan
Could have been
natin-
bad.
Could have been bad.
Yeah.
Kailangan natin yung matindi
Fortunately
rest.
for them, they have so much of a
Oh.
lead.
My goodness, Edward looked
Massive
like
bump.
he could have caught Nomad there for a second, but look at this, heads. He's here to answer.
Yun ang mga
Maybe
cheese na
add
yun.
some more pressure coming in from TNC.
Pero sa
Five-man up
S14
on
ang
mid.
alam ko.
Sensui's gonna be up
Baka
soon
S14
as
sila
well.
makakabalik.
Now,
Pero wala
can
pang
they
confirm.
defend this? Here
Device.
they go. They got to deal with the lore.
Yeah,
Tactical
Lord's up
depende
there,
sa
and
performance
Force
ng
Direct
Blacklist
is
niya.
taken down on the bottom.
Oh.
It's a very clean base here. So
Putang
Yoshi
ina mo,
with the
napitan.
Blood Fury, but Sensui going
Wala talaga.
straight
Yun,
for the
putang ina,
damage dealer.
nagpa-heal.
Doesn't have really
Balik.
enough firepower to back it up. And
Oh,
now
so
it's gonna be
Yoshi-
half HP right now for Nomad.
Ooh, putang ina mo,
Oheb
Oheb, gagi,
finally
sakit.
getting a
Ayun
kill
na,
on
putang
Oheb
ina.
here and could get more as
ina,
we
yung
are
nag-BMI.
seeing this Claude tear it up. Blacklist finally signs of
Yung kati na
life.
ni Orb.
TNC! What's happening?
Tangina kasi, may
cannot
minions
end
yung
the
TNC, hindi pa
game.
pinush.
Yeah.
Even with the lead.
That's
Sabi nila, puta ka
definitely
na.
gonna have to credit it to Sensui. Because after Super Yoshi
Hola,
dove
Sekil, shout out
onto Blacklist
Shelly.
International, caught many
Hindi
members
make
of
a
Blacklist,
content
what he
of
did was to
BTK
block the
Nicolette too.
follow-up. So he sacrificed
I-
himself actually.
I don't
With
know.
the Pyramid
I
ult and the
try. I will
Bloom
try. I will
available,
try.
we talked about how Sensui can be very tanky in this
Basically,
case.
what is this match?
And he was the
Blacklist
one
versus
to
TNC.
block off the eventual damage coming out from TNC. Let's look at the replay this time.
That was a worthy sacrifice.
Worthy sacrifice. Look at the jump from Super Yoshi, but Sensui manning the front lines. Nomad in trouble.
maganda tong nasa
When that
YouTube
happens, open, didn't have
Okay
the
na ba
rhythm
sa YouTube
nature
ko?
anymore. The perfect timing for OM
Mas
to
maganda,
actually
mas
pop
malinaw
off.
yung napanood ko kaysa doon sa FB
With the
Live.
BMI up as
Kesa
well.
sa FB. Eh, hindi kasi sa
So
FB
this is
kasi ano
perfect
yun
timing
eh.
for Blacklist
May
International's
limit
members.
lang yung ano niya eh.
What is
May
happening?
limit lang yung pinakano
There
niya.
are people wondering,
Tingnan mo,
TNC.
Oo.
Yan mo yung sa
What
YouTube ko.
happened there in that match again? The
1080 lang din, di nakasagad. Naka 30 FPS lang ako eh. Kasi baka pag ginawa ko 60, baka maglaglag na naman. Gagawin ko 60 pag nakabili na ako ng isa pang memory.
Given how that whole
Kailangan
sequence
mo
went here, Wolf.
Bili mo na ako memory para maka...
Video card.
They have the map lead as well.
Hindi, yung memory ulit 8 gig, di ba?
All base turrets are down for Blacklist International.
Para medyo kaya-kayanin na niya.
Is Blacklist International in a good position
Kasi sa laptop tayo eh.
the next Lord in 30
Nakapag-ano
seconds?
din, 1080p,
Do we see them want to fight that? And then again, does TNC go and put heads?
1080p rin naman ah.
Oh,
1080p, pero hindi 60. Walang 60, di ba?
69%.
Kasi 30 ano lang tayo, 30 FPS lang nakaset sa akin.
What's happened in the previous
Pero malinaw na rin naman, di ba?
So,
Pag 60 kasi talagang yung parang ano siya. Yung parang smooth na yung 60 eh.
It's 17 minutes, so
Hindi rin kasi mapapansin.
Hindi naman masyadong pansin. Hindi masyadong pansin. Pero pag sanay ka sa 1080p 60, alam mo agad diferensya.
And they also have dive.
Oh, yun lang.
So it's gonna be up to
Sa
the
mga
Lord dance, but not the
malaking
actual
monitor
Lord
yun,
dance, the
gamit
Lord
na
dance
gamit.
that's
Pero
happening
yung
outside of it.
sa mobile, hindi.
Lane control,
Pre-Lord dance,
the pre-Lord
post-Lord
dance. Yeah, exactly. Like the 1v1s that's happening between the XP laners. Look at the nice minion
Tama na,
wave for
720
Blacklist
lang
up top. There's one extra minion up there, so that means
Panalo na
it's a slow
TNC.
push.
Yep.
Next
And,
8 siguro.
Bottom lane being pushed by TNC.
Share mo na naman kay Bentings.
Half health, both
Oo, sir mo na naman.
kind of feel out the
Hindi, team
situation.
building lang yan.
Heads
Team
makes way
building
down that
yun.
mid lane. Keeping that wave in control here.
Shows
Kulang mga
himself.
bata pa kasi
Lord
sa
evolving
DNC.
now.
Si Hatred lang veteran dito. Hindi naman siya siguro nag-shotgun
It
masyado.
almost has to boil
Medyo
down
ano
to
pa
the
to, medyo
spiciness of our XP laners,
kumbaga
right?
takot pa
Their
mag-ano
fights,
to eh.
their
Takot pa
1v1s
mag-risk.
are like literal anime
Mag-risk ng mga
fights.
shot call to eh.
Just someone
Medyo
could die
maingat
in
pa.
one instant. But look at this.
Ayun, si
Interesting
Benedetta
position
nagpo-push.
from heads.
Gago!
He wants to finish this,
Asam,
but
aga?
look at this. Edward
Walang minion si Daw, di kagad siya lumabas.
facing the challenge.
Nagmadali siya.
4v4 right now around the Lord Pit. 1v1 on top for our XP laners.
Albert Goni, sub
Nice idea
Sigil.
coming from hits because that means that
Albert
you
Goni,
manage
what do you
two
think
lanes
of
of
Chip?
minions
No, Chip.
as they just
Chip is so
spawn.
broken.
Okay, they might go for a play up to Edward!
Oh, Edward! Could be it. He has a flicker. He doesn't have flicker anymore. But Immortality bought some seconds here, but he's gonna have to do
Yung
this on his own.
pagpapakopy ni, ano, ni
1v3.
Chip.
US
Oh,
goes
flicker.
by,
Hindi na-
but it was a
Hindi
little
na
too
balance
late here.
Grabe nga si Chip.
There you go. The goal laters for Blacklist
Yung
International.
pasarap
And
game,
the
mas
XP
FPS.
laner
Talo ata.
has
Hindi,
fallen.
wala na.
That could
Hindi,
be
boy,
all
Matias.
Boys alive
for
again.
TNC to get into this.
Putang ina mo.
And there you go, the triple for Nomad. Make
Bigyan.
that a maniac. Will it be a
it!
savage?
Savage!
No man!
Yung ano pa lang,
Ending on the
yung unang release
savage.
pa lang ni Chip.
And TNC will recalibrate.
Alam ko na
And
ano eh.
win
Alam ko na
game
magiging ano
one
siya eh.
there.
Magiging backdoor na ano.
Okay.
Parang lagi
And I just say that has been the best
Kailangan
Bruno
maingat ka sa
performance that
backdoor.
I've seen in quite a long time.
Puta kasi-
Especially after
Kaya
all the
baka
nerfs onto
pinatay na
Bruno.
yung
yeah.
backdoor gaming eh.
Saved
Pag
TNC.
backdoor mo, pwede mo
One
dalhin yung
for
buong
them.
team na yun.
He took it,
Magpupush
man.
lang. Kaya
Can I
kahit
just
yung kalaban nag-lord, kaya yung ginawa niya
Shot
play siya.
That was a good
Diba?
call there.
Kaya,
Ang pagkakamali lang nila, pwedeng pumunta rin yung kalaban doon.
kaya tignan mo yung mga kalaban ng may chip. Lagi nakaabang dun sa damo, sa kaliwat kanan.
Personal MVP.
Kasi nga, lalo na pag basag yung mga toroy nila.
Okay.
Kasi nga,
would not have been
yung
possible.
backdoor, tapos
Nomad
minsan
would not have
kasama
been
pa yung
able to
Luigi.
reach that
Putang ina.
power
I
spike
agree.
Dadali ni Luigi si Chip sa base ng kalaban. Tapos iti-teleport niya lahat daw. Putang ina daw.
I can, yeah, between Nomad and Ingen, it's very difficult to.
At the beginning you
choose
said Black
who is
Mercury
the
Seeker.
I think, but
it's gotta be
definitely
Seekers.
that's Savage though.
That's
That's gotta change
Savage.
because of the way that he designed
Ito
that.
na, pare,
Tignan ko nga sa
paano na to?
Man,
Share screen.
Nomad.
Was our first savage?
Ano,
Ano ba
sa
si-
screen mo siya.
Hindi, ilalagay ko yung
Dude, this guy.
mukha mo sa
It's weird
screen ko.
because I'm gonna show you a
Hindi.
message.
Hindi,
Dude, a
yung,
few days
yung
ago,
ano,
Rashford did
yung,
tips.
Ay, yung akin.
yung ang isi-share mo lang
He
yung,
didn't need it.
yung
He
kailang
didn't
Ay,
need
may
it,
tatlo
dude.
dito eh. Application,
Okay,
screen
8-1 and
capture
4. What did he
device.
He has for tips, basically.
Hey, Wolf.
yung
Yeah,
application. Tapos,
Yeah, but
Ano
no,
pipiliin
but
ko?
piliin mo yung block.
whatever I
Ni
said is not
Tsunami,
related
live
to,
stream
but
ko,
why
o
he
sa
asked for that,
OBS.
He didn't even need anything.
You know what you
because
Yung sa live ko.
Yung sa,
Picture of this.
yung sa live mo
Savage.
mismo.
Ah, ito.
Yes,
Tapos,
Savage.
smoother
But
video.
then
Hindi
again,
ba ako maglalag
we
dito?
have to credit Blacklist International for
Hindi naman.
again
Smoother
prolonging
video.
the game so much, and this is a This is
Ano
just
to?
one of the first few times that he is
Go
performing
live.
MVP-esque.
Ay, maglalag ka?
Takedown from Hatred. And now Super
Bukod
Yoshi
na yan, bukod
again.
na yan.
Bukod. Paano ba?
For the
Baka
team
mag-
of
pinati ko live.
This is a change-up when it comes to their
Oo.
shot calling in the
So
North
nakikita
Dance,
mo
where
yung
this
akin?
time
Yan,
focus
nakikita ko
on
na.
heroes instead. Sensui's heroes and then Oheb's brilliance once again with this
Hindi
club.
pati yung ano ko nakikita mo,
Typically, the
analytics ko.
Minotaur is a counter to the club, but this time Oheb
Teka lang,
does have
naglo-loading sa
the
akin.
right tools to deal with this. And now, in
Ako
comes
kanina
Soulja.
nasa screen ko.
Watch for
Ako
it
kanina nasa
once
screen
again.
ko.
The Savage takes out Edward. And how
Teka
about
lang,
that flicker? So
naglo-loading.
he goes up in front of Oheb, pops the Wind of Nature.
Tambaro man
After
Emil,
the Wind of
gwapo,
Nature was
bosigil.
popped, and
Uy,
look at
bola
that
ka.
flicker. The timing was
Chat
there.
ka
And
lang
he
sa
still
akin,
has the
binabola mo na ako,
ultimate for
Tamboro
now.
man.
Doesn't even need it.
Shout out
Because
Tamboro
of how much
man.
damage he's dealing anyways.
Subscribe
And
you
look
guys,
at the way
Tamboro
that he
man.
dodges. Look at that also, the
Magaling
target
mag-clip
Hingi
yan.
lang, hingi lang.
selection. At he
Hingi ng merch,
went
hingi
for
ng
the
merch.
right
Hinang?
targets to go for.
Merch?
Completes the Savage and wins
Hinang.
for the side of TNC.
Hindi, paano kaya yung ano, paano yung ano mo, yung logo mo, ilalagay ko sa stream. Yung parang ginagawa na, hindi, naglalag ako pre.
Select hero.
Ay, naglalag ka.
Oo.
Ayun, nakita na yung
Hero luck.
Paano ano to?
What
Shout out to my
a
rank game partner.
shout out to all
Off
the
ko
ranking
na?
partners out there.
Yep.
Again, it was
Oo,
Off muna, off muna.
Oo, naka-stream eh. Naglalag
you're
ako.
holding your breath, man.
Yeah.
You know, because you're
Hindi
like,
kaya ng internet mo.
I showed a
Oo nga.
message.
Kaya nga nakapatay eh.
why'd you leave him on red?
No, I
Kaya pa naglag dito.
Oh,
I
Mark.
called him,
Oh.
basically.
Oh my.
Yeah.
Yeah, you left him on
I
red.
don't give tips through chat, dude. It's difficult.
Papalit ka na ng ano, ng
Yeah.
ng
But then, like I said, it's
internet.
besides
Oo
the
nga
point.
Hindi,
No
makulit
matter what
siguro.
happened, this was definitely
Papalitan ko yung
TNC's
router, no?
own making.
Luma yung router
We
namin
know
eh.
for sure that at the start of the season, we already
Hindi
can
naman
see
eh, kasi
a lot of
Ang mahal na ng
improvements.
internet,
Just
hindi
their
pa rin
shot
pang
calling,
stream
just
to.
the way that
Grabe
they
naman.
the games that they weren't able
hindi
to
kasi dapat kung fiber ka, dapat mataas bot
apart from
na
that, everybody from TNC just
halos
played
parehas
well
ka
this
mo
game.
na
So was
ang
Blacklist. I
Ibig
wouldn't
sabihin-
say that this
ibig
is
sabihin, hindi pa
one-sided
fiber to.
affair, but TNC really had a certain rotation.
fiber
and
na yun,
certain
pero
trust on this
nasa
kind of
signal,
composition,
nasa
which we
signal
both
pa nito
doubted. I
kasi,
mean,
nasa
I
signal,
myself mentioned that this is
nasa
this
signal
game,
box
that it
kayo
was
talaga.
easy. I doubted
Kaya,
this
no choice,
Bruno pick.
mabagal pa rin.
The Novaria,
ganun.
obviously, we have not
Tangina.
seen it being
Oo.
successful, especially against a
Pero
Falcons
yung
that
nag-stream ako ng
usually
M5 eh.
wins versus Novaria because you don't have a
Habang
way to
nag-stream
execute
ako,
people, you don't have a way to execute.
nag-record ako
Turns out
ng
Nomad doesn't
game.
need it. Nomad can make
Iisa lang
the
yung
sweeps
wifi eh. Di
on
naman
his own.
naglalag yung ubat na yun.
122,000 damage
Nagpupulot
dealt.
na ako rito eh.
And the only
Bati ko
reason
rin
why
sa
his GPM is
PC.
not on the 800
Kaya
mark
maglalagdag
is
ako
that
ng ano eh.
TNC just grouped up
Lalagdagan ko
together
yung
as
ano
soon as
ito.
they
Ram
can,
tawag doon, di
going
ba?
in for the
Ram.
Casual Legion swords as well as a
Oo,
house
Ram.
moment that
Ram, yung
eventually
yung pinaka-memory niya, yung pinaka-memory niya, di ba?
feeling really good.
Oo, hindi mo
Apart from that, Ryzen played this well.
Hindi yung storage ah, yung pinaka-memory.
The way that he managed
Oo nga, 8 gig
support
lang
his
yung
team.
RAM na
Oh, 8 gig lang, 8 gig lang to eh. Dagdagan ko pa na isa.
Clutch as well.
Oo.
I understand why it was
Pwede
the
mo pang, hindi, gawin mo na
eventual pickup coming out
16
from
gig yung
the
bibilin
side
mo.
of TNC.
Sa susunod, pwede mo ulit.
Super
Hindi
Yoshi
20,
and,
hindi
case for
24.
this one. The second
Oo, mas maganda.
second picked
Hindi, try ko
Benedict
nga.
Isang lang bibilin.
still very scary, but heads is up for the
Kaya ba yun?
We did. And,
24 gig ba?
Oo,
Di-
kaya.
Kaya kaya,
it was heads that really kind of
hindi, may
started
8 na ako
the
dito,
momentum
di ba?
for
Di
TNC
bibili
there.
pa ako ng
And really, when you look
16.
back at their matches and whatnot
Oo.
throughout the regular
Eh di
season,
24 na yun.
like I said, they get to a
But
point
24
where
na.
they usually have some form of a
Kaya
lead.
kaya yun?
Mura lang naman.
Unfortunately, it slips through their hands.
Mura lang
This
naman
time
yung
it looked
yung
like
mga
it was the
DDR
same
for namin
situation, and then all
memory.
of a
Hindi,
sudden,
bibili muna ako ng
the
80,
call
testing
came
ko muna.
through for them.
Oo, tikunti
They
lang tayo para
punished
matuto.
International,
Para matuto. Para
and
alam
they end up
natin.
getting that game for one. That's big for
Tapos
the
bibili pa ako 1 tera eh.
the series. Now, again, I'm wondering if they learned enough
1
from this
tera
to
na
actually
SSD?
potentially
Oh,
suit Black
memory.
International here.
Para sure,
Things
di ba?
alive for them going forward.
That's actually
Oh.
the question, right? I mean, if you like.
Kaso bibili mo na ako ng, ano, ng aircon. Tangina, sobrang init dito sa amin. Malamig sa inyo, di ba?
That looks familiar, you
Yeah,
know?
that looks familiar.
Well,
Ay, pre,
again, we wanna give a
45 ang
big
ano,
shout out,
ang-
of course, to all our
ang
official
temperature namin
restreamers
dito.
from
45 sa inyo?
besides Mindanao and all of
Uy,
Oo.
Yeah, we have
free streamer oh. Di ako kasama.
from Cambodia, from the Middle East,
Ha?
North America.
Di ako kasama sa
we have
streamer.
MCC,
Di siya nakapag-check eh.
Singapore, Malaysia, and of course, our favorite people, Indonesia. What's up?
Ang nangyari?
Shout out to America.
Si-
During
si-
shout out
si-
to
gaming lang.
Fight for victory. Now, if you're
Fight for
asking
victory.
me, will this be a sweep for TNC? I'm still not gonna be sold on that, especially because the
Kailan ba
Blacklist
championship sa MPL
International
mga
have shown
lods?
signs of
Ano,
their own
mga ano
ability
pa
in
yan,
defense,
mga
right?
May.
So maybe there will be
Kasi
some
June ng MSC
changes
eh.
in here. Maybe Florida
So
plus
May
the
yan,
Fairness
May.
might be,
Mga first week ng May. Ay!
double dipping.
July pa rin. July MSC, no?
Might have been too much
support.
Yeah.
Maybe.
We'll see how they adjust. But
June.
also, we have to give a big shout out to Smart.
So,
Giga
Hindi, alam ko, ang MSC, July ba MSC, July?
subscribers where you can join an array of.
Good stat to have.
They got it,
Yeah.
right?
Stat to have.
And
Start.
here's the thing. Dude, we kind of. There was some poking fun here throughout that game, of
Nadi-disconnect yung
course,
live
but
ko,
for
putang ina.
TNC, we have constantly wanted to see
Mas
this
internet ko,
organization, this team,
Narinig mo ba?
really kind of get to this point where they refine things and
Naku, may
everything.
nagyayaya na naman
Before
siya.
that, we're going to have an
Huh?
interview. And we're going to go ahead and throw it over to the host out there on the audience.
Talaga ko.
Yan na. Yung bumabagal na naman internet mo pa eh.
Para sa malupit na bakbakan sa pagitan ng TNC Pro and Blacklist
Double check mo na naman yung ano, yung wifi speed mo.
Siyempre kasama
Ang ina, may
ang
nagamit.
correspondent, si Jerish mula sa TNC and Danica mula sa Blacklist.
Hindi, aliwan.
How are you guys
Aliwan.
kinakabahan
May
ba
nag-chat
kayo?
dito.
Right now?
May nag-chat. Ha? Parang kang si Light na dumaan sa kimo. Tangina, grabe mo ka pang ano yun. Grabe mo ka pang...
Grabe,
Pero ito isa.
Grabe.
Paano mo
Buti hindi ko-
prepare yung teams nyo?
Hindi ko inon yung
Ikaw muna, Danica.
camera ko. Makita nila mukhang ano. Mukhang
Grabe naman makapambaste ito si Sino Beach.
Nung nasa launch
Para daw ako si Light na dumaan sa kimo.
pinanood ulit nila yung laban nila before.
Uy!
Nung round 1.
Si Jarish.
Inaral nila kung saan sila nagkamali nung round
Jarish.
Studying, okay,
Hey,
reviewing.
pre, may tanong ako.
How
Ay.
about naman for TNC?
Lakasan mo kaya
Ano
ano,
pang
pre?
balita kay Santi?
Before umalis, nag-scream. And
Ano palang balita kay Santi?
motivate po namin
Santi?
isa, lalo na po yung mga players.
Oo.
Sino Santi?
Kasi hindi ko siya nakita.
Importante sa lahat.
Yung sa ano, sa caster din ng MPL PH.
Ah,
Okay, you've mentioned
Coach siya, di ba?
about the motivation.
ng Legacy.
Kamusta?
Hindi ko siya
Kamusta
nakita
ang
na,
TNC,
hindi ko siya
like,
nakita
mentally-
current, ano,
mentally-wise?
current lineup ng
Vibes
Legacy.
sila heading into this match?
Ngayon?
Nung
Kinakabahan
nag,
ba sila? What did you hear from the rest
oo.
of them?
Ay, yung nagre-roster?
Kasi most
Oo, nagre-roster sila eh.
Ewan, tinanggal ba? Hindi ko alam eh.
Scream and then
Nakachat ko siya na nakaraan, sabi ko, good luck sa playoffs boss. Sabi, sige.
So,
Gagalingan
I assume
namin. Oo nga,
si Coach
yun, sabi niya.
Bentings, di ba? Siya ang leader ng mga motivational
Ayun
quotes.
lang.
Pero sa side
Wala
ng
silang
Blacklist
pag-
International, I wanna know, kamusta ang vibes?
Wala, laglag na ata
ng
sila
boys
eh, no?
looking forward into this match?
actually
Laglag
okay
na?
silang lahat.
Kilala ko yung manager nun, si Ma'am Jane.
Sila. So alam naman natin galing kami sa loose streak, 'di ba?
Dapat nun, ang ano talaga, ang coach nun, si Coach Pau eh. Nakuha ni Coach Pau
alam nila na kaya
sa RRQ, ito.
alam nilang kaya nilang umabot ng playoff. So ayun, nakakatuwa lang
Ang ganda naman na ito ni ano, no, ni Jarish. Kamukha ni ano, yung sa, yung BTR na bago,
Okay?
yung pinaporma ni Yawi.
Sa TNC.
Ay, Yawi ba yun? Gago, baka magkamali ang
Let the
chismis.
crowd know it. It's up to you.
Okay, okay.
Uy, baka ano,
Let's go,
ito na yung mapa.
Kayang-kaya natin to. Huwag tayong susuko, tiwala lang
Ito
tayo
yung tinitip,
dito.
ito na yung tinitip.
Love it.
Ba pala yun,
Okay,
di ba
para
yun?
naman sa Blacklist,
Maganda yung sa
naman
BTR na
ka.
bago eh.
Let's go, Blacklist!
Wala, hindi ko
Abot
siyempre.
tayo sa playoffs.
Oh, may mga nag-cheer din dito at siguradong ready
Baka magkamali tayo na baka ma-misquote tayo, ah.
Sa ating game number 2, kaya babalik
Oo.
na tayo sa ating mga casters.
Pag ikaw namin ko, GT. Yak talaga lang siya.
Ay, wala akong tagsabing masama eh.
Danica and Jerish. Great to hear from you again.
Is that the right way to say it?
Eagle yan, eagle.
Di pa pala ito
We gotta ask
moderator.
Manjin for that one.
Gotta ask Manjin. Okay, now we know.
Hindi pa.
But again, this
Walang
is
moderator.
an
Tagatanggal
interesting
ng mga
series
naapi.
that we have to
Managing.
talk about. Now that these weeks, again, we're closing out week 5 here today, so things are going to be coming into place, I would say, already for the playoff spots. Those 4 secured. Teams are still fighting.
Tatawa ako dito na kay Sino Beach eh.
Game 1 draft here. The
Ngayon,
recap,
pag nagla-live ako, hindi
TNC,
nagme-message yung mga
like I said,
nagbabasa sa akin eh. Gusto ko
Wolf
mag-message
mentioned
sila
the
eh.
early pickup for the Benedetta actually worked great.
Para ano, yung
Wag.
Hindi, para direct ang nakakausap ko ba? Di ba? Hindi yung puro lang sila nagtatype eh.
O, yun din.
Di ba? Mas maganda yung nagtatype sila tapos katulad niya ano, yung sa FB, si Christian,
Just discard all of these
yung viewer ko sa FB, Christian, binabash ako nun.
utility because Ryzen looked to be very
Puro
confident.
kata.
Nakakatawa nga eh.
Puro katawa din. Sabi ko sa kanya, pre, pasalamat ka yung profile pic mo, kasama mo anak mo. Hindi na kita papatulan. Kasi putang Tangin na
kind
ka,
of felt like
profile
this is
pic
a
mo,
comfort place now
kasama mo
for
anak mo.
Heads as he's
Di ka ba nahiya niyan?
Nomad, as long as he's freely hitting.
Ikaw lang
Ay,
sa
oo,
picture.
naalala ko yun.
Oh, di ba? Kung ikaw lang sa picture mo, sige, putang.
Nagpainit ka nun eh.
Magbasan tayo. Tapos simula nun yun. Naging tropa na kami. Lagi na lang siya nagbibiro sa ano, nagbibiro na lang siya sa screen. Eh syempre, ako naman, syempre, biro-biro lang din. Hindi, may pag-bash ka, puta, pick.
Mamaya makakasay ng...
Hindi, may pag-bash ka, tapos kung ibang tao yun, no, i-bash yung anak mo. Nakikita sa picture, lait-laitin, di ka magagalit, no? Di ba?
Kaya nga.
Kaya yung iba nga nagdadami para lang maitago yung mga mukha eh. Tapos ikaw, yung mambabash ka, may matindi siyang sinabi dun eh. Di ko na lang din matanda.
Wala na pagka mga ganyan na. Dahil mo na lang. Lalo yung, mas malupit pre yung ano, kasi di ba moderator, tapos editor din ako ng ano, ng FB page.
And when you were
Right.
slow, like when he gets hit by the Star Shatter, he
Sa rin yung mga, ano, yung mga nagmameditate. Napaka-braindead nung
Nababasa mo?
Pop the Fire Mist ultimate, which means that he kinda has
Oo,
to walk
nababasa
so
ko.
much before he's able to help his teammates. So
Gago, grabe talaga ngayon ba?
that's a really nice
Grabe nahihiyan.
killing
Hindi ko pabayaan mo na lang.
might not
Hindi ko, magaling naman mag-handle si Trex ng ganun.
as you just poking him.
Oo, magaling naman siya. Pero yung last time, yung talagang pagod na pagod siya.
Ano ba yung nangyari last time? Anong topic yun?
No.
Bakit sa peer yun?
Yung pagod siya kay... Yung napagod siya kay Ken, yung... Yung bago na...
I love to see it. I really like this hero a lot.
Napagod siya na ano ng buong araw.
Ex-Borg, Benedetta, and Paquito, a lot of Benedetta popping up here, but I'll stand by it. XP Lane probably one of the most, or if not the most,
Wala, kinaway niya lahat ng ano, ng nipis nun eh. Kaya nainis na siya.
Hindi naman niya kasi kayang ma-replyan lahat yun. Dead ba lang? Gawin na niya, dead ba
Oo,
lang?
dinedad mo na.
Engagement. Akin, hindi. Tinitignan ko yung engagement.
Previous season, or when we first started seeing
Ma-
King Kong,
mas
Kaya
ma-
rin eh, kaya
who
ginagawa
King Kong
ko.
is now, right?
Patas lang naman
No,
yan. Mas
But even for the
marami
first
kang
time, we
basher.
started seeing King
Marami
Kong
ka rin
last season. It's
pag-supporter.
kind of
Okay
reminiscent
lang yan.
in that way for TNC now, where you're seeing some
Ako
of
na lang din.
Nomad just got to
Yung iba,
salvage. You see hits per
ano
on the
talaga
Benedetta
pa.
here. And these guys, this is where they
Kita mo
start
naman ang
to
init ni
develop
Trex.
their personalities, their play style and everything here. So XP Lane obviously
Medyo garalgal yung
amazing to
medyo
see.
garalgal yung sa mic mo eh.
Let's talk about Black International a little bit here while the teams are getting set up.
Sorry,
Rock hard.
medyo confused.
Cellphone ba gamit mo?
Almost
Dapat
won.
PC.
An amazing turntable match, right? They almost
Wala eh,
completely
pag yung
flipped
PC,
the table
malakas.
over. It was about halfway. They
Malakas.
didn't fully get it over. So what do they need to do? Was it that possible? last
Naglalay ba nga si
Florian?
Trex?
Was there something better there? Or how does Black International adjust?
Hindi eh, pagod.
Pagod?
Ngayon, kasi, may magkakasya bukas eh.
Ay, magkakasya bukas. Oo nga, maganda kasi laban bukas eh.
Oo.
Tangina, yung nakaraan pa ako nagsabi, yung last NACT Finals, nagsabi pa ako ngayon kay Dave, sabi ko, Dave, baka pwedeng i-restream ko yung finals sa NACT. Sabi niya, go ahead boy, go ahead my boy. Sabi niya, okay, thank you. Puta ka na, pag-gising ko, binubugbog na ng ano, abalon yung BTK.
The real thing that's missing from
Eh di wala na, ano maglalaban, BTK saka ay Avalon saka ano, di ba naglaban, Avalon saka Outplay.
Maybe some substitutes for the Florian.
Last final, yung para NBC.
Tigreal, for example.
Ay, for M5.
Can be there for the front
Diba?
fights. Or maybe they don't pick up the...
Oh, for M5 din eh. Wala na.
They pick a Thams perhaps for...
Hindi ko na, in-stream mo.
For Edward instead. Because they already know that
Ang aga kasi.
was the answer. And there are other heroes that...
Ha?
They are... The Blacklist International is...
Kung gusto mo, gisingin kita mamaya.
Wala, hindi ako magigising yan pre. Ang ano oras simula ng kadalasang laro nila? Alas 5 no? Alas 5, alas 6. Alas 4.
5:30.
Ha?
5:30.
5:30 ng umaga sa 5:30 sa atin. Putang na. Ang nimbing pantulog ko nun.
They actually had some great defensive shot calls.
Pwede yun. Pwede yun kung matutulog lang ako ng maaga.
And that's kind of what they did.
Pare, finals, NECT. Tulog muna ako mga alas 12. Ang ginagawa ko kasi, nag-edit kasi ako sa gabi. yung mga pahapyaw na edit, para pagdating na umaga, hindi na masyadong tambak. So, nakakaluto pa ako, ha? Hindi ko pa nakiklip yun si AB. Wala may MPL tambak pa
Oo.
Yung mga ganong clip, yung hindi kailangan ng mabilisan, nireserva ko yun pag walang MPL. Kasi pag ganito may mga MPL, di ba? Pabilisan ng clip. Paunahan, di ba? So yung mga ganon, nireserva mo pag wala ng mga discarte rin ng mga ganyan Clippers. Nireserva nila yan pag wala ng MPL. Siyempre, wala nga nang patay na yung oras.
Depende rin kasi maraming live stream na mga
Puta, teampick pa rin yung TNT Kaso Mino ba siya na? Tangin ng kunat.
Teka lang.
Sige.
So that's really a good pickup coming up. Adjustment for Blacklist. The Faramis, interestingly, is the ban for Blacklist instead.
I was actually thinking the same thing. I thought they were probably gonna pick the Faramis up. They banned it instead. So that's very curious. I guess Diggy is also something you'd want to ban out here if you're TNC.
Next week pa pala yung laban ng ng GG tapos BTK pre.
Next week pa?
Next week pa. Chinek ulit yung schedule.
Ganon? Di pahinga sila ngayon. Pahinga.
Pahinga yung dalawang giant ng NACT.
Hindi pahinga kasi next week di ba?
Next week pa yung laban nila.
Next week o next week?
Next week. Ang laban ng
Tama, next week. Bukas ang laban, DA Sapiens. Sila yata.
Bloodhound. Tapos bukas, kung sinong mananalo sa Bloodhound tapos Night Horde, yun ang kakalabanin ng DA. Tapos kung sinong mananalo doon sa DA, tapos kung sino mananalo doon, kakalabanin ng mga kung sila, Yato.
Do they want to go Florid once again?
Lakas naman sila Yato Siyempre, dapat lang alam mo, basin.
Okay, good ban from TFC to take.
Malakas din sila Yato. Tangin na, champion ng NACT yun
Definitely an answer.
Diba?
Okay,
wala lang siguro sila magaling na shot caller baka iba kasi mag-shot call si Mo Basin Kita mo naman, nanalo sila sa...
Caller talagang problema ng
Kung tutusin, wala pang ang bawi sina Hunkay lang Mo Basin
Nana is good. Nana is actually really
sa finals, diba? Ang tumalo naman sa BTK, Abalon, diba? Kumbaga, wala pa silang bawi. Diba? Wala pa silang bawi sa finals. Hindi pa nila nai-eliminate yung mga basta mga parang mga...
Teka lang, same pick ba agad?
Ha?
Same pick din ang blacklist pero.
Same pick din. Wala silang sisi kanina Pakito kanina Pakito, ang lambot kasi ng Pakito. Yun, nagsisi sila. Baka wala, may Angela na pala.
So what do you pair up the Harith with the Cho actually.
Wala na, ano pipili niya ito. Kaja, nakaban Kaja
That's banned, so Cho maybe.
Tigrin?
Ooh.
Tigrin mo na!
Eson, come on, Eson.
Parang ayaw nila mag-tigrin pag may Mino. Sabagay, pag ako nagmi-Mino, nadadalian ako pag may tigrin Salaban. Binili ko nga yung yan skin yan, yung Jack skin ni Mino.
Yeah.
Sarap sarap gamitin, naka-Sojak skin ka.
In a way that they can frontline for the team. But yeah, Tigreal is...
Dahil ko kasing ginamit si Mino ngayon, number
reliable option. And the Cho
number 25 ako ngayon sana
Ruby's
lugar namin
perfect one. Okay.
Sana all. Ako di makapaglaro bad trip.
Why the Ruby? For those scratching their hand, Wolf, like why Ruby?
So you can
Pinipiga ko yung concept trick
Parang may mali ngayon
yung mga live
Parang may mali ngayon sa ML
You don't necessarily give a big ultimate to the Valentine.
Parang pag may nakasabay ka, kuwari wifi ka, di ba? Pag may nakasabay ka naka-data, parang naglalag. Tapos siyempre yung kasabay mo naka-data, naka pa siya, speed boost pa siya, parang speed network. Parang magkakaroon kayo ng conflict sa signal. Parang magkaka-conflict kayo sa signal. Kasi ang normal MS ko, 13 lang. 13, 10, 11. May pagsunod na game, biglang putang ina, 250, pulang-pula oh. Wala naman ang ibang kasali, ako lang din. Sabi ko, parang may naka-data siguro. O kaya, wifi. Hindi, data, kasi naka-wifi ako.
Pag minsan sa speed boost yun, yung isasabay yung quad.
Kasi yung utol ko, nakalaro ko, naka-data lang siya. Ngayon ako naka-wifi, puta lang kami lagi. Ang ginagawa ko, yung speed boost ino-on off ko, tapos siya pinapatay niya yung speed boost niya. Okay yung signal namin. Putang ina, ganun pala yun. Sabi niya, patay mo yung speed boost mo. Papatay ko yung akin. Oh. Sabi ko yung kaya yung dapat inaayos ng email pag hindi pag magkaiba signal yung gamit ng source of internet. Nang ina naglalag yun, lugi. Ha?
May nagtatanong pre. Idol, diploma, diskarte. Sa akin, backer.
Siyempre, diskarte, pero mas maganda may diploma ka. Kailangan may diploma ka muna bago ka mag-diskarte. Shoutout, Kiki. Sa amin kasi, wala kami diploma, kaya dumiskarte na lang kami. Pero kung may diploma kami, mas maganda dumiskarte pag may diploma, di ba?
Mas maganda pa eh. May diploma ka, may diskarte ka, may backer ka.
Yun, may backer.
So with that, again,
auto-regular.
You're kind of looking to see how this time around
bad trip nga eh. Yung mga ganyang tanong.
Hindi kasi, yung mga nagsasabi ng diskarte, yumaman sila sa, sa diskarte nila eh. Pero syempre, putang ina, masasabi mo ba na diskarte lang talaga? Syempre, kung hanggat maaari, kung kaya mo magka-diploma, diploma ka muna. Mas magaling yung may diploma at diskarte, di ba? Sabi nga dun sa sa mga TikTok, sa TikTok, sige nga, kung gusto mo, pinipili mo diskarte, sige nga, magpa-opera ka sa doktor na walang degree. Pooperahan ka sa loob ng tiyan mo, papayag ka. Papayag ka mo, papapera ka sa doktor kwak-kwak. Walang diploma yun, diskarte lang. Oh. Papayag ka ba? Di ba hindi? Parang tanga, no? Nga, magpabunot ka dun sa mga dentista na, kwak-kwak yung walang degree. Tangin naman, baka hindi ka na ganun yung station, no?
Imbis na yung medical flyer, yun lang ang
eh kasi sinasabi lang yung diskarte. Kasi doon sila doon sila nakachamba eh. Nasasabi nila.
Hindi naman lang nila nakuha sa chamba eh. Kaya nanong diskarte mo kung
gago kasi. Hindi, gago kasi yung siya eh. Lalo lumala yung usapan na yun, yung kay Franklin Miano.
Abusing the fact that they have good early game compared to TNC.
Putang na siya. Si Boss Frank. Huwag na daw mag-aral. Yung pang-enroll nyo daw, i-enroll nyo na lang sa MSB niya. Para kumita kayo. Hindi tayo nakapanood.
Yeah, they're looking for that right now.
Oy!
Doing a pretty
Gago pati siya no mid.
Sensui first blood.
Apo, bakit
And
blacklist?
the OHEB difference with the Harif, you can feel it right away. So I agree, Wolf. Their early game is insane.
Ganito sana, solid yung laban. Kangkong
malakas talaga early ng ng pre-drain.
Roger, that's actually pretty good. And they're trying to deny him even more.
Mas lalo pag late game, isang bonk.
Tapos, alam mo, nag-pre-drain ako, ginamit ko yung support emblem, ang sarap gamitin. Putang ina, para ako may hindi, alam mo yung Sky Guardian, yung nag-heal. Puta, parang ako merong ganun. Pero wala pa yung Sky Guardian ha. Nag-heal ng kusa, gumagano no. Kitang-kita mo yung heal, naka-indicate. Kasi pag balis ng heal, di siya kita. Yung mga regen. Pero pag medyo kalaki yan, nakikita yan sa nakikita yung text yan eh. Ginawa ko, bumili lang ako ng yung puso, yung pang-regen plus for regen. Para mas lumagda yun. Ang ganda, medyo malambot nga lang siya, pero kung marunong ka, yung in-out lang ang labanan mo, in-out sa pre-drain. Makakatagal ka talaga kasi mag-regen ka na mag-regen saka yung yung movement speed mo saka cooldown reduction 10% pa. Ayun na, putang ina mo.
Basically outflanking
Munti na kagad si
each
Mino.
and every time. And once
Ayun na,
again,
binato ni Vic sana
very
Yue.
for the retribution. Now
Tabanatan na po.
underneath this Eternal
Patay
Guard.
si
That
Yosh!
Eternal Guard, you
Yosh!
can't
Hindi naman na si
ignore it,
Yoshi.
bro. It hurts, but Edward's still gonna come out on top with a kill.
Ang sakit ng
Both
sisi.
Eternal Guards, by the way.
Lugi. Walang ano.
That's great to see.
They hurt. They hit like a tank.
Yeah. And
Kahit
now,
mag ano,
TNC
kahit
will
pati
lose
mag
their
ano
purple
kahit
buff.
mag-ulti si Mino,
Blacklist International
walang
not
bibera
blowing
eh.
up. And they have
Walang magbe-burst.
found their condition. And
Diba?
their win
Sino
condition
magbe-burst?
is
Si
fixed
Benedetta?
with the early game.
Wala.
Looks like the damage output for TNC
Dito.
is lackluster.
Dito si Bex sana, ang daming sisi niyan. Valentino, wala masyadong sisi yan eh.
They can do this now, but you know what?
Boom,
You get
patay si Edward.
if
Na
you
lang.
do it a little bit too much. Nice try.
Parang humihina ngayon si Edward. Ano nangyari sa kanya?
Hindi naman umihina, parang ano lang. Yan talaga eh. Bago lineup. Siyempre yung galawan niya, kitang-kita dati, siyempre, kampi niya B-Boys eh. Larin niya magagaling. Kumbaga nagagawa niya yung trabaho niya. Ito kasi double effort siya. Kaya parang doon na tao na umihina siya. Double effort niya eh.
Was that MSC? No.
Yung hindi niya trabaho, ginagawa na
Grabe
niya.
nga yung rotate niya. Grabe yung rotate niya ngayon. Sobrang bilis. Hindi katulad nung sinabi.
Kangkong chips. Ayun talaga yung kangkong chips. Yun talaga ang definition ng diskarte.
Blacklist is duo.
Ayun pala, si Josh Moika pala na gano'n.
Even Hogan is joining the party.
Medyo nagkamali lang si Josh Moika doon, pero hindi naman yun ang ibig sabihin niya, huwag na kayo mag-aaral.
He's able to survive that one.
Diba?
What a
Siguro pinili lang yung diskarte kasi yun ang nagpultang na yun, nagpayaman sa kanya eh.
Nahugot lang ni Senator Ping Lacson nun.
Kumbaga, siyempre, sinabi lang niya, diskarte ako kasi yun nagpayaman sa akin. Pero hindi naman niya siguro ibig sabihin na huwag na mag-aaral.
Any port in the store for TNC, but no, they had it
Trust
eventually
channel.
take out.
Trust channel, always create drama.
Super Yoshi already used up the middle 3, gets punished here by
Ubos!
Coming in close here is
Ubos.
Head. He's coming in, he wants revenge.
Nomad.
He's trying to see if he can get the target,
Hey.
but it's gonna be Hatred who gets it instead.
Okay, so a little response from TNC.
Lord pa rin eh, Easy Turtle pa rin. May
May
nag-comment.
Oo, easy.
Wala, may nag-comment.
But is this
Ito yung mga gusto kong kausap eh.
TNC here, these small
Trash
minor wins
channel.
Nagapapingay.
Always create drama. Shout out Everhard.
It was a kill by... Oh, it wasn't
Everhard.
Nomad. It wasn't Nomad that got the kill, so... Yeah, okay.
Assist gold, still
Winning
there.
Trash
Getting as
channel.
much as they can.
Kahit nga si ano eh, kahit nga yung host ng ano, host ng
And you know what? That's exactly what
NACT, sino ba si Liz?
Good little pressure down
Oh.
side though.
Sabi nga niya, ay talagang drama naman daw talaga.
Finally get that turret down. And
Puta, mamimiss ko na naman tayo
Parang
dito.
ano nga eh. Pinaumpisa na naman kasi ng MY yung shopping.
Ay, yung...
Yun ang maganda dun.
Yung ng ano?
Yung friendly banter.
Nang?
Yung
Malaysia?
Oh no, man!
Oh, Malaysia.
Ay, sa cheating?
Usually shouldn't happen here, but right now, Oheb
Takbuhin!
as much as he
Yung
can.
namula na. Ay, yung puta ka lang, makatakas pa.
And that's how actually NU went close by. I think they kind of saw heads walk into the bush there, so they have to back off.
Yeah. Oh, definitely. That's a win for
Yan na si Totoy Bato.
Always
Masakit na si ano si
always create drama daw. Di niya alam, di pa ako nagkikit. Madrama na talaga NA.
Like we said earlier.
Panahon pa lang
Tagal naman ng madrama.
Panahon pa lang ng mga Gosu saka nila DJY. Bago pa lang si DJY na nagkiklip sa NA. Puro ganun din ang ano eh.
Seeing the deficit they're working against here.
Siguro baka na-enhance ko lang yung drama masyado.
Gonna be difficult now
Oh, much better na may drama kasi
TNC.
doon makikita yung ano eh, yung mga
Na-enhance ko lang siguro yung drama masyado.
From the previous game where they have the Cloud which deals AoE damage. I'm not saying the TNC
Tapos pag minsan nalilit ka rin sa drama.
It's totally gonna be different because at least for the Cloud you have AoE wave clear.
Yeah.
For TNC,
Clickbait nga daw ako, clickbait.
the game, they will have to
ganito mo yung sasabi sa akin, clickbait daw ako lagi, clickbait.
Matrix defense, maybe heads as well.
Single target, right, for TNC.
Putang ina.
And I think they're trying to leverage that right now.
Uy! Sabi niya, big sana eh. Lugi sila eh. Kahit mag-ulti yung Mino, walang papalop eh. Kung wala yung Benedetta eh. Di makaporma yung Valentina dyan.
Oh my goodness.
Pinopoke lang sila ng Niu eh.
Surely going
Tamo,
to be
kalat na
the
naman
Lord.
sila.
Oh,
Yun.
Ryzen without
Wala na.
retribution.
Oh no.
Sinusuno na si
Wala na,
Ryzen.
panalo ang
Puta na, nahugot pa.
What a pull-in coming in from Haji.
Puta,
Of
boy
course,
pa.
no follow-up damage.
Sisi,
Edward not really
Sisi,
built
Sisi.
in terms of
Nag-change
damage right
target.
now.
Nag-change target si
What
Sisi.
the-
Yun ang
He was playing under that turret
Boy pa rin.
so confidently.
Oh, hatred is
Hatred! Ay, hindi nag-ulti.
Doesn't have the damage at this point.
Yep.
Head's still pushing up top, so
Ayun
looking
na,
for anything they can find, but
Ay,
even with that, again, Blacklist International still on this side of the jungle.
Coming in hard though, it's gonna be
His heads.
Ryzen. I think he might have been enough more than he could chew, and there you go, Eternal Guard to the face. But look at that, heads on the back.
Putang
He
ina.
took out
Patay na naman.
Kulado na naman si Ryzen. Yun na, hindi ko na yung OEB.
Go ahead, chase him off, trade him off. Electro-Final Bow cancel.
Game 3 pa to, pre.
And there you go, that's a 1 for 2.
Manggutuman na
Game
naman
3
to.
to, game 3.
Sana kayanin ng internet.
Any port in the start for TNC, that's what we're talking about. That kill on
Hey,
the was
idasal mo pre na ano na
because
ano bang tawag ito?
still a
Dasal mo
-1
na
for Blacklist International.
hindi ka ipalyan ng internet mo yun.
Eh, kawawa yung mga mga nasa bahay, hindi nakagamit ng internet.
So that means that they can defend the next big minion wave.
Go TNC. Shoutout Bagus
No man's
Kamaludin.
land.
Kamaludin.
Now okay.
Shout out, shout out.
Nakikita, saan ka ba nanonood? Sa YouTube mismo?
Oh, sa YouTube.
Hindi delay?
Delay yung tayo.
Anong oras
Pero,
yan?
ano, kunwari may 21. 22.
Hindi, anong minutes?
That's successful.
11.
11:21?
In the bottom lane, so it's actually more than TNC could have wished
11:32 ta.
And they all
Sa'yo?
started by Heads' playing
Oo.
onto the backline, staying out UA.
Stream ko ba pinapanood mo, hindi?
Blacklist International, they know that they have the strength.
Ano,
in
palipat-lipat
the
ako.
power spike in this,
Tinitingnan ko kung
Pero
may...
hindi sa stream ko. Kasi kung sa stream ko, delay ka, no? Parehas lang tayo eh.
Oh, sobrang delay.
Saka na sa MPL Philippines mismo?
Good pickup there.
Oh, sa MPL Philippines.
Oo, mapipidback ka kasi tama yan. Kasi kung sa akin ka nanonood, nasa 11-12 ka pa lang. Ang tagal lang ng delay eh.
Tanggalin mo yung delay mo.
Hindi, wala akong delay, pre. Sa ano
by the
talaga?
way, the Eternal Guard that
Wala
was
akong
copied
delay.
by Hatred
1 seconds nga lang delay ko eh.
that was,
Delay
Okay,
yan
that's,
mismo sa ano.
I don't know, the good news, I don't know how
Delay
he was
mismo
able
yan
to
sa stream ko na parang pag in-start ko yung stream, hindi siya agad
he
pumakonect, di ba?
actually did the best
Hihintay
play
pa siya.
possible for TNC.
Oo.
Yun yung pinaka-delay niya.
Sometimes, you know, the Eternal Guard.
Ay, siguro naka-on yung latency delay mo pa.
Latency
Yung
delay?
smooth yung
Normal lang ang
Oo.
latency ko eh.
About this was, is it really just down to Nomad
Ewan ko,
getting the items that he needs? Yeah, he's nearly
stream
3,000
settings
gold
ko.
behind.
Enable DVR, basic close caption. Ayun, normal latency lang ako eh.
It's a lot to deal with if you're TNC, especially when you're trying to get into range or fighting against that Zaman force.
Basta sabay ka. Kaya pala sabay ka sa akin, sabi
It
ko.
might be even better for TNC to just
Oo.
keep giving up the Lord for now.
Kailangan nating
Penge skin loads.
sabayan yung
Beetle Toast. Sali ka na lang sa raffle.
Qualified so much.
Abang-abang ka lang sa page ko.
Against OHEB.
Mamimigay ako ng ano.
But then you need a lot of
Hindi, mamimigay
Maglagay ka
ako.
ng bot sa screen mo din.
Mamimigay M5 skin, pre.
hatred. So yeah, Nomads
Brody,
item power spike.
mimigay ako
is
ng
all- is
5.
gonna be important for
5 mananalo ng Brody skin. Sarap pa naman, nagbo-Brody ng
Burn mo
Brody.
ng anim.
Nag-Brody ako nakaraan eh, ha?
Pero lutuin mo lang yung atin.
Di sa'yo?
Burn mo ng anim. Lutuin mo ng ano.
Walang
Lutuin mo
problema.
yung anim.
Walang problema dyan, mag-send ka lang ng Gcash.
There you go, they drive on in, and again, make it problematic for Haji this time.
Oh,
Here
putang
comes
na, yan
Ken.
na.
He's joining the deploy. Sensui now forced it down.
Putang ina, 1v5 boy.
And now the damage
Gago.
is unreal.
Gumit
coming in
na.
from TNC, who could manage a comeback here. If we're seeing this correctly, Eternal Guard is
Tangina niya,
still
mag-GG
taking
Blackers
care of
nito.
here, but it is
Mga
too
palag na
late
masyado eh.
for Edward, super duper low. Yue already used up a
Patayin muna nila yung ano, Roger, o kaya yung Benedetta, yun ang masakit eh.
And again, it was at this time it was
Pag na-champion na dalawang
suppression, the
eh.
winter truncheon play coming out from UA.
Ganda pa naman ng Brody skin, nararamdaman ko.
Damage onto OHEB.
Ito na naman si Edward.
Hindi kaya ni Edward. Ay putang ina mo na stun.
Goodness, what the heck just happened
look at
there?
Heads.
I think that was the terrified.
Uy, baligtad.
Now it's Heads.
Uy!
Zoning
Nice
out
one, Yue.
here.
Buti na
For the
reset.
Eternal Guard, I think he's gonna go
Nice
down.
one.
Taker
It's
curse.
1 for 1. That
Takers.
was unbelievable what happened to
Sabi ko kasi Blacklist. Sabi ko kasi Blacklist ba nanalo eh.
But then again, the fact that it was an exchange and the TNC lost the
Na,
heads
na,
that moment,
nakatawa nga
I
yung
think
sa
Blacklist
sa poll
might
mo.
have even the better
Sino ang
shot at this.
matalo
Lord
yung
knows.
nakalagay.
Sabi ko,
Hindi nila
sino ang
binigay.
gusto mong matalo? Blacklist ang pinili nila. Baka ako nagkakamali sila ng basa ha. Baka nila,
Yun nga, hindi nila binigay.
And Horizon was
Baka
two, though.
pagkakaintindi nila, sino gusto manalo.
Deal with the Lord because of what Edward did.
Sabi ko lang eh, sabi ko.
Here coming in from Blacklist, although TNC
Tangan ng
Mahirap yan, mahirap.
Tangan ng Lord niya, hindi pa mamatay-matay kanina ba? Pinagkagawa na nila kanina pa.
Okay, it's half
Lord is
health.
low.
it's half
Grabe Lord.
Grabing Lord dance eh.
take could be close. Blacklist going 4-man on mid.
Ngayon ko na
Ito yung enjoy sa Blacklist. Magaling mo yun.
I mean, heads has been flagging.
Ngayon ko na 16.
Oo.
Ang lakas ko
Na,
sa tubig.
Once again, it's going to start up here. They went with that full reset. Both teams also
Paano gawin yun?
full force. Edward.
Ano? Sinam na pati naman si Edward.
Curtain call slows down
Hindi,
Nomad.
nabuhay pa, nabuhay
Hindi,
pa.
Oh my goodness.
Why?
Re-engage, counter-engage.
Oy,
rather
Sid,
by
Sid,
Boom.
Sid.
Against
Yue.
OM. There's the sound.
Sid, gago.
Yue.
Kumintaan na.
Diving
Yue.
in, getting
Wala
a
na
lot
mga
of
ulti.
damage into the Blacklist members, but
Huwag
there's
na,
no
huwag na.
Hindi, kaya. Ubus,
Nice
ubus.
cleanup coming in from the Blacklist squad.
Huwag na mag-lord, di na mag-lord,
Came
tingin
out
ko.
on top there. Free members down for TNC.
Ay, mag-lord.
Maglo-Lord pa rin yan diyan.
Again.
Hindi kaya,
He's just
ano pa eh.
playing the part.
Mababa lang yung timer
Gets
eh.
the attention, forces a fight, and now they
Putang
go.
ina,
mababa pa
kumanti,
yun.
oy, gago. Hindi na mag-lord to.
Hatred there.
Push na lang to.
Takes out the
Push.
turret
Maglo-Lord
on the
lang.
way out.
Hindi, magpupush yung iba dito. Hindi na mag-lord siya, oy.
What do you call that? The curtain call.
Isa lang mag-lord yung CC.
Nauugaw mo po.
Tama.
Crucial. Edward is
Kung si Venus yan,
Lord help right
hindi na
now.
mag-lord yan. Sasabihin niya, sige, go na. Oh?
Even without Sensui,
Pero hindi pa pala
they
abot.
might take it. Oh, it was
Joke,
so slow.
joke,
Yeah,
joke.
boss.
Sensui will be up though.
They're gonna be able to get
Okay lang kung nasa,
guard
ano,
there as
yung
well.
ginawa,
Lord versus
ginawa nila dati.
Lord. And there it is.
Blacklist. This time it was Edward just
Joke,
being
joke.
very tanky. Great idea from TNC, but they didn't have enough damage.
45 minutes na inyo?
Jumps in front, like literally in the bubble of Blacklist International. And then
45
was controlled
ang ano niya,
afterwards.
init?
Despite Super Yoshi tanking through,
Oh, 45.
Blacklist
Nung
International still
Grabe yun ah.
find the big opening
Bagyo na
out
yun
there.
ah. 45 pa
I
rin?
believe that TNC is identifying, okay, we need
45
Hatred
straight na ano na
for
week.
these fights. He's the alien
44, 45. Tapos nung isang
finisher,
araw,
if ever.
ano din.
Ang ina, grabe yun.
Pwede ka nang magsahin. Pwede ka nang magsahin eh.
Pwede nga magsahin sa labas.
But TNC, they can actually
Pwede na.
win some of these fights.
Ilagay mo lang sa bubong. Mamaya-maya luto na.
Hindi, totoo lang. Itlog, kayang lutuin yun eh. Itlog.
Oh, ulo. Boom!
Diving in onto that.
Lagi silang binabakot
Wala.
ng Benedetta. Yun.
That was a nice
Sabi,
move from
Mino, wala
Haji.
na pansit.
They take out
Push na to.
crucial tank, the front line of TNC.
May ulti pa yung
Four
ulti.
members
Hindi, push
still
na to,
alive,
push.
heads clearing up on top, and now they're trying
Narangan nila si Benedetta
finish
para
as
hindi
Turret
maka ano.
Guard still up. Clear are the
Wala na to,
minions.
maganda minions
So
ang
no
Blacklist.
minions means no push for Blacklist for the
Parating
meantime.
na.
It means
Tatlong
we
wave.
wait up for the next
Hindi
wave.
lang na ano yung sa top eh.
Good damage coming in from
Game
Edward.
3 to boy,
Locking
game 3.
down Ryzen. And I think with that,
Game
we
3?
are going to a game number 3.
Blacklist International will do it in game 2, extending the series to game 3.
Ang ina yan.
TNC
Napatagal
not
pa, kala ko
able to
magto
keep up that
2-0.
time.
Ayaw magpatalo.
Overall team fight.
Ayaw magpatalo ng
Blacklist.
Blacklist.
Blacklist International once again proving to be really good. I believe Sensui with Frederick.
Delay ng 10 seconds.
Played so well.
Ay pala pre, may nagkaan sa akin lagi.
Advantage with the Harriet.
Clickbait daw lagi yung
Super
title
well done
ko.
coming up from OHIP. Took advantage of that.
Samantalang yung title ko naman, lagi ko lang sinusunod dun sa mga sinasabi nung kiniklip ko, di ba? Pati yung caption sa ano, thumbnail.
Yung mga
Lagi daw clickbait. Samantalang hindi ako nagamit ng mga ano, yung mga birang-bira gumamit ng mga 200 IQ. Everyone shock. This hero shock everyone. Everyone in MPL, ganun. Diba? Tangan, di ba clickbait yun? Tangan. Parang mga gag. Bakit?
yung sa'yo kasi, at least Chicago eh.
Hindi kasi sa akin, direct to the point kasi, kung ano yung sinabi ng streamer, yun ang nilalagay kong title. Hindi ko na,
Gonna be none other than
Ikaw ba yung everyone shock in MPL, hindi ba clickbait yun? Tingin mo ba lahat ng...
Parang yung
diba? Bakit? Lahat ba ng nasa MPL na shock talaga? Diba parang ganon? Diba? Oh, may 200 IQ ba? May 9999 IQ ba? Diba? Hindi naman tinasi yung mga ano pag...
Also showed us how
puta, may nagsasabi pa ayoko sa'yo, Segin. Lagi ka na lang clickbait. Doon ako sa isa. Kaya mas nirespeto ko yung isa. Kasi hindi nagagawa ng clickbait. Putang ina. Sabi ko nga harap mo sa akin kung hindi siya nagki-clickbait talaga. Putang ina.
Winter Tension Gold that's needed.
Lahat naman ng creator
lahat ng nasa YouTube gumagamit ng clickbait, pero hindi naman yung sobrang clickbait na para mag-iba yung context.
Super Yoshi is
hindi mo
easily taken
out. Nag-title ka na si Ibana. Mare, ganito lang, Ibana, nabangga. Pero ang totoo naman, nabangga lang siya ng ano, nung nabangga siya sa pader. Ayun ang clickbait. Wala namang kalatila yung title. Parang mga ganun na. Sabi ko nga, gumawa ka ng channel para mas maintindihan nyo.
Though he tried to go for the play of the Sensui, was still left in the
middle. Melo ang tawag na goat
It didn't know him.
Goat ba siya?
There's no other escape for hatred at that point.
Hindi, yung meaning kasi ng goat, meaning ng goat kasi, goat is all time.
O kaya nga, di ba pang clickbait yun? Di ba?
Hatred, unfortunately, far too late on him copying ultimate. That's why
lahat naman
nakakainis na rin yung
parang gusto ko lang sagutin mga ganon. Pag sasabihin, clickbait ka naman, samantala yung buti pa yung isa, respectable. Putang ina, respectable. Tulak mo sa akin yan kung respectable yan.
But we know that they can team fight, and that's one thing that maybe could be the trend for the next game. They might choose for heroes that are good at team fighting. Because in this case, for TNC,
baka nagpipiling mabait lang yan. Dito tayo sa totoo,
tangina. Roger to a good late game hero. We saw the Bruno in game number 1. Had it been that the Bruno was picked up.
Pag sinabing wala mo nang mag-click, wala mo nang mag-click.
Oo, puta na. Tapos si ano, sino ba yun? Yung isa, yung clipper lagi na nakatambay kay Trex.
And we can see that for Black
ayun ba yun? Nabasa ko ba? Wala ko. Nag-ano pa siya nag-comment pa siya Siguro takot mo na. Sabi ba nyo, wala mo na mag-i-clip habang hindi nagpo-post si Boss Rex. Attention. Mamaya napadaan sa FYP ko parang sa, di ba sa TikTok FYP? Naka-post na siya pero si Trex hindi pa nagpo-post. Natatawa na lang ako tangin. Kasi kailangan mag-ganun.
That meant that he really did his job.
Ang kasi ngayon ni Trex, medyo busy sa Aminado.
Busy. Dapat kasi
may mga
70,000 damage compared to
dapat ikaw na nagpa-public para nalulog.
And that speaks for his aggression in this game and the fact that he's getting...
Hindi, yun nga rin yung nasasabihin ko bukas after ng stream.
Kung hindi naman kasi... Pakita mo lang yung title niya sa kayo ano kung... Di mo naman siguro sisirain yung channel.
Look at that, 74,000 damage.
Oo, alam na nasisirain ko.
It's rare for a Valentine damage.
Paano rin ako kikita ko, di ba? Dahil lang dyan sa halaga, di ba? Parang kumbaga parang tiwala lang, no? Parang lagi siya may upload, di ba, no?
Yun nga rin siguro nasa apat na yung mga videos na hindi pa
niya na-upload. Meron kasi mga clip na
pero hindi pa
may mga may mga clip na kailangan mo agad i-upload kasi kung yan ay current events o yung napapanahon na dapat maging updated, yung i-update mo baga. Kasi malay mo kinabukasan, may panibagong update na dun sa clip mo. Hindi na magiging relevant yung clip mo na yun pag in-upload mo ng ibang araw kasi natabunan na Kuha mo ba yan?
Oo, ako.
Diba, kuwari yung sinasabi ko sa'yo, diba, yung kay Chicken.
I think we've
nag-upload na si Chicken. Kaso, si Trex nagre-react, di ba? Nagre-react. Parang hindi wala nang sense kung i-upload mo pa yung react. Kasi, nakapag ano na si Chicken ng parang video niya. Ganun ba? Parang yung series ba? Kaya kailangan, pag mga ganyang character events, pag narinig mo, upload agad. Upload agad para tapos, yung iba sasabihin, ano ba yan? Out of context ka na naman. Yan lang in-upload mo. Di mo muna hinintay yung ano yung Chicken. Tangin, ba't hintayin ko pa yun? Hintayin ko pag nag-video siya sa kaya upload. Di ba kung mag-ano yun eh? Balita nga, di ba? Pag may balita, ibabalita mo agad. So, ngayon, yung mga susunod na sasagot doon sa balita, di i-upload mo ulit. Hindi yung iipunin mo isang beses, di ba no? Kasi, wala ka lang, kumbaga sa ano no, mawawalan ka na.
Oo, yun nga rin eh, kaya nga, kakausapin ko mamaya or bukas siguro.
Wari ako, nag-react ako.
Kunwari hindi masyadong
Wari, nag-react ako, Ngayon, in-upload mo. Ay, hindi mo in-upload. Tapos, may sumagot. Tapos ngayon, may sumagot, di ba? Tapos sumagot ulit ako. Ngayon, ang i-upload mo pa lang yung una kong sagot. Hindi, wala na. Parang ganun lang yun eh.
Ayun nga, dapat nga paunahan eh.
Paunahan talaga.
Kaya mostly
depende naman sa topic kung kailangan talaga i-upload. Pero kung mga opinion lang na hindi naman talagang character, pwede naman kasi. Katulad yung kaya no. Kaya sabi mo sa akin yung si streamer ng NA, kahit anong araw pwede ko i-upload yun eh. Kasi hindi naman ano yun eh.
I think
nanonood din ako ng stream nun sa umaga pag walang akong gawa. Yun nga yun.
Mexicano ata yun?
Parang Mexican-American. Hindi, parang Espanyol eh. Yun nga, siguro Mexican-American.
Tapos nag-aaral ng doktor.
Nagdo-doktor ba siya?
Habang, nagdo-doktor.
Nag-react nga yun kay ano eh. Alam mo yung kay Asbel? Nag-react siya nun eh.
By the way, some people have asked, I thought it was like,
basta nag-react lang siya.
I thought it was before the base
medyo, siyempre, yung opinion niya, kontra naman dun sa isa. Pero hindi ko kinilip eh.
The entire time before the base
magandang i-clip pre, kaso wala eh. Baka mag-away na naman yung
Sino mag-away?
Di ba, alam mo yung sinabi ni Asbel sa NACT? Or hindi?
Asbel?
Oo.
Hindi ko napapanood si Asbel eh. Pero alam ko sigurado yun. Alam ko yung sasabihin nun. Wala na, lipas na.
Alam ko kung lipas na yun, matagal na. Pero siyempre, ngayon na tausbong yung yung NACT, bigla siyang bumalik na yun.
Oo nga.
Nag-clock.
Yun yung ganda si Asbel, di ba? Mabilis. 30 minutes pa lang ating clip.
Oo, mabilis. Pero
30 minutes pa lang clip ko, nakareact agad eh.
Doon na siya. Pag may credit, yun ang maganda.
Nagalit nga si ano din eh. Hindi ko na sasabihin. Baka basta may nagalit siya doon. Flipper din nagalit. Hindi daw siya hindi daw siya grabe daw. Wala man lang daw. Baga 30 minutes pa lang ata. Yung ano niya. Tapos yung thumbnail, ganun din dahil lalagay lang daw yung mukha niya. Para daw parang parang ano daw, parang nahaharang niya yung views na para dapat doon sa video.
Between the two teams that struggles, it's really difficult to see them kind of.
Yun ang pangit doon eh, tapos wala pang credits doon sa pag-mismo eh.
Pero kung sa legit din si Asbel kasi reaction video yung kanya eh. Walang magagawa talaga yung ano.
Will probably have a better shot at the playoffs. Remember,
yung Clipper pag ano.
Pwede naman siyang mag-copyright doon, pero siya mag-copyright.
Kung may copyright yun kasi reaction video eh. Basta pinakita rin niya sa akin yung reply niya.
Take a look as well for Blacklist International. Their top 5
Sabi niya lang eh. Sabi niya ipatagalin mo naman kahit 6 hours man lang o kaya isang araw para naman hindi maharang yung views ko. Ako sa akin.
Yun nga rin eh.
Sabi ko sa akin, wala akong pake. Bahala ka naman. Pero pag yung kay Trex naman, pag sinasabi niya wag ko i-clip, hindi ko talaga kiniplik. Kasi karapatan niya yun. Pero pag naano ko hindi niya sinasabing gano'n, i-clip ko talaga yun muna.
Nakatawa nga. Yun yung maganda kay yun lang siya eh, kahit na marami pang buzzer. Dahil doon sa isang Mr. Fear na clip nyo.
Kaya nga eh. Di ba sabi niya gagawa siya ng t-shirt nun?
Gumawa na.
Gumawa na? Gagawa rin talaga ako ng ganun pre. Baka
meron.
Hindi, baka kasi isipin niya ginaya ko eh. Hindi gagawa, di pa naman wala pa akong design pero kasi ang bala ko kasi sa mga t-shirt ko lahat ng mga famous quotes ng mga ML player, mga streamer, yung mga sikat na personality na yung mga unforgettable quotes nila ilalagay ko sa t-shirt. Eh syempre, puta ka na Mr. Peer eh. Putok na putok ka Mr. Peer, di ba?
Let's jump into
game 3. Kaya, tamo siya nga.
Umulan ng...
Kaya nga, si Trex nga mismo, papagawa ng t-shirt dahil alam niya, putok ng putok eh. Ganon din ako. Kaso, sige, paunahin ko lang siya, pero ibang design naman sa akin kasi. Kumbaga kasi, yun ang gusto ko sa clothing ko, yung mga sinasabi ng mga sikat na streamer. Ilalagay ko sa t-shirt. Parang ano ba yung parang mga t-shirt ng Che Guevara, yung mga ganun. May mga quotes, tapos picture nila.
Maybe not the fairness to go with it. Maybe
alam mo kay Che Guevara na t-shirt, yung mga ganun?
I think.
Ganun ang gusto ko. Pero maglalabas na si Trex ng ganun eh, yung Mr. PLT. Mauna na siya. Ako sa Pilipinas naman ako.
Finally, says agency.
Meron na siya yung sa Mr. Fear, yung ginagamit namin sa ano ba, yung emote. Pag nakasubscribe ka. Eh pag naka-join ka sa channel.
Emote? Gagawin niya sa emote.
Oo, yun yung nilagay niya sa damit.
Gagawin niya yung sticker. Yung sticker gagawin niya ng damit.
And some of the great uses of obviously the diversion.
Ata, meron din ata siyang sticker.
Ako may
Tapos, dalawa lang yung
may subscription na rin ako eh, kaso wala pa nagpapamember. Pero okay lang, di ko rin naman hindi ko rin naman hindi ko rin alam paano ko ano yung mga member ko.
Now is the right time to pick up the Florin, I believe.
Kung mga member, no? Pwede kang gumawa ng quad na ibang tawag dito. Mga post, yung early, parang early bird, ganon. Or, pwede ka humingi ng, magla-live interview ko na Gideon, ganon.
Onik pa lang ngayon, maglalaban ng Onik. Naka-live din yung si DJ ba eh, Onik ang inaano niya eh.
That's a classic Yue hero.
DJ hindi nagla-live ng MPL Malaysia eh, no?
I like that pickup.
Yeah. The Grok
is siyempre,
sinabi din sa kanya ng
Ruby.
Siyempre, hindi mag-react. Siyempre, doon ka sa may ano, doon ka sa maraming puta.
Ruby plus Louis.
Doon ka sa maraming views.
Is a hero that is also being
Malaysia na yan ha, tapos sasabihin nila.
Super Yoshi. Not sure if Blacklist will allow
nung nakarang araw, mas maraming views ang Malaysia.
To be picked up.
Dahil dun kay Ratlesa, yung backdoor play niya.
Exactly.
Intercontinental ballistic.
Yes. Exactly.
It's an ICV.
Ilan lang yung nanood ng
Hindi ako, nanonood ako ng MPL Malaysia. Kasi una sila, di ba? Dapat kasi ang ginagawa ni Munton, di naman sa pag-ano, dapat talaga magkakaiba sila ng time slot. Para lahat, kuwari, MPL ID. Kagaya ng MPL ID, nauuna sila, di ba? Unang week nila, sila ang nauna. So, ang papanoorin lahat ng tao, kahit sa ibang bansa, MPL ID. Tapos, yung MPL Malaysia naman, dahil una sila, 11 pa lang ata, nag-start na yan. Yung mga hindi pa gustong manood ng MPL PH o ID, nanonood muna sa kanila. Ngayon, ang naiipit yung MPL PH.
Less stress in life.
Kasi hapon na
Oo,
sila.
laging naipit yung MPL PH.
Kasi hapon na sila. Tapos nag-break yung MPL ID, di ba? 2 weeks. So,
2 weeks.
So, yung MPL PH, wala siyang kasabay. Masyado. Pero kasabay niya, MPL MY, pero nauna lang MPL MY ng konti.
Oh, pretty good.
So, medyo maraming views ng MPL PH. Ngayon, kasabay nila MPL ID. Talagang may iiwan ng MPH sa views lang, sa viewership. May iiwan talaga.
Come on.
Kaya dapat, itong tatlong to, Malaysia, PH, saka Indo.
Of course.
Dapat yan talaga.
Magkakaiba sila.
No, kaya i-manage yung mundo. Hindi yung time slot, talagang kailangan i-manage mabuti. Hindi ko sinasabing umaga, tanghali, gabi. Kumbaga talagang paunahin na nila yung isang region matapos.
Let's get through it. The Ruby's banned
Yun
out.
nga lang, ang magiging disadvantage ng Dubai na. For example,
Pero hindi rin naman pwede yun kasi tapos na MPL ID, magsisimula pa ng PH. Hindi pwede yun. Kasi magkakakita ng meta yun. Okay na lang. Wala, ganito talaga magiging setup niyan. Yung MPL MY medyo maganda kasi maaga sila. So wala silang kalaban sa time slot.
Oo. Hindi may kalaban sila.
Ha? Sino? MPL Mena, mga ganun.
MPL Mena. MPL Mena.
Walang English ang MPL Mena, pre. Kaya, siyempre, kung ikaw Pilipino, kaya Amerika o Indo, siyempre, tapos nakakaintindi ka ng English, doon ka na sa MPL Malaysia. Di ba?
Meron.
May English ba ang MPL Mena? Nagpapanoorin ko yun kung may English yun. Wala pa, alam ko. Yun nga ang...
I-check ko mamaya.
Ay nga gusto ko dati yung Cambodia. May English sila, may English casting sila, Burger King. Ngayon wala.
Strike where the iron is hot, right?
Yung MPL...
He's Bruno game number 1.
Ewan.
So,
Siguro, hindi nila, ayaw nilang... Siguro budget. Pero hindi.
Mga Eminem.
Really enticing now for Blacklist.
Yung MPL Brazil. MPL Brazil, laging nasa sikat naman yung doon, RRQ Akira. Pero wala silang English na broadcast.
Selena, okay.
Diba? Sayang sayang yung manonood eh.
Grabing domination ng
I'm kind of, wow. I do have
starring
to
yung
say that
BTR
shout out to CM, the ML
Kung may English lang doon, puta, mas makukonekta mo yung mga player doon sa mga taga-ibang bansa. Kasi siyempre may mag-clip, may gagawa ng reaction. Diba?
This has happened before, the Selena Novaria.
Mas magagawan pa ng spotlight.
Mas lalaki yung network ng Brazil, mga Brazil.
I guess reach, maybe, because the hitbox just increasing and
Myanmar, yung Cambodia, yun, kasi mas maintindihan mo yung laro. Kasi may English
have
kas.
a lot of influence in the map, right? And then
Europe,
Kaja hates playing against Selena.
Europe wala din. Pero yung GOTF, Games of the Future, di ba, may English kas sila. Sila War Barbie. Pero ngayon, yung OCC ata yung OCC. Wala. Pure Russian.
Let's find out here if this is gonna work for Blacklist International or TNC can turn things around.
Yung OCC, Astral yun. Tapos,
just one game and game number 3.
hindi nagkaroon ng
TNC and Blacklist International. And
picture mo sila yung Oxygen.
that we've seen the Selena in the land of
Oxygen.
God here in the Philippines. So we'll see
Sila, ewan ko lang kung nangyari sa kanila.
Saka yung Turkey. Yung Turkey, di ba, sikat ang part lock. Kahit man lang isang kahit man lang dalawang caster lang sila na English, okay na yun eh. Para kahit pa paano, di ba, nakaka-relate yung ibang region.
Yeah, that's right. Together with, well, not literally with the Louis, but it was also
Din naman yung mga fan. Lumalakas na yung mga ibang regions eh. Nakakasabay na sila yung mahabol.
Ayun nga eh, wala nga English kasi. Sana panoorin, di ba?
Trendsetters.
Kaya nga.
Puta, nag-anon si Haji.
You do still have to consider the
Kaya natin itong i-record.
There's a great pickup.
Magawa tayong content kay Haji.
There also is, again with Selena, this is like I said, it's
Kung hindi ko mapapatapos tong itong 13, mamaya na ulit
So it's something that can work for
itong game. May nom-nom eh.
it's almost
May
a
inom ba?
mini
May
game
inom?
for TNC to deal with.
Exactly.
You know?
Inom ngayon, may
Not
inom.
only that, they
Sana
have to
all
dodge
may
the
inom.
Star Shatter too. So it's like a
My guy,
Isang buwan at
you are in your own
isang
game
linggo.
within the game.
Hindi, 2 linggo,
And
sakto.
with all of that, imagine
Wala
Na
kang
walang inom.
Walang inom? Lukuhan yan.
amount of time you can buy for maybe Edward to
Oo,
make
wala,
something
literal.
happen
Kasi nasa loob kami lang.
Good points here. Again, waiting for that first turtle.
Ako nga eh. Alam
Walang
mo,
lumabas.
Uling inom ko ata yung birthday ko ba?
Available here.
Mag-isang ba na rin?
And similar like we saw earlier, I'm wondering if Super
Oh,
Yoshi's gonna be
di
able to get
clean,
that level
clean
4,
tayo.
get
Pwede
that
na
divine
tayong
judgment. Doesn't look like he's
pwede na
gonna be
tayong
able to.
madiligan ng
Has
araw.
to
Sa
flip
sahod
it
na
as
lang
well,
ulit
so
inom. Alam mo naman sahod ng YouTube, di ba?
dealing with it. Yep. And
Okay.
right now,
We got the blue. We got the move though. We got the
Diversion.
move.
Minsan ano, nag-delay.
And the duality
Delay?
actually broke, which means the damage was
Oh.
through the roof.
Minsan delay. 7
call
days
that
eh.
a diversion.
Mostly. Di ba?
Good job.
Pag minsan mapapa-assist.
Okay.
Delay? May yan eh. Hindi may naglalaro lang yan sa mga
I mean,
dalawa,
really,
tatlong araw.
Blacklist International also did not
Di-
expect that.
Alam mo naman, di ba?
The fact that
Pinapaano ko
they
na
took
yan,
away
no?
both positions 4 and 5.
Hindi niya sinasabi sa'yo
Oh,
kung kailan ang
It's
ano
like
mo.
a massive bonus now. They don't have to worry about retribution. Well, smartly though,
Hindi niya
TNC
sinasabi kung kailan ang ano,
will
sahod.
not invade. And now, Sensui.
Hindi.
That was the
Kasi
right
hindi ko
thing
naman
to do.
hinahanap eh.
Eh, kailangan niya hinahanap ko wala.
We were surprised
Nilarasyon na.
damage
Anong araw?
Super Friends was doing on
Yeah.
the
Louis.
Mostly,
people forgot. You know what?
pag kakailanganin ko lang, doon ako mag-PPM eh.
It's
Ah,
insane when
walang-
people,
walang
when
ano,
people
wala.
get together, they have a different
Wari, kinsenas katapusan, mga ganun.
So bad.
Yeah.
But if there are
Wala?
two
Wala, walang
like,
ganun.
or at least 2
Kung
people,
kailan ka lang
Oo.
magsasabi,
and even more, really amps it up. So
hindi araw-araw ka magsabi.
it's a weird hero to have. Like Louis
Baliw.
going up against one player is
Double play na yun.
weak. But when there are
Ayaw.
two opponents, it becomes very strong.
when they're especially bunched up, right?
Teka lang,
The way
wait
that
ako.
works and
Pakainin ko muna
that's
yung
where
mga
she really gets to shine.
alaga kong
Even with the
Sige.
doggo.
lethal ignition,
Out ka.
having that emblem set, the damage, the poke potential is great.
Out
And
ka na.
Sa Discord lang.
now that he
Sige, sige.
has the
Ikaw
sige.
na magpapatay?
kinda gonna most likely wait the next 23
Ano,
seconds
imimit
for
ko lang.
that flicker to be
Ah,
available.
mimit mo
And
lang. Sige,
they
mimit mo
always
lang.
have this kind of on-command pick-off potential that
Wala
they
nga
can throw
pagkain.
Blacklist International. And you have to consider the fact, too, that if they get that automatic -1, let's say they really get that Divine Judgment off, they get a kill.
Okay guys, shout out to my 7 viewers, 7,000 viewers na napakatatag.
You can
Na hindi
use
ako
the
iniiwan.
diversion that we saw this, I think it was just yesterday.
Napakwento tayo
That
ng
play was
marami.
made with
Focus na
the
tayo sa game.
diversion
Oh, look
into
at
the
that.
conceal with the Kaja.
Si Lina Haji.
And there are traps all over the place. And
Ay,
like I
ito
said,
pala,
it's
ito yung
difficult to
ginawa
play the
ng ano
Kaja
eh.
when there's a Selena.
Ginawa ng
You
BTR eh,
also-
kahapon eh.
That's probably the reason why Blacklist
Si Lina
International
kinounter ang
allowed the
Louis.
to be picked up because they know that they can be
Panalo
prepared.
ba sila nun?
Because you can
Talo ata
put
sila.
the Selena traps on typical Louis teleport
Oo,
or
para
portal
sa traps.
places, diversion places. And
Diversion
then
plays.
have extra
Para may iwasan diversion plays.
Wow. Oh, there
Oh,
it is.
there you go. Finally, a successful activation.
Ang patay na naman
of the
si
Kaja.
Sensui.
Divine Judgment.
Daming
Only
bumaba
goes
natin eh.
Sensui, though, quite tanky as a Fredrin. But imagine that's going to be the frontliner for Blacklist down in very low HP.
Tangina, burst
so that
seeds.
they might not be able to
Ah,
respond
nakaben
to
si
this
ano.
battle right
Palit
now.
sila.
They
Yun
will be
lang.
giving it up.
Diversion play na naman. Hoy.
Where is it? Where's on the side? There you go. Oh,
Wag,
yeah.
oy, boy,
He's the
boy.
target.
Delicates.
You know this
Patay
now.
ka, gago. Ah!
Oh, he dodged one spell.
Uy.
That's
Got the
enough.
flicker, though.
I think he missed out on the timing. Where
Na-cancel yung ulti ni
Divine
Kaja.
Judgment on cooldown. I think
Yeah.
he missed on the comms there.
Hmm.
So that's huge for TNC. Huge win up on top. That means they will have to give away that turret.
Man, I really like what Sensui is doing. Right now, he's taking away important jungle creeps away from
Oo nga, tama
Ryzen.
yung Sensui.
So despite Blacklist International struggling, I think that they'll have a good shot on the next Lord just because of the EXP gap. And Sensui is not trailing behind when
Guys,
it comes to the
nagana
farm.
P. Umiwi mo na,
Really good
umiwi.
stuff that you're seeing from Sensui and his instincts.
I think again, you just kind of when it's this situation, you're like, I just got to get what I can.
Yeah.
And if that's parts of the enemy jungle of TNC, then
Ooh, that
Blacklist
combo.
can work with that.
Combo.
And if they can, it's really like, well, we just wait to meet TNC in these objectives because right now, like you guys mentioned, they've kind of just had to give up these 2 turtles. Right now, TNC setting that pace. But we'll see if they're punished as the farming continues up here for Blacklist International. If you're really looking for that silver lining for Blacklist, it's, okay, well, they haven't had too many deaths. It's only 2. They only have a 2K Goldie to work against. But TNC, on the other hand, they've got great setup potential, great diversions that can be set up here. Again, great pickoff potential with that. And like we said earlier, Nomad on this Bruno, where you got a Savage in game 1, could help them out here. Heads going to spawn out Edward, trying to set up on the backside. And they set things up. Diversion again.
Another diversion. So
All right.
like 2 people being set out. And you know what? The advantage that you also have of the Selena is these traps are just so good. You can check so many bushes and maybe be safer. Nomad 1v1 with Sensui.
That's an oof.
How did that start?
Big oof. The Purified not gonna work versus a Fredrin that has a lot of stunts to have. And then it happened because Sensui is farming constantly. He didn't stop farming.
The
Go for
mini
Haji.
stun. Super Yoshi used the flicker and the combo with the Divine Judgment, but no follow-up. That is a huge ultimate being used up, and there is a turtle on the map.
Oh man, TNC making the bad plays now.
Uh-oh.
Right, a lot of vision being given off by the Astral Echo. Ryzen taken out, and there you go. It's suddenly a 4v5 for Blacklist.
I'm surprised TNC just didn't give this turtle up. As soon as Nomad went down, I don't know. They should have probably just been like, you know what? And especially when the Divine Judgment didn't work out for them. It should have been.
Oh no.
Let's call it back.
Yep. Fortunately for TNC, it was Super Yoshi to take that orange buff. But now, I do agree with you, especially because we don't have the Kaja ultimate up. That's you consider yourself dead if you're Super Yoshi if you don't have the time if the Divine Judgment, right?
Yep.
So it's practically a 5v3 at that moment.
3.5.
Yeah. So yeah, and I now see the combo for Blacklist. Edward with a Petrify. That confirms 1 stun, so you can follow up with another stun from Haji and then the damage from Yue.
And they can do it from very far away.
Exactly. So that's a scary stuff for sure for TNC.
And right now, TNC, that lead they had, that little bit of lead like we were talking about, completely diminished at this point just from that whole interaction for that third turtle.
Lamang TNC pero lamang Blacklist sa map.
Sets themselves up. You already mentioned this earlier, Wolf.
Hindi maabante yung
The
TNC.
team fight potential that Blacklist International has is actually pretty good.
Yep.
And also,
Natatakot na sila sa mga ano eh. Sa mga trap si Selena siguro.
with his positioning. He isn't exactly
Lakas maka-intimidate ng mga traps eh.
just yet. Yeah, he's got that purified.
Kahit
but
si
like
Louie
you
hindi niya
mentioned,
masyadong ginagamit
that will
ulti niya.
help so much dealing with the lineup that Blacklist has here. So in 30 seconds or so, we're going to find that Lord come up, and both teams trying to get that space.
Yue,
they
lightning
can work with,
Tranchon.
get some of these tier 1s down, some of these other turrets. And as
Medyo
they even
masakit.
out, oh, there's another
Pampakate.
direct play, but not going to be able to find anything.
I also have the Echo still.
Oh, tama. Ito yung ginawa ng Black.
They were caught.
Bitter kahapon eh. Nubari sa Selena.
Whistle arrow up at this point, and
Awon
Blacklist
to sa Louie.
quietly taking over the game.
Magawa kaya ng Blacklist na. Maiksikip kaya na.
Zero is just starting to get warmed up. Although he is against heads, I really like the Bakido pickup here. Kind of make sure that you can have a chance to chase Agent Zero. But again, we're yet to see what he can actually do here. Oh, man. Nice guess here from you with. Hits up 2 members of TNC, and now it's going to be Blacklist who seem to want to get something done here on the mid.
Oh, that's
Hindi nakakataw ng River yung ano, TNC. Bakod na nubara sa Selena.
And so
Yue,
now
yeah.
Shadow, sorry.
Astral Echo.
Yep. The Echo's going to come down, so now Lord's up here. Half health, but you can see,
Ano
even
na,
with this, they
Haji?
still have to be
Haji
confident how
Sele.
they walk up to this. Hatred
Boom!
from Yoshi.
Whoa!
God.
What?
How does he
What?
know?
Alam na eh.
Whoa! No way!
Alam
That's how you
na.
stop that setup.
That's how you stop that setup. Man, oh man. And that was not a joke. That
Wala
was
dun
actually
kanina,
max
tinira niya
damage
sa may buff,
on
wala.
Astral
Doon na lang sa kabila.
Recall, and there you go.
Heads.
That's going to be 2v2
Grabe,
right
pumasok ako
there.
si
That
Edward.
might be a sacrifice. The team fight looks
Patay,
really
kay
bad.
Chewie, wala akong
Blacklist,
Lord.
The free members
Tangina
from the
yan.
back can't join the 2 on the front.
Wow!
Isolated.
Uy,
Good
tangina si
isolation
Ryzen.
coming out from TNC, and Ryzen just tanky enough to kind of hold his ground, soak some of the damage from Blacklist International, and then equalize it with that
Bato
beautiful
na ng bato,
big bonus
Yue.
welcome.
Parang di kayo malaglag sa
And
play.
neither team able to secure the Lord just yet.
Full
Getting spun
info.
out. Diversion coming in to support this play here.
Complete 5-man squad again for TNC, and now it's still 3v5
Oy!
here for
Putang ina,
Blacklist.
muntik pa may
For
steal.
some reason, trying to see if he can get some fight done with Nomad, but it is
Ano,
a
may
no-go.
steal pa ni
It's
Yui.
TNC coming out with the Lord. Now more damage coming in, Ryzen absorbing all of that. For some reason, he's tanky enough though.
Yeah, going for the Sky Helmet, good decision. And then the Kiras. Back in Season 6, I remember Barretts as one of those heroes that counters the Selena just because of the... because back then, resilience wasn't that big of a thing.
Yeah.
And Barretts is one of those heroes with natural resilience. And resilience is basically reducing the amount of time controlled.
Tough boots.
Basically.
Yeah.
And so that's why Ryzen can afford to get that, and the Sky Guardian helmet helps a lot.
We'll see how they play around this again. A lot of shots here from Haji, landing about 26% of them.
It don't you know, it looks kind of bad, but don't forget he also uses check bushes.
Yeah, exactly.
So right now it's gonna be Super Yoshi caught up here.
God.
Energy eruption forces them to fuse a flicker there, and he could have been really bad, but at least they're alive.
Better not land on a trap there, Super Yoshi. So he's going to be fine. Blacklist International makes quick work of the Lord. They hold on to as much as they can here.
Yep.
TNC, though, finding themselves again in a small lead that they lost earlier. So it's a pendulum right now between both teams here.
Nalulugi na ng Blacklist ah.
Woo, damage difference. Okay. Interestingly, Yoshi dealt more damage. Well, it's a roaming Selena, by the way, so that's alright. But then, the Novaria, look at that. That's the thing with the Novaria. No matter what happens, you have an impact.
Yep, no matter what happens, you're able to siege from a distance, and that really does help. Hatred, though, picking up the Divine Glaive, especially now with this part of the game where you're going to have Blacklist International kind of bunching up a little bit in some situations. That's where the Lord can really shine when you have these damage items available.
Yep, sila makapenetrate eh. Ang kulit ng Novaria.
Looking pretty even as well here.
Kasi Lina eh, no? Mag-check talaga sila eh.
And I would say that despite TNC is
mag-check at mag-check sila.
By 2K.
Yeah.
Hindi sila makagawa ng play.
Probably doesn't matter at all at this game. Like probably leads don't matter as much. I think that it will boil down to actual gameplay. Like how Blacklist International are trying to hit their shots with both you and Haji. And then conversely, it's the ultimate from Hatred that if they find a big opening, which they're trying to do now, it's just for scouting at this point. Yeah, that's just about, what, 22 seconds?
22 seconds, tika, bilangin natin.
Yeah.
Very short cooldown.
Short cooldown.
Mga 15, meron na siya.
Sorry,
15.
14,
15, tingnan natin kung meron si Hatred na ulti.
Shoot your shot.
Yes.
You might not always find the target.
Yes.
As long as you do
11,
shoot your shot,
13,
you could
14.
provide vision.
14 pa lang, meron.
Maybe for next
Ang galing
time.
talaga ni Ulti.
I mean, think how much coverage you actually have with both those heroes. You know, working together, being able to get, getting information. As if the Echo isn't enough, you know, to get that information that you need here.
Astral Echo is like the big guns, you know.
Yeah, so with that, Blacklist International has quite a bit of vision available to them. And they don't want to actually commit to this Lord just yet because even so, TNC has good damage potential. Might here for Blacklist.
Oh my god.
Oh my goodness,
as they land an
seriously.
arrow.
Look at that, so much area of effect damage. It's so hard to get near these Blacklist.
Gagawin nila, bago sila mag-lord, pipitas muna sila ng isa.
I can't stress that enough.
O kaya babawasan yung buhay, papagamitin ng ulti.
So much
Yan, diskarte eh. Diskarte nila eh.
Oh man.
I think
so makapag-lord sila ng medyo komportable.
Might be able to just take this, but Ryzen, Nomad gets the information. There's
Super Yoshi Luna eh, hindi pa makawi oh. Hindi siya makawi. Hoy!
Yoshi though!
Nako, putang inang bagal!
Catch up on Edward here.
Edward pa na uli.
But goes back in with the elective final blow.
Napilitan ng gumawa ng play kasi
Nomad's out as well. Man, Oheb's looking really
force
fire
play,
right
force
now. And again,
play.
because all the attention is on the other members, Oheb can just do whatever he
Exactly.
wants.
And I think that's definitely bad decision from TNC to go for Edward. I'm
passive
sure that
boards yun ng Selena
Edward is the only one that they can reach with Divine Judgment, but that doesn't mean that he is the right target to go to because of the fact that he can just eye for an eye out there. Right? They don't have the damage as well. So That's really
Ganon
bad
discard na yung
decision. Look at that
Oh.
shot.
Oh my goodness,
Nice one.
another one going down there, and that's going to be an instant assassination onto Hatred. Ryzen, not going to be
GG pa,
able
oh.
to sustain
GG pa,
against
TNT.
a carry. That
Man.
shredding damage coming in from Oheb is unbelievable.
Kaya magpaano, kaya magpaut ng
Going
ano,
into this
blacklist.
bush.
That's where you're starting to see it again. This, you know, you guys got to think about this. If you've never played against this before, the amount of mental clarity you need to deal with dodging all of these shots being thrown at you from Blacklist International.
Oh my god.
Look at that. It was moving. That was a moving target, but Head still got hit with the arrow. And now it's going to be the push up on the mid and on the bottom as well. Edward just doing Edward things.
Oh no.
Agent Zero making it hard. And he is a
Hindi,
moving target as
puro
well.
may
but
ulti
looks
ang
like
kalab,
they
puro
cleared
may
up.
ulti ang
Nice
TNC.
defense coming in from TNC
Baka
so
kayanin
far.
pa to.
Dodging some of these shots, make sure that they can clear their base.
Wala nang mga ulti ang blacklist atos na yan.
They got to almost taking out the third.
Ubusin na lang
without
nila yung
anyone
jungle
falling.
ni ano.
And now
Ryzen.
Blacklist International definitely in control of this game.
Winter Truncheon kay Ryzen sa kay Hatred. Wow!
Winter Truncheons to be available here. The real-time win rate.
Bro, as a player.
Flip-flopping. Now, big favor for Blacklist International. We take a look
Magagamit mo ba
quickly
Winter
at the item
Truncheon
here.
kapag
Mentioned earlier,
na-stun ka ni Selena? Di ba hindi?
But how about the items?
So bago ka tamaan, gagamitin mo.
So much because now it means that OHEB can one-shot people.
Oh, Edward!
Putang ina, Edward! Ba't ka pumunta ron?
But not gonna be able to use them at all.
Okay, no.
Bakit ka pumunta ron?
Unfortunately, Hatred got the orange, so it's a little bit of a oof there for TNC. Definitely want to give it to Nomad at this point because any additional damage source is going to be much welcome for the Bruno.
Yeah.
But that taking out Edward though, that's a massive play.
It's a good start.
TNC. Good start.
I was about to ask, like, what does TNC actually need to do to play around it?
Yeah.
You know, play around these stuns and these skill shots. And you know what? That's
Queen
one
Queen
of them.
Swings. Bira na lang makita yung
Try
Queen
to get
Swings
a
eh,
pick
no?
off when it matters.
Parang dead item na yun eh, no? Ginagamit nila pag ang situational. Wala na masyado talagang gumagamit for ano lang eh.
Somehow spot it out. Like,
Prayo na lang eh.
Blacklist
no?
is going to know where we are. So
Vision
how
game
can
is
we
real.
utilize? Yeah. How can we utilize the Luigi pick? I think that's really where they have to go, and that's working against the traps even. You know, for the most part. So that's a key factor here. for
Nabawasan
TNC is
ngayon
how
na
we
yung
utilize
Louis
this
pick dahil sa
diversion
Selena.
play, especially when we're talking about in the next 10 seconds when that Lord comes up. If they can somehow find
Kasi hindi rin nakikita,
a
hindi
surprise
rin nakikita
angle
yata
for
yung
Blacklist
traps ng
International,
Selena
they
kahit
can actually
mapatungan niya ng
find a
ulti
win,
ng
and it's
Selena
like,
eh. Anong
right
ano,
now,
Louis, no?
this
Pre,
vision control.
pre, mat, no.
Which again is super doubly hard.
Pag may
to make a good
may
Loyi
trap si
play.
Selena tapos nag-ulti dun si
Super doubly hard to make a Loyi play because
Louis.
of the traps
Hindi
and
kita yung
everything.
trap eh, no? Di ba?
So even if you
Tama
do
ba?
find a good flank,
Sagot!
Blacklist will be aware of
Joke lang.
it. and They can
Joke
plan.
lang.
But I guess you have to get to a point where they're aware, but they can't do anything about it.
Yeah. For TNT, I think the most ideal scenario
Gusto
for
na
them
yung
is
tuloy. Tangina,
just
actually
like
alam
in
mo
Lord
na
number
pala.
1
Salta,
where
salta.
Edward eventually runs in front of Ryzen and then they isolate it with the damage that they have and then they keep Nomad safe. So probably is the case here. But Ryzen, especially with the damage output that OHIP can bring to the table now, kind of feels like they don't want to, they cannot put Ryzen up there as much as they would. And look at the traps. They're
there it
being
is.
prepared.
Oh,
They have
there's a
been found out.
See what I mean? See what
So
I mean?
difficult,
It's
dude.
so difficult to make a play, and now it's going to be Blacklist going non-stop into the fights here. And it's
Gago,
still
na-
going to be
na-burst
a
si
big
Edward.
1-for-1 happening right
Winter
now.
Truncheon
It's
kayo
gonna be
eh.
Blacklist with that Lord, and now
Oheb, bayan
jumped
siya.
in by Oheb with a flicker forward. Nomad though.
Bayan
trying to
siya.
get a death. Get a kill, but yeah, the emo. the emo difference was real. And now Haji starting to feel it. They know they
Walang
got
curse.
this. And that's a
Walang
wipeout.
shakers.
Blacklist come out on top against
Putang
TNC
TV.
in that Lord fight. And
Baka
they
playoff
take
pa nga,
the series
playoffs.
2-1.
The victory pose, the victory recalls. The agents do it. Blacklist International.
Mga dali ba,
Take the
agents?
Series. And a nice showing there once again. Great gameplay, great counter to that diversion.
Boy, gumagawin pa si Coach Bon dyan.
Selena, it works.
No way.
Selena Novaria, it works. I mean,
It's insane.
it's insane. And the fact of the matter is,
Nag-works kasi napigilan yung ano eh.
But the positioning of the trap is not exactly in the It's not on the edge. It's not in the middle. It's not in the right side. It's like, it's off, right? So that Hatred actually tried to go for that play where he's gonna put the diversion in a spot where it's quite different. So they were found out. But yeah, unfortunately for TNC, this Louis pick that they tried to do, even when they started so well, didn't end well for them.
Again, great to see
Naglag
this
na
pick
naman,
come
TNC.
through, but it's a good answer to the Louis and dealing with some of those diversion plays as we saw there and really just controlling.
Bye-bye, Yoshi! Hindi mo makakalaban si
The
Miles.
pair of that Novario with that Selena, making it work here.
Sayang.
TNC, they take their bow once again. They aren't able to win this series like in their previous meeting with Black International in the beginning of the season, where they got some of their first points of the regular season. So they still have to calibrate here. Do they have enough time? But it's Blacklist International with this win, and we're going to hear from them alongside our hosts, Mara and Hans.
Once again, congratulations to Blacklist International. All right, let me hear it from you, Blacklist. Congratulations. Now, ayan, nandito rin si Rana J. Oheb. Last time that you guys played against TNC, natalo kayo. So anong feeling na bawian nyo sila this time, especially pagkatapos ng savage nung counterpart, na savage kayo nung kalaban nyo? Anong feeling ngayon?
Masaya kasi ngayon nakagain na kami ng momentum kasi papalapit na rin yung playoffs, so kailangan talaga naming manalo, maka-score ng points. So sobrang laking tulong na nanalo kami kahapon tsaka ngayon para makagain kami ng momentum going forward.
Oo nga, 3 points para sa panalo ngayon.
At maganda yung kanila ipinakita doon. This time, I wanna ask Haji. Haji, before we head on to this match, pinalabas namin yung video about Coach Bonchan addressing yung shot calling issue na kinakailangan ng team to move forward. Sa tingin mo ba, with the consecutive victories na nakuha nyo this week, nakuha nyo na yung timpla or na-address nyo na yung issue regarding that?
Tingin po, konti pa. Kasi, tingin ko di pa ako perfect mag-shot call pero tinatry ko naman po. Basta tiwala lang po yung kampi ko. Walang hesitation po sa naisip kong play, ganun.
Tiwala ang players, tiwala ang coaches, tiwala rin ang
Tiwala lang kay Haji, putang
sa
ina.
kaya mong gawin. This time
Lahat
around,
na ng role na ikot
I'll
yan.
be asking you one more question kasi hindi ka lang nagpakitang gilas in terms of shot calls. You've also used Selena in this game.
Selena, gumana.
Isang hero na madalas hindi natin nakikita for this season. What was the reason behind the Selena pick?
Ano po?
Ano yung rason kung bakit nyo na-pick up yung Selena in this one?
Trip lang po ni Coach Bon. Tsaka po kanina po kasi, nung nagpa-practice
Ginamit yan ng BTR trip lang.
May nakalaban po kaming gano'n na Selena. So, hindi ko po siya na-practice, biglaan lang po na nagamit.
So hindi niya ba na-practice?
Opo, pasok lang po sa lineup ng kalaban.
So idea mo daw yon, Coach Bon?
Biglaan lang kasi siyempre matagal ko ng teammate si Haji naalala ko dati, magaling talaga siyang mag-Selena. Then, ayun, si Kagad, Selena main. Ilan, 5K matches. Kaya, ayun.
Ay, key matches pa si Kalad Kaya naman pala.
Good risk naman siya dahil alam naman nung gagamit na alam niyang gamitin.
Wow, hindi nakapag-practice, pero that's one of the reasons kung bakit na-surprise yung kalaban at sila ngayon ang nagugi. And ang ating MVP of Game 3, Oheb! Oheb, once again, congratulations! Ikaw ang MVP. Ano naman mensahe mo sa lahat ng ating mga manonood?
Maraming salamat sa mga sumusuporta sa amin kahit puro talo kami ng mga nakaraan. Mas gagalingan namin tsaka mas aayusin namin mga laro namin sa mga susunod namin na laban.
Okay po.
Congratulations! It's time para magbuko juice ka na mamaya.
Okay, Oheb.
Once again, congratulations to Blacklist. You may now take your bow. And Dex, you'll hear this once again. You may now take your walk of victory. Narinig ulit ni Dexstar at ng Blacklist International ang word na victory for today.
Mara, yun in-interview mo, we were talking to Haji a while ago. The other players were saying na magic bunot yung Selena. And it seemed like it worked pretty fine dahil nakuha nila ang series victory.
Nakaka-surprise nga, pero nasurpresa din ba ang ating mga casters? We're gonna break down the analysis for you. Casters,
Pasok!
Thank you again. Great to hear from Blacklist International, and kind of what fell into place here for them for this matchup. You mentioned this earlier too, Wolf, before you break down the game. You saw this picked up, right? You saw the Selena pick up here, and that maybe that's some of the inspiration. Taking a look at the MVP here as well. It's OHEB.
5-0-3. Knowing full well how to manage
tapos
this,
may golden
Barretts,
stop.
Blacklist International have
Baka
dropped
life
the
steal lang
carry.
kailangan niya, no?
And in the last Lord takes, you've seen how good it is. The efficacy of the carry going up against the Barretts is really felt in that particular game, especially because there wasn't anyone to kind of force and go to the back lines against OHEB. They tried to go for this Louis play, but they were practically countered by this Selena pickup. Let's look at it once again. But my, oh my, when TNC was working, it looked real good. Look at that Louis play. But then the start of the problems that were beginning for TNC, this still looks good. Watch out for what Heads was able to do, and then the suppression onto Edward. Ryzen still can tank the damage of OHEB at this point. And Heads, good pokes from him. Unfortunately, this was the start of the issues now for TNC, because they went in for Edward first. And we know that that is not the best idea in this particular case. And then Haji, how about that? Hits it because of the echo. By the way, he's technically not gonna get hit by the by the arrow, but because of the astral echo, that's additional hitbox. And then the play, as you saw coming out from Haji himself, it's looking really good for the side of TNC to make this happen. But then again, Blacklist International are far too prepared for this. The Nomad tried to go for the OHIP kill, completes it, but there's immortality, so there wasn't any chance. But honestly, at that point, there's no chance at all for TNC to bring it back, just because of how Blacklist International have prepared for this Louis pick. In the end, it was just this Selena. And the thing with Selena is that as a roamer, you have so much impact that all you need is a frontliner for your team, which in this case is going to be Sensui, who also played so well in this game. And then, as Haji shown us, you can output so much damage even when you're from a roaming position. As you can see, going in for the dire hit into the Enchanted Talisman, so you can spam your traps as well as your arrows, as they did in this particular game. And then finish up with the Genius 1. And Genius 1 alone also already deals so much damage. And in the latter portions, because of the dire hit and the Starleaf Sight, anybody from TNC can fall easily. Ryzen, good itemization as well, going in for the Kiras into the Sky Guardian helmet. Unfortunately, at the end of the day, it will be OHEB to output the most damage in this game, with the carry taking out the bats. Yue still is the carry with 57.9k damage, and Ryzen just tanking 152,000 damage in this particular game. Understandably so, as the Barretts. And the TNC, it's also quite notable on how they were able to get the early stages of the game. They had, what, 2,000 gold lead before the second turtle. But then mistakes happen, and that's when the shot calling needs to be way better. Decision making as well. Super Yoshi, really good at the roam roll, the catch type of heroes. But when it comes to deciding on who to jump on as the Kaja, you felt that there was a lot of hesitation as well as a lot of, I guess, desperation coming out from Blacklist International. Sometimes when you jump with the flicker as the Kaja, you reach for anyone that you can actually reach. And that happened so many times where Edward was caught twice in this game. They couldn't find the correct targets. And that's the thing for the Kaja, right? Despite it being a very strong lockdown and very impactful, it's a big game changer for sure, you really have to choose your targets. And I would say that the worst target to go for in this particular game was definitely Edward, because he can turn it around, right? Imagine if he caught like maybe Haji. Haji is a roamer, so that's a position 5, least priority, right? But Haji cannot turn around the team fights afterwards. It's not like Edward that can, even make it worse for your team.
Thanks for the breakdown there, Wolf. Again, great series to see it go, the 3 games. Now we're down to our last matchup.
Last match,
of the
Bren.
round out, week number 5. It's going to be AP Bren and MINANA Evos. Interesting, this one as well.
Ganda, laban na yan.
AP Bren obviously sitting very wealthy up top. Obviously still vying for that upper bracket slot like a lot of the teams that have already secured their slots here. And MINANA Evos obviously wanting to stay in contention and everything else going forward. So we'll see how that all unfolds. We're going to be taking a short break once again for us here on the desk. It's me, Naisu, Rockhart, and Wolf. We'll be back after this.
13th season of MPL Philippines is brought to you by the following sponsors. Smart, the official telco partner of MPL Philippines Season 13. Infinix GT Series, outplay the rest. Experience the MPL PH Season 13 action live at Shooting Gallery Studios. Tickets are now available on our official ticketing partner at /events.com.
Mute muna tayo, mute. Mute muna, guys. Yeah. Okay. Mute muna, mute. Techno Switch. Hello, Sekid. Hello, Techno Switch. Welcome to stream. Kaso, next game pa tayo. AP Bren. Edit ko muna title. Okay. Mamaya, later guys, later. Later. We'll eat first. Para sa Pinas. Kyrie Lancelot.
Ayos na ayos lang.
How about you? Uy, ang ganda ng performance mo last time, ha?
Goods lang, chill lang.
Nandito si Mami today?
Yup, si Mama dito siya nanonood ulit.
Oh, hello to Mommy once again. Okay, ito ang ating question of the day kasi nga 'di ba ang init ng panahon ngayon. So paano nga ba at ano ang paborito niyong palamig sa mainit na panahon?
Sa akin, ice cream na flavor double Dutch.
Double Dutch? Parang simula nang pumunta ka ng Europe, mahilig ka na sa everything European,
Paborito rin siya ng girlfriend ko.
Oh, ano pangalan ni girlfriend?
Si Princess.
Princess! Hello, Princess! Okay, so yung double Dutch ice cream mo, usually ba sa cone yon, in a cup?
In a cup.
In a cup?
Para pag natunaw yung ice cream, pwede pa inumin.
Pwede kong inumin. Oh, 2-in-1 na din milkshake. How about ikaw, Pando? Paborito mong palamig?
Mango shake po.
Mango shake, green mango, or yung yellow mango, yung ripe? Right. Okay, so usually yun ang na-order mo na ba yun today?
Guys, si Kyrie nagla-Lancelot.
Yung paborito ko, yun.
Ito, pinapanood ko sa MPL Live.
Na may gatas. So, an ice shake na may gatas. So, mamaya, if ever manalo kayo,
Hindi na nakatiis si
mag-double Dutch
Kyrie.
ka na.
Nag-assassin
Ikaw din,
na.
mag-ripe mango shake. Kayo ba?
Hindi
Ano ang
na
inyong paboritong
nakatiis si
palamig?
Papa
Write down in the comment
Kyrie.
section below. At silipin muna natin kung nasa na nga ba si Hans. Hans, pasok.
This time around, kasama namin ang MINANA Evos. Lancy, ano bang paborito mong palamig pag mainit?
Halo-halo po.
Okay, halo-halo. Spider Miles, yung sa'yo ba, anong paborito mong palamig pag mainit?
Water lang po.
Ano?
Water lang.
Okay, so halo-halo, tsaka water. Yun lang yun, nonchalant kami. Casters, pasok.
Hindi ko yan.
Wait, are we going back or?
So, what is happening? Well, here we are.
I think we're here.
I still,
Caught me by surprise.
I still hear him. I saw hands. That keeps me cooled down, man. I don't know.
Hands keeps you cooled down?
Yes, hands keeps me cooled down. Because, you know, what a guy. Anyway, welcome back to the desk. I think everybody was a little shook with that.
Yeah.
But again, I'm Nice. This is Rockhard. This is Wolf. And we're here to bring you the last match of week number 5. Rounding it out between AP Bren and MINANA Evos. Guys, how are we feeling?
I am feeling pretty good, and especially feeling really good about the chances of MINANA against, maybe if you asked me like 2 weeks back if they were in a good position, you know what, AP Bren would.
Yeah.
But you know what, maybe they can do this.
Yep.
Shout out to my 4 viewers.
Securing this series is
Maraming
going to
salamat.
secure the playoff slot as well for MINANA
Nagdala po kayo.
Evos. Mathematically.
Sino man kayo, mag-chat kayo.
Yeah, a match win, a
Tara.
series win against AP Bren specifically. But then
Let's
Spider
talk.
Miles is the new shaper of meta apparently.
The Florin.
Bago si Kyrie, nagwala na.
Talking about here, because we have to see how much influence, of course, there was here with this Florin pick, the MINANA effect here.
So basically, this is a before and
Ito na ba yun, ang sisira sa meta?
This would be technically before, so from the time of February to April, right? What we're seeing here. And then this is going to be the after effect.
Okay. So in NACT it's been picked twice, banned one, and
Ang nabina talaga ngayon ng Geek Pam, no?
I don't know what that one is. That's 3 times.
MINANA
And then the
effect.
entirety of MPL Philippines and Indonesia 4-0. Okay.
Pick one.
then us.
Apparently. And by
Pick
the way,
one
they
lang?
only been
Maniwala.
back for 3 days, 2 days.
Yeah.
Wala ko ano yung stats na yung
Man, with
PNPH eh.
great power comes great bannable heroes.
Well, you know what? He's been banned out 5
Top 10 most
out of
one heroes
5
against
out of
MINANA.
5 so far.
Grabe.
We'll talk about this because I feel like some of the international viewers might not know so much about this. Like, why is this happening? Why do we talk about this so much with Spider Miles specifically? And why is he targeted banned so much?
I think it's mainly because of the overall impact. It's weird to think that Spider Miles is a player that's not entirely known internationally and even locally. Like, why would you target ban that kind of player? But it seems like MINANA Evos really stuck with this kind of playstyle, this ube playstyle that they have their own brand of. And I was able to talk to Spider Miles actually, and he kind of feels like, okay, we are on a streak technically because that's what happened in the ending of season 12. They did not make it to the playoffs because they kind of got hot really late into the season.
Yeah.
And they were successful because of this brand of playstyle. So what he was trying to say to, what he was trying to tell me is, we already started being good at this kind of playstyle even before MPL season 12 ended. And if we follow up with this kind of playstyle, we will be successful. So expect MINANA Evos to be sticking to their guns, and the guns being this ube playstyle.
And I think they also hold like really long play times. Even in this first series that MINANA fought off against AP Bren, they actually really was a tough game. I mean, this went on and on and on, and I think they still hold the longest game duration
they do.
record.
Yep.
Am I right? 35 minutes.
Oh, hindi lang yan ni Kyrie.
Somewhere around that point.
Tama
Again,
na
this
mechanic
is a
yan, oh.
game that
Bakit takas pa yan?
push, and we saw. I feel like if
Oh.
you really have followed MINANA Evos, and if you're not super familiar, because again, we have to always consider the fact that here in the English stream, these international viewers, yeah, they don't know some of the background, the story between this team. And for MINANA Evos, they really, I feel like in a way it shocked a lot of people even from last
Bakit
season. And
nagwawala na
then,
si
you know, they
Kyrie
kind
nun?
of developed through this whole thing to where they are now. And you know that's why when you see the draft, you even before, I think now that there's a little more flexibility
Guys,
in
check
terms
nyo
of
mabuti
the
yung,
bands
yung
that go
poll, ah.
to
Who
against
do you want to lose yan,
Spider
hindi
Miles
who do
here,
you want to
or
win.
Sir Miles out there with his hero pool. But that's the thing. That's how they deal with it. Hey, I was on the script, sir.
Yeah.
We're all sirs here.
Yeah, I mean, like, I like that title. I want to be called Sir eventually.
Sir
I would
Wolf.
like to be called Sir
Yep.
Rockhart.
Sir Rockhart.
Puta,
Sir
Kyrie.
Rockhart, we have something
Lancelot,
special
nakuha
for
pa
our
ni Kibo yung kanyang ano,
sirs
chuk.
out there.
Yeah, what's up, YouTubers? Or not YouTubers, YouTube viewers, commenters. If you want a chance to win
What's up, YouTuber?
500 diamonds for 4 people, please comment hashtag APBR or hashtag MNNE with your
That's right.
game and server ID. So that's AP Bren or Minana, who you think is going to come out on top. Comment for a chance to win 500 diamonds. We're going to choose 4 of you. So we'll read your comments, and if you have like insights,
MPL.
analysis, or predictions, let us know.
Let us know. Also, we want to give a early heads
Gana
up
ba?
for you
Gana?
guys to
Gana ba,
watch the star
Lancelot?
matches to win the MPL
Putang ina.
Season 13 playoffs. Tickets for 3. For 3 of you guys, just comment your winning team in the live
Baka mabuhay pa si Kyrie
and
dyan,
tag
putang
your
ina.
2 friends. Hopefully, you guys got 2
Grabe.
friends out there. I got
Hindi
my 2
namamatay.
friends here. I can't tag you, unfortunately.
Yes, we are conflict of interest. And one winner per match will be randomly selected and will be announced on April 22.
Why are we conflict of interest?
Because we work here.
You know what? You know who else works here? Our marshals. Let's go ahead and welcome out to the stage one more time for the fairness, integrity of the game. I bet they'll all tag each other to get those tickets as well. Chico, Jeff, Patrick, Wilbert. And now we get ready for this matchup once again for AP Bren and MINANA Evos. Let's go ahead and welcome the teams out to the stage.
Copyright na naman. Oh, sigurado copyright na naman.
World champions currently lead the pack. They remain focused on clinching that coveted upper bracket slot. The Hive is buzzing with energy as they aim for another victory to round
Wala
out
nang
the
si Flap.
week.
Si
Give it up
Pandoni na naman.
for AP Bren.
Ano na wala bang sponsor ang Bren? Putang ina mo. Hindi na gumana yung Lancelot.
After yesterday's intense showdown, the Neon Tigers are eager to reclaim their strength. Determined to press onward, they must now conquer the formidable Goliath standing in their path. Let's rally behind MINANA Evos.
Pang-demise na.
And their coaches, Coach Ducky and Coach Imbadije. MPL Arena, give it up for the last match of Week 5. Will it be AP Bren or MINANA Evos?
And let's take a look at the lineups here once again for our team. Starting off with the champs, AP Bren.
Yeah, AP Bren obviously has shown to us that they are human.
Yep, yep.
And they also have their ups and downs. And I think that, you know what, they have been through the cycle. I think it's like a wheel, and they have been down, and now there is a possibility they might go up here. Especially right now that there's so many heroes that are actually being fielded as well by Captain Few.
We're going to be looking at MINANA Evos, who have also established their own style of play. Spider Miles is the main proponent of this one, but you have to not sleep on other members of this squad. Like Kazin, for example, really stepping up. And then Kirk, obviously ever so reliable. Then you have Domeng, the only player that's left off of the Cerebrum slash it was I forget the DRs, you know?
Yeah, the DRs.
The DRs.
The DRs.
The
The
DRs.
DR era.
The DR era.
I gotta say, something I love, this is just random, by the way. We're at that point in the night. I love the name Kirk. I love that Kirk in the XP lane, you just have this basic kind of first name out there making plays.
He has very good hair.
He has very good hair, and he's played pretty well as well. I know we talk a lot about Spider Miles, but MINANA Evos across the board, I feel like, you can really point out these players in a lot of the great things that they've done, and also looking at the team head-to-head here. I mean, AP Bren, it's going to look heavily in their favor. They've done an amazing job up to this regular season. I think that was the expectation for AP Bren. And Pando coming in to play. Let's see that minor change here for AP Bren and see how they kind of play around that change. But even looking at the head-to-head, this is what we're talking about, ladies and gentlemen. Master Ogwin, like we used to say, and Spider Miles, of course.
Yeah, there was a time where Ogwin would pick up the Minotaur and play it on a support level, so I'll not be surprised if that's the case. But look at the average CC time, 16, was it, what was that, 16 seconds?
Yeah.
That's a lot.
That's a lot.
That's a lot of
You could
CC
literally
time.
open TikTok and go to MPL
Yeah,
PH with that.
pretty much. Okay.
Well, take us through this, Wolf.
Okay.
Take us through the keys to victory here from Infinix.
All right, for AP Bren, they have to burst down the fighting healers, right? It sounds funny, but the idea is before the fighting healers or the sustained composition of MINANA Evos are able to sustain themselves and heal up, burst them down. Immediately eliminate them so that they will not have the time to recover. And now, for MINANA Evos, revisit your mid-game rotation. This means that they have to find their way out of the first and second Lord fights. And lastly, for both teams, it is now time to contest the Florin. Florin used to be a meme for AP Bren, but for MINANA Evos, it's a legitimate strategy that Ducky himself said that, okay, now he actually
acknowledged it.
Yeah, acknowledged
Daki,
it.
na-inspire nga, no? Na-inspire kay Florin.
MINANA Evos were that the hero, so
that's a big shout out, by the way.
Shout out.
It's really funny because Ducky has been doing that for like a year now. So
that's true.
Some people would say he probably did it first, but you know what?
Ang dami nag-ano, matalo Bren, ah.
Once again, before
Daming
this
bumoto,
matchup
ah.
draft here upon us, we want to invite all you guys watching over on TikTok. We do have the goodie bag lottery for all of you to join.
Yes, just go to TikTok, open MPL Philippines TikTok channel at MPLPH_official. Click on the official live stream, and then you'll see a goodie bag on the upper left corner of your screen. I think that took 16 seconds.
Yeah.
You know?
Probably do. Yeah, just do it.
So, yeah.
I wonder how that's calculated.
While you're crowd controlled.
While you are crowd controlled.
Now that I'm thinking about it, like, how is that calculated? Like, crowd control time?
Yeah. It's
like a time in the air? Time
no,
stun?
Is that just all of it?
Like,
math is not my. I'm not really that great at math here, so I leave that to you, Wolf. Break it down. But let's jump into the draft here for game number 1. AP Bren and MINANA Evos. We're gonna have AP Bren on the blue, MINANA on the red here.
There it is.
Taking a look at those win rates for those sides as well. Again, this is win rates for the teams on these sides, ladies and gentlemen. I know there's been some confusion in the chat here and there, but that's what that is.
Yeah.
Per side.
Okay, what else do we buy? Rafaela on Nathan. A very strong hero in the meta game that we have
Breaking
right
the
now.
hack of miles.
That's right.
Meta.
So, MINANA Evos, I think that they might go for Rafaela in this case. Like, that's probably one of the considerations now. Definitely one hero that they really like to play. But then again, Fredrin is typically the priority here for AP Bren. So I think that might be the first pick, right? Arlott or Fredrin? Should be the first pick here for AP Bren.
Just realized.
Florin, baka magulat kayo, mag-assist na si Miles.
I think the Arlott deny it pick is more crucial. Not to mention, it's obviously a really good first pick. Fredrin though.
Yes, that's Fredrin. Angela is open. Minana Evos might consider that, but they typically pick up Arlot actually, so might deny the Arlot and then go for Angela. Yeah, Angela is such a good hero for Minana Evos.
Arlot, Angela?
Use it either for
Arlot, Louis.
Fancy or
Oh,
for
so ganda.
Spider-Mans.
Bagay, Angela nga, no? Para
Arlot
ipipix
Angela.
sila kay
I was
Miles.
gonna say, I'm feeling the Arlot, but
Angela. Putang ina, grabe. Sustain.
It's Angela.
Honesty is the best policy, so it seems, for Minana Evos. They're not even flexing the Angela.
They're not hiding.
Not hiding anything.
Roma Angela.
They can pick up Benedetta at this case.
Roma Angela.
Benedetta and Arlot.
Shout out to my 10 viewers, guys.
That's good. Benedetta slash
Magandang laban
now
to.
that the Arlot's open,
Roma
like,
Angela,
I'm
Paramis.
thinking, all right, Arlot's gotta be picked up in this
That
first
sounds
phase.
like a question mark now because
Yeah.
obviously they have a very sustainable lineup. Arlot alone is not really enough to, to set these fights.
Or maybe what if they just go basic like Mino and Claude for AP Bren?
Mind games after mind games.
That's right.
All right,
Okay,
there's
so that's
the
Louis.
Louis.
Okay. And Arlot. Okay. Oh my god, that's a nasty combo, by the way. But then they have the Angela to kind of support their team for any kind of initiation from AP Bren.
Wait lang, guys, ah.
Minana Evos, they can supplement this Faramis as well as this Angela with another tech like a Barrett's, for example, or a Baxia, so that they will have a good shot at the jungle role. Or maybe they pick up the Brody immediately, or a Claude.
Oh, if they went that in the first phase here.
That sounds like a really good deny pick
Yeah.
because Brody's so good against Paramis lineups, right?
Yeah, we'll see if they go that route. Taking a quick look before this pick comes through. Spider-Miles' stats here for the heroes.
Akai.
There's the Akai.
Out of nowhere.
Okay.
As usual.
Wow, interesting
Ano
choice.
kukunin ni Card?
They're gonna be putting all of their damage.
CC,
X
kukunin ni
when
Card?
it comes to damage onto the doming.
Basi, baba na yan eh.
this time. So wonder, maybe X-Bork as the ban for AP Bren could be good. And then they just put on, like a hard carry, late game hero for doming. Which kind of means that AP Bren should be banning out the Claude as
The
well.
Claude, yeah, I was going to 100%. But either team could actually rock the Claude if they wanted to.
Yeah.
If they wanted to go that route, but I think we're going to see a ban here. This time around, the Benedetta is going to get taken out though.
What if Iksha?
For AP Bren?
No, I think for Minana.
Minana. But there's a lot of dive. But yeah, I do understand. But
For
that's
the front,
case.
right? For the front,
Yeah.
you have good. But yeah, if you get flanked with a Loyi diversion, you're dead.
Yeah.
So that's a good point.
But yeah, I do like the Iksha. It's just that usually you want to go for a vehicle for the Angela, right? So that's why I feel that the
A
Claude is
vehicle,
good for
yeah.
for Minana.
Claude's good.
Yeah.
Vehicle for the Angela here. Still,
Ban
too, when
GG.
we see these kind of like double
Ban
support
Bene, ban
for these
Paquito.
team compositions, it just means dragged out team fights. So in that sense, AP Bren, wondering if they're going to be able to handle this. Just the fact that, again, quite a bit of damage comes through with the Loyi early on, especially if they're bunched
Come on
up.
guys, pa
That's what
1k
you're
views nyo
expecting
na ako.
with the Netherrealm being
1K
across the view. So
views.
that could help in their favor.
Pa
We'll
1K
see.
nyo na.
Next band's going to be that Minotaur
Ban
that
ban.
is taken out here. Good band as well.
Yep. So definitely Minana Evos are eyeing the Claude this time. AP Bren will have to look for an answer to that unless they ban it. So for AP Bren, there's that option of going in for maybe a Lapu Lapu, actually. A good answer to the Fire Mist in general. And there's Edith. AP Bren might go for Edith.
What if the Arlot is the part of the flex here?
Yeah,
they go to Edith.
Yeah.
Oh,
Edith is also a good flex.
I like that because it's also like it's a great XP laner that's very tanky. At the same time, you can use that Edith's Primal Wrath to burst through the Netherrealm. Basically, if you can't like completely crowd control them, you can destroy them straight up.
Exactly. Good ban on the Claude, as we expected.
That's perfect.
Really perfect. Well, Minana will have to rely on... What if they steal the Harith this time? What if they pick it up? But that means that they will not have enough damage, though, the late game. What is a good late game marksman? What, Moskov? I don't know.
I won't blame you.
Well, given what's open here, I'm wondering if we just see AP Bren pick up the Brody like mentioned, like Rockar mentioned earlier. So there's the answer. X-Borg's going to be picked up though for MINANA. So let's see what AP Bren wants to do here.
Harith looks good, honestly, for AP Bren. And we mentioned also the Ixia. And then I really like the Edith even better now for AP Bren. So that you tank up so much damage and then you pop your ultimate. There you go, Paquito. Alright.
A punch for a punch.
There's the
Paquito nga.
Okay. So you don't have... this is difficult, definitely.
MM na lang,
There's
Roger.
Nathan, no Claude.
Ay, hindi binaban Roger
You're
ah.
left with what? Bruno. Ixia is
Grabe naman.
suggested here.
Ixia's gonna blow up.
Bakit wala tang baka hindi kaya Roger niya.
Man, you have to be crafty now. Come on, pick up the Moskov.
Moskov?
Or Beatrix, actually.
The classic. Those
Beatrix
are very
could
classic
be
heroes.
okay. Let's go Moskov, honestly.
You're really going to throw out the Moskov out there.
Freya gold lane.
Oh, what if they pick...
Just kidding. Just
Layla?
Layla looks good here.
Layla?
It doesn't look good in anything, but you know, it has to be something. Could work. But yeah, if they want to go starter, I think Beatrix is such an okay. Oh, or 1-1. 1-1.
Well, that was
Okay,
Beatrix.
Yep.
Okay, picked up here.
Yep.
It's been picked up twice before. It's got a very, you know, minuscule win rate.
What
but
season is it, Minan? This is a very season 9 something.
Season, I would say season 10-ish.
Season 10, yeah.
Well, you guys in the chat can let us know as well again on YouTube. Let us know who you are thinking is going to win this game. Remember, you guys have a chance at once
Gawin
again
niyo, MINANA,
tickets
parang di
as well
nakakatamad.
for the MPL Season 13 playoffs.
Go, MINANA.
Don't forget those on TikTok.
MINANA ako rito. Gusto ko manalo MINANA.
Can before the
Dahil alam ko nang pasok na sa playoff
Take
ng
a look at the
Bren
lineup here. You see AP Bren, the lineup rating. It's a little bit less than MINANA Evos is, but we'll
Is
see.
it? Yeah, okay.
It was a little bit less. Maybe by like point two ish.
Yeah.
I don't know. Again, I'm not great with numbers here, Wolf. But let's look at this lineup once again for both teams.
Yeah, like the Beatrix, we said that it will be a good hero. I mean, it's one of our predictions. We said it was the safest hero.
Yes,
in
sir.
aspect. And understandably so. But then this Harith pickup coming out from I think AP Bren's composition are just safe.
It's
That's what I'm
safe.
saying.
Yeah,
So
it's
I'm
safe. 100%. So, jumping into Land of Dawn here, last match of the day. AP Bren and MINANA Evos. We'll see exactly kind of how this safer lineup from AP Bren is going to work against MINANA Evos. I think, too, man, we just haven't seen so much of Beatrix this season. Wondering if it'll be able to work out in this lineup.
I'm sure it will. The reason why we predicted it and the reason why MINANA Evos have played it is because it generally works. So you're looking for range in this case, and you're also looking for
range,
a hero that
malakas
can
na
at least
range.
match up against the Harith when it comes to the laning stage, and you pick up the Renner as Doming. Yeah, you do have enough staying power in that lane versus the Harith.
It's been a while since we've seen a precise kill as well.
Oh,
I don't know
yeah.
if you guys still remember that.
Yeah, that's
Kills
that.
that happen from a long range. Yeah.
Yeah, now all we see is that mostly being done with magic damage.
Yeah.
You know, you don't see that.
Navaria.
Yeah, the Navaria landing those shots. So I'm expecting with these lineups too, at least for AP Bren's case, really not to put any kind of risk in this early part of the game. We'll see them obviously most likely fight for this first turtle coming up, but really it's kind of just play safe for now. Kind of build up what we need and get that level 4 available to us. And MINANA Evos, on the other hand, they, of course, once those level 4s available, you even see it too, Spider-Miles rocking the focusing mark here. The emblem set will help them in terms of some of that burst damage potential. You have to even consider the fact that the Fairness early damage can be kind of tricky to deal with here. So there's a level 4s coming online. AP Bren going to start up the turtle.
They definitely came out on top here with a level 4.
Isin, tama nga bang? Mga Isin, ay, nagpakita. Kita. Lumabas eh.
And that's Kaizen
Ipit lang,
going
ipit,
heavy with
ipit,
a spin,
ipit.
pushing Kyle TZ way back to their line, to their side of the map.
Putang pinang yan.
The last Insanity,
Grabe
they
yung
take out
combo
the
na yan,
Bren jungler.
Yeah, both junglers going down here.
XB.
So,
Huli.
Going.
Huli.
Oh, I don't know if Kirk
Yun lang.
expected that, but he got blown up there.
Tutukan yung teleport.
Oh man, Louis. The reason why
Guys,
it is
pa 1K nyo na yung
one of the
blitz
most
ko.
bet heroes, the flavor of the week for
Hindi
sure.
sila makakaraan sa
Because
1K.
if it is played by a veteran team or a team that has a lot of in-game knowledge, man, it's
devastating.
Devastating. As few showed us how it's done. I mean, like, obviously Minana Evos did not expect that play at all. Nobody did.
And that's why.
I mean, who would expect a shotgun diversion in your face,
Oh,
right?
that's the thing. You don't expect the diversion.
In front of you. Like, you like always expect it behind you. Most of the time.
That's why whoever decided to name that spell, you did a great job. It's literally, it's such a. I'm surprised we're just now seeing the Louis pop up in this part of the regular season.
Look at that. Look at that. That was actually pretty good from Pando. You know what? Showing up Pando right now, he's doing a marvelous job, you know, considering it's only his like second series of the season.
Yeah.
I think Pando's been
Are
waiting.
you sure?
You know, he's been learning, he's been waiting. Of course, he had a lot of play time even last year throughout their basically world tour.
Yep.
And they kind of worked around that. And there we go.
That's a beautiful Shadow Stampede.
Papalag ba? Sayang, tayong ulti Angela.
And they also force the heart guard, so that could be something here for AP Bren. Will they try to go for it?
Init, guys.
Not really. Obviously, everyone's in vision, and here it is. Here it comes, although they did show it. That's interesting, right? They decided to show where they were going.
Yep. They only wanted to push, I believe, or maybe just threaten. I mean, they know that they could not convert afterwards, but they're just taking over the map this time. Like, them ushering each other to farm faster.
I mean, you have to consider the fact that even sometimes when they use that diversion and they show it, then they expect the team to kind of rotate as well, and then they can make a play where they want to go from there. So you can already see being some pressure put there on that purple for Kaizen.
Doing a pretty good job, obviously, right? Because they are 2.2K ahead.
So,
Ang 2K
just to go back
kagad.
on Pando, was able to talk to Coach Ducky and manager Bengs, the Philippine Esports Awards Manager of the Year.
Yes.
2023.
Award-winning.
Award-winning. He said that Pando is game ready no matter what.
Ever since,
Ever
right?
since.
So right now, it looks like
Game
looks like
ready.
a really good
Yun,
game here
sabog,
from
si Pew.
Minana. And of course, while all of this is happening,
Yun yun na daw
Bren
turtle.
already
Kamin si
working
Pew.
on that turtle. So I would say a bit of a worthy sacrifice here for El Capitan himself.
Yeah, little trade going on. So still, you know, in terms of the macro, this is something you can always learn from watching AP Bren's games. They really kind of play around that. That's one of their strengths, of course. And then when it comes to the fighting as well, and that's where I think you really have to, if you're MINANA Evos, you kind of have to utilize that. In a way, it's a little bit of the way they fight things. It's a little scrappy.
Yeah.
Like there's some scrappiness to the way that MINANA Evos fights these team fights, these early skirmishes. But I think with this lineup, it's more so they need time. They have to let time build up here because their biggest power spike, at least for the lineup they have, obviously is the Beatrix. They need time for her to get online. You know, they can poke a little bit. Yeah, you've got a Fairness here. And you can lock down if you can. Last Insanity can actually do quite a bit of surprising damage as well if you're able to lock on. But really, you just have to wait. And I think the biggest kind of card they can play is, again, the focusing mark Angelo with Domeng later on. That's where that big burst might be able to pull through for some of these fights. But right now, it's kind of maintaining this lead that AP Bren has built up. Diversion again up top. They're going to put some pressure there. Conceal as well. But no one here from MINANA Evos just yet.
With this
Spotted
play,
out.
they can probably make a push happen, and they also have Super Marco close by. So maybe they can, if you know what, if MINANA was not careful, did not respect that, that could have been a few fights happening.
Yeah, it's a good push for AP Bren for sure. Really like that idea that they use the conceal just to clear out some of the bushes so that Super Marco will eventually have the green light to eventually push. And then they also use Scout Easy with the Retribution to steal one jungle creep away from Kaizen, further improving the gap between the EXP of the junglers that we have.
I think he's about to hit level 11 now.
That's right.
So that's pretty big. That affects retribution damage.
That's right.
So now Turtle going to be up here. Third one will it go in the hands of AP Bren again? Kazin
Yun.
does not want to let that happen. Has the
Konti na
backup
lang,
here
pa
with the
1k
rest of the
bits
team.
yun na.
There's the final
Mga
slash.
Ooh, that was a beautiful final slash here. Great knockup as well.
Oh, the pin
Comboed.
down.
And
Puta,
Minana are
ipit.
collapsing very, very
Ang
hard
sakit na
on
nga
the
yan, no?
Easy.
Combo Angela,
That's gonna be
kay
Mando
Angela
going
or
down. Look at this. This is
Angela
unkillable Kirk
XB.
right now with a hard guard in tow. Few looking for
Kawawa si
places
Few.
that he can go, but for some
Nililikuran.
reason, AP Bren are
Patay
still
kayo, patay
standing.
kayo.
Super Marco going on the sides there. Another close range diversion.
Shortcut
40
lang
pointer
pala.
out of Spider Mouse was pretty big though.
Yep. Kirk making it happen. Hando taken out, but Kaltizi was left untouched onto the backlines. Well, he did suffer a lot of damage, but he was able to turn it off with one good Appraiser's Wrath, hitting onto two members of MINANA Evos that eventually completes the kill, then gets the turtle, and now he has the Retribution to steal the purple. Again, it's all about deficit of EXP for the junglers.
Yeah,
I'm surprised he didn't die there, by the way.
Me too. Kazin as well. Like, he was able to stay alive quite a lot.
Tanga na, yung nakarang laban yung ganda eh. Bakpakan kung bakpakan ngayon, parang
Bren got
nag-iingat
the
masyado
turret,
eh.
right? So now they have all three. They're going to work around that. They've still maintained that 3+ K gold lead. So, oh, Kazin.
Oh, that could have been really good there
Wow.
by Kazin. But Few, for some reason, was able to just walk out. I think he barely got caught by the heavy spin. But that could have been really bad for El Capitan. Right now, the balance of between these two are starting to fall off. 4K for AP Bren.
Okay, another diversion. This time they just send Ogwin.
Oh,
wow.
Okay.
That was definitely a trap here. Looking really good right now. Safe hard guard here for Minana. 4v5 fighting. They got the Tigers going on their heels. Domeng just not doing that much damage quite yet.
Man, you know the OP thing about the Arlet, Louis, is
AP
that
Bren, tapusin nyo na,
even
wala
as a roamer,
tapusin
you
nyo.
can send your Arlet and there's really not much risk for that one because what's the worst that can happen? You die. What's the best thing that can happen? You final slash 3 people even after dying and then get out with vengeance. Sustain yourself with a spell vamp naturally that's available for Arlet and then make it good for your teammates, right? So this is why it's OP. I think teams are not understanding yet how potent this Arlet Louis is, and teams that have won with Arlet Louis are given free points.
Shout out to my 8,000 viewers.
Actually, almost.
Guys, gawin nyo ng 1K yung aking views.
The reason why it's scary too is because you're like,
1K nyo na.
if you're the team going against it, you're not safe under your turrets. You're not safe behind sometimes even the tier 1 turret when it's this early in the game, because you could just have an Arlot all of a sudden behind you, final slashing you towards the team. So now with this, Lord's going to be up here. MINANA Evos, what are they going to do about it?
Once more, Kyle TZ, there you go, the activation from that Arlot, the final flash that we were talking about. Kazin is in trouble here.
Oh.
Everyone's focusing up on the Kirk, but that's not the target. Nice save there, coming in from Blancy, by the way. NetherRealm just in time, but will be taken out by Kyle TZ. Now it's AP Bren on the chase.
Oy,
Kirk,
Bea.
very low, Spider
Kirk.
Mouse, no hard card available. Look at that, another final slash. What the heck?
double
Did
yan.
he just go off cooldown?
Bea, Bea,
while
Bea,
they were
Bea.
fighting?
Oh no!
Oh, Domeng!
Domeng.
Nice dodge though.
Yep.
Oh my, that could have been so
Ba't
bad,
hindi,
but
ba't
you know
hindi
what?
sinarga ni Bea?
Wounds were inflicted to Minana.
Sayang eh. Uy.
Okay, there, it's Minesweeper time.
Hey, as you guys said,
Gago, saan
sometimes,
talaga?
like,
Ah!
you throw Ogwin out there, even if he dies, it doesn't really matter. He did his job.
Exactly.
Gets the final slashes off when they're crucial. Now all this, once again, results into an objective taken by AP Bren here.
Yeah. Because the thing with Final Slash is that it's not just a stun, it's displacement. And it's AoE displacement. That's why, I mean, I'm gonna say it over and over again. Arlet Louis is an OP combo. Even more OP than Louis Masha.
Although Louis Masha is also
You
a different
will
flavor, right?
It's a different flavor.
It's like you're sending a bomb somewhere on the map.
Yeah.
so
It's like this Louis and Arlot is like the chocolate flavor. And if you want to throw in the Masha instead of the Arlot, that's like, I wouldn't say it's vanilla. That's like chocolate chip. Double Dutch, Ogwin.
Double Dutch, yeah.
Shout out to Ogwin, favorite ice cream. Double Dutch.
Yep.
Now with this MINANA Evos.
7.6K by the way.
Nearly 8,000 behind. They do have a pretty good clear for now. We'll see if they can hold it together. AP Bren though.
We haven't really seen the stonks of Kazan's Akai yet, But we're seeing final slashes being thrown, and they baited the hard guard again alongside the last Insanity. Now, MINANA doesn't really have any more bullets in the barrel. Domeng, though, trying to see if he can get something done. Once again, Ogwin is the sacrificial lamb.
Yeah. Domeng with just 1 kill at this point.
Yeah. Really tough here.
Oh, that's pretty good damage. Right? Calteezy, he is in trouble here. Spider Mouse the kill, but that's going to be confirmed here. But Domeng close by with a hard guard. Flicker's being used up. You know what? That's the turret. AP Bren, they lost 2 though.
Yeah. I think we're going to be happy with that again. They get that turret down in the base, based off that first Lord. Not only that, but they'll get these resources as well to top it off. So for MINANA Evos, they still have miles to cover here. And not just Spider Miles, miles to work through it.
Nice.
Thank you.
We're going to be looking for the 4th item for Domeng. And a Wind of Nature will a Wind of Nature will not be the best one because this is Harith and Louis, so they're better off just focusing on damage. Maybe Rose Gold Meter along the way and Athena Shield.
From his itemization, though, it does look like a Wind of Nature, doesn't it?
Yeah, maybe because he's afraid of Pando. But I dare say, I think Domeng needs more Rose Gold Meteor than the Wind of Nature for now.
Let's see.
Okay, let's see again as things kind of get situated here. All this less than 30 seconds away from that Lord coming up here. And that's where, once again, you have to be able to find how is MINANA Evos going to actually deal with this? Is it better, once again, to just kind of deal with, okay, give up that Lord, let's defend in our base. Domeng, yeah, he hasn't died yet. But it's getting to the point where do they have enough in terms of damage potential, in terms of sustaining through the damage from AP Bren?
To be fair, they have Export, they have Faramis, they have Beatrix. Man, honestly, they can defend all day if they play their cards right. And you have the Angela to kind of answer the long lane push.
Yep.
Yeah, and you know what? If anyone gets too risky, Kaysen can always have you spin that first.
Okay, no diversion play whatsoever.
That was huge though. Again, it's going to be AP Bren coming out first with the skills. Slash Insanity activated by Kirk right now. Kaysen on the top side. There goes the aggression coming in from Lancey. Few gets taken down. Super Marco is isolated from the rest of the team. Not AP Bren trying to regroup here. Catching up Lancey. Spider Mouse close by. Netherrealm activated. It's going to be them on the run, but there you go. The second final slash in the last minute. Lancey's making a run for the hills. But look at where AP Bren is going. They're going straight for the base.
To be fair, I think it's better if Lancey dies, honestly.
Just go, just die, Lancey. They need you on the base. Kaysen falling as well. Oh my goodness. And Lancey arrives, but it might have been just too late. AP Bren gets game 1.
AP Bren taking game 1 here. And MINANA Evos struggling against those displacements, especially from that Louis, that Arlot combination.
He can't get over it, Wolf, you're right. He should have just, He should have just died.
He should have just died, right? Because he has the passive anyways. I think that's faster, right?
I guess it's your instinct to run away, to not die.
Yeah, maybe he didn't have the stacks. You know, let's give him the benefit of the doubt. Maybe Bren did not give him the stacks that he needed for that respawn. But then again, AP Bren, I think it was the draft that started it all. The Faramis plus Angela was way too honest as the first 2 picks. You already know where the Angela is going. Already know your mid matchup. Louis makes a lot of sense naturally versus the Faramis composition. And in the end, it was the Harith that ended it. And again, Louis Arlot, it's too OP, man.
It's too OP.
Right here first.
You don't want to give that up. And that's why I was kind of surprised because, like you mentioned, I was expecting at least the Arlot to be picked up in that first pick for MINANA Evos, right? They had the 2 options, but they went with honesty, right? And they went with that Angela pick and they locked it in. So we'll see how they adjust. But we have to take a look at the MVP for this matchup for AP Bren as they got things going on. It's going to be Ogwin as he celebrates this MVP performance.
Final slashes.
Okay, I don't know what that meant, Ducky, but yeah, sure. At this point, you can do anything you want. Because Ogwin started this game very convincing manner as well with the flicker, and he also ended it with that flicker fire slash play. Honestly, nothing much to explain about Ogren because this is a team effort from AP Bren. I would start with the draft, however. Harith being let go, we know that Harith is generally a good marksman when your opponents are picking up the Faramis. So in a Faramis-based composition, Harith flourishes. You can see it once again in action. And this time, even when Kaltizi was isolated, you have to give it to Pando because he knows that Angela Hardguard went to the X-Borg and the cousins went to go for Kaizen instead. And how about Super Marco? Look at him go. Just one synchro vision is more than one synchro vision and one dash is more than enough to take out the Faramis ultimate early stages of the game. Then Ogwen with the final slash that goes for the vengeance. He has his teammates out there. Kaltizi, good juggling of the turret aggro for both teams. Another good final slash. Kaizen also didn't have the heart guard this time, so he will be gone upon. Super Marco having enough damage for that Akai. And then Pando to finish up Kirk. And that meant the world for AP Bren. They have controlled it. Another one as Kaizen is isolated. Super Marco going in for Kirk instead, while Kaizen was left on his lonesome. In comes Doming though, and good flicker coming out from Doming, which you saw. That's literally one synchro vision and one normal attack. I'm not tripping, right? That's literally what happened.
Yeah.
That was just one skill 1 and one skill 2.
This is reality, Wolf.
Wow. And why did that happen? It's because of the natural advantage of Harith over Marksman. You have Massive Burst. You have the Impure Rage to go with all of the items that you have already racked up as Super Marco because of the big snowball from AP Bren anyways.
And you're a moving target.
And you are exactly. Look at this. Okay, so before that moment, I believe that he already has the Divine Glaive. So that's 4 items up for Super Marco. And it's indeed true. The damage output of Super Marco is just too much for Doming to handle at that point. AP Bren are starting to show us what the strength of the Harith will be. And Super Marco is the highest GPM of this game, also dealt the most damage. Making sure that when the Faramis ult is activated, he activates his Diamond Force as well and lands the Synchro Fission on many members of MINANA Evos to take out the shields and then allow AP Bren to eventually take over afterwards. Damage taken. You can see Kirk, that's pretty obvious because he is an X-Borg with Spider Miles and Kaizen as well. But when it comes to the damage dealt, my oh my, look at that damage from Super Marco. But Kirk also, a lot of impact in this game. But the fact is, AP Bren, 4 out of their 5 members have dealt more damage compared to their lane matchup. So really gives you the idea of how good the mechanics are as well as the natural scaling of AP Bren should be against MINANA Evos. Let's talk about the heat map again. For Ogwen being very active in the river, taking over that fact, and then going to the EXP lane as soon as possible so that he's able to support his teammates. Ogwen and his impact in this game, I imagine that if we take for consideration the ultimate of the Louis, that heat map will be a lot larger.
For sure.
Because he's being sent alone as the Arlot.
But you know what? Speaking of Ogwen, I feel like I like MINANA's draft. It's very, what do you call that? I like their lineup in concept. Very tanky, very sustain heavy. But because of how sustain heavy they are, Ogwen final slashes once, and then the fight goes on for so long, he final slashes again.
Yeah.
2 times in the clash.
That's what I said. That you know those fights are going to be long. So when you have that Arlot there, that's a lot of final slash usage and everything else. So we saw how that game 1 unfolded. Now once again, we want to go ahead and just let you guys know we have an 8-project esports for everyone going on. You guys can show the world your impeccable esports prowess.
And everyone who's asking, this is how you get tournament mode access, guys.
Yeah.
Free in-game items, diamonds, and more. You can register now.
Kasi yung likes, 25 na.
I get that comment.
Wala talaga may
How
likes
do we get
sa
access to tournament mode? How do we play tournament mode? Just
They don't like me.
Yes, sir.
Rewind, scan the QR
They
code.
just
Join
want
us there.
to...
And, you know, this is, once again, as Ogren got that MVP performance. We'll see what happens in the game ahead of us. But we've got an interview for us, for you guys to watch. Let's head over out in the audience.
Talagang nakakatuwa pag nandito ang mga magulang ng ating superstars. Nandito ang parents ni Kyle TC, si Daddy Egay, at si Mommy Nori. Kamusta po kayo?
Okay naman. kahit pa paano, nakakatulong na anak ko sa amin.
Oo nga po, alam niyo, yun po yung gusto kong tanungin. Kamusta po ba si Kyle bilang anak? Paano po niya kayo natutulungan? Ano po yung ginagawa niya para sa inyo, sa pamilya?
Hindi totally super bait. Kaya lang, kung ano mga kaibigan niya, ginagawa niya.
Uy, ba't nabawasan? 61 na yan kanina.
Go lang ako ng go. Pero pagka halimbawang ayaw ko, talagang kinukontra ko siya.
Alam mo, Mara, yung isa sa mga na-mention ni Daddy Egay sa atin
Ay,
kanina is
tatay ni Kyle.
kung ano yung kahiligan ni Kyle
Ang
Casey
mukha ni
na
Kyle din talaga.
Nagko-computer po siya dati, tapos basketball, di ba?
Ko sa kanya. Kasi kung anong hilig niya,
Tay, Mike, tay. Hindi marinig, tay.
hindi ko naman nahawak ang isip niya eh. Kung anong hilig niya, go. Ginagano ko lang anak ko.
Tsaka po, Daddy, kanina may kinukwento kayo na kung paano tumutulong si Kyle sa pamilya.
Kapatid niyang panganay, siya nagpapaaral ngayon.
That's nice. Pinapaaral niya. Yung kapatid po niya, di ba, ano na po, nasa college?
Bali, college na yung panganay na anak ko.
So siya po yung nagpapaaral. Oh, that's...
Ipon niya dito sa game na to.
Yo, yan, 65 guys. 35 na lang.
Kasi kung
Makaka 1K Bistin.
ang plano niya sa buhay, go. Hindi ako kontrabidang.
Hindi na ng boss si
You're
tatay.
such a cool dad. You let him do
I
whatever
agree.
he wants, but you also let him be the man that he is.
I agree. This
Let
time,
me be the one
ano po ba yung
to wake
naging
it up.
reaction niyo po ni Daddy Egay nung gusto po ni Kyle TZ or ni Kyle na mag-pursue
To
bilang
make
isang
it.
pro player?
Gusto nila matalo, Bren, no?
Specifically ng MPL.
Dati po nung una,
Who do you want to lose, AP Bren?
kontra po ako kasi po nag-aaral siya ay mapapatigil. Pero kasi gusto niya po kasi maglaro talaga at yun po yung ano niya, sinuportahan na po namin kasi gusto niya po kasi maglaro.
At
Yun po.
mahusay.
Opo.
Napakahusay. Oh, Mami, ano naman po yung feeling na world champion? Ang anak niyo nakapunta sa iba't ibang bansa.
Ay, blessed po kami at saka ang saya po ng siya po ay kinatutuwaan ng maraming tao.
Proud kami sa AP Bren. Lahat sila nakatungtong sa ibang bansa. Ako hanggang Occidental Mindoro lang ito.
Ay, baka ngayon naman, gadaling rin kayo ni Kyle TC sa iba't ibang bansa din. Ayan po, nandun siya ngayon,
Nakangiti
nakatingin
nga
sa inyo. Ano po yung mensahe niyo sa kanya? Ano pong gusto niyo sabihin kay Kyle?
Go lang ng go. I'm proud of you. Because yung gusto mo, go. Hindi kita kukontrahin. Pero, totally, mag-aral ka muna ng college. Kasi, for life ang pinag-aaralan. Kaysa yung mag-asawa ka na maaga. Malabo tayo dyan.
Ay, malabo dyan. Mag-aral muna bago mag-asawa. Okay.
Okay po.
Sige po, Daddy. Makikinig siya sa inyo. Kayo naman po, Mami. Ano pong gusto niyo sabihin kay Kyle?
Basta po galingan niya at yung plano niya na sa pera niya, sige go lang. Support lang po kami at pagdadasal namin na laging manalo sila.
Maraming salamat
So sweet.
na sinusuportahan niyo po si Kyle PZ. At ngayon, babalik na po tayo kasi mag-uumpisa na ang kanilang susunod na laban. So, babato natin sa ating casters. Alam niyo po ba yon, casters?
Casters,
Pasok.
Thank you so much, Maya Hands. Great to hear from the parents, from the players as well. Kyle TZ's parents there. Now, again, just to sum it up for you guys, they obviously were a part of his journey getting to the point where he is. Very proud of him, of course, as well. And I think, we share this, esports, whether you're talents, whether you're players. We talked about this before, Wolf, as well. And I'm sure if you are involved in esports, you've had to convince your parents or family in some form or another. And it's great to see, once again, the support coming through here.
And apparently Caltese is a very dutiful son, always helps out.
Yeah.
Like
So
that.
that's always good. Like, it's one thing to be angry at your parents if they're not allowing you to play. It's also another thing to keep that rage, And it's also a totally different thing to use everything and be successful as a family, Like, support each other, and understand each other. Obviously, our parents will be angry at us if we're irresponsible. So,
Do your chores.
Do your
Now,
chores.
let's go ahead and throw it out to the audience to see who our smart game face of the day is. And MPL Arena, all you have to do is flash something on your phones here.
Yes, the power of smart on your device is the green background and put it on your game face to
Yeah.
reach winnable or redeemable.
Winnable, redeemable.
You can win it, you can redeem it.
Either or.
Looks for another set.
Where's your phones, guys?
Where's your phones, guys?
Find it not just now.
Okay. Maybe they didn't get the memo.
For Kyrie to
Oh,
respond
there
to
it
the
is.
end of dawn.
Makapanis si Kyrie.
Is this our winner?
Good time.
Yep, she's got the smart game face of the day.
Sector.
Paano yan?
Congratulations.
It's not that time, but
Right
Race will be
there.
able to get that.
Apparently, the whoever is the caster in the middle of the broadcast will have to copy the game
Oo,
with.
assassin na ginamit ni Kyrie.
That's right.
Is that real?
It is real.
It is real. Oh no! Hey, come on, give something to the rocker, dudes. All right.
That's the thing the kids do. The
Redeemable code.
Redeemable code.
The girls and the women do these days.
Yeah, anything.
You know that works. And also, I just want to say, speaking about family and everything, and doing your chores and all that. Fun fact, and I need to talk about this on the episode here. When I was playing video games when I was younger in my day, my father told me, imagine this, every hour of gameplay that I had on the computer, Papa Nisu said, hey, you have to go work out for 10 minutes. So if I
Okay.
played 8 hours in a day,
Okay, that's it.
I had to do 80 minutes of exercise.
I'd take that trade
That sounds like a healthy way.
That's a- yeah.
That sounds like a healthy way to live your life.
for sure. Yeah, maybe it's probably applicable even today, right?
I feel like it is, you know. I don't get to play as much of that anymore,
That's true.
but
That's
hey,
also true.
It's opposite. One hour of workout, 10 minutes of gameplay.
that sounds about right. Let's
Right,
head into the
right.
draft here. Game number 2.
Oh my god.
Banana Evos.
Too real,
Fun
bro.
fact.
Too real.
It is too real. I've lived it, Wolf. All right. 56% win rate.
What's the fun fact, Mr.
That was the
No,
fun
that was
fact.
a fun
Oh,
fact.
that was the fun
That's
fact,
That's
okay.
a literal fun fact.
That was the journey. Those were the small baby steps to Century Tuna. And I just never knew it. That's,
Okay.
that's what it was.
That's what it
Tell
was.
everyone.
Yo, 983, mag-1K na.
So going to the draft here. First man's out. Interesting. Fanny.
Fanny bet.
Man.
And the Louis as well. Matilda is also banned, so what is the best Spider-Miles hero right now? Or maybe they get Fredrin first.
That,
Yeah.
You know what? No matter what, I feel like that's a great hero to remove from Kyle DZ. It's not as flashy as heroes like the Nolan, like the Fanny, but you know what? The Fredrin gets the job done.
Yes.
For a lot of these teams.
Ooh.
Okay, Angela first pick.
Okay. So that's that means Fredrin for AP Bren to go with Arlet. Fredrin Arlet, actually. Okay. I think that's a typical AP Bren opening. So
And you know what? Just ride off of that Arlot. Move to Ogwin. Keep those fingers toasty. You know what I mean?
yeah. As it's hot. Okay, what is the benefit of the Fredrin Arlet? It doesn't give away anything actually. You know that the Fredrin is one of the top junglers anyways. Arlet is a flex pick. There it is.
There it is.
You should.
Okay.
And
Arlot.
Arlot.
Damn,
Should be,
damn. Uy, 15 na lang, guys.
Come on.
Sa pakita
There you
1,000 views eh.
Everything's normal. Everything's normal.
We are in the proper multiverse.
Yeah. Okay. I bet Minana Evos will get the. Oh, so no Nathan. Maybe they get the Harith for themselves. But Doming is not known to pick that up. CC Florian. Okay. Angela CC. A great combo, obviously.
Oh, super sustain, man.
That's a whole lot of sustain.
You fought Faramis and Angela was really good at sustain.
Yep.
But like, isn't this the same thing we said earlier? We're like, all right, obviously there's going to be some extended fights. And now you got Arlot, once again, across from you. A whole lot of final slash.
For sure. And AP Bread can just pick up the Harith this time. Because it worked before. Great burst. So you have a lot of damage to kind of pierce through the Florin. There's also that factor of the Claude that AP Bread also really like. So I think it's much more beneficial for AP Bread to pick up their marksman now. Like Harith or Okay, so there's Brody also. Fits the bill when it comes to like outputting the damage, the burst damage that you're needed.
Okay. Well, Brody being picked up this early on, I think, is the right choice, obviously, for AP Bren to work with. They also know that, in a way, they got to keep some of this. The positioning is going to be crucial for them, and I think Brody is probably one of the best, obviously, heroes in that lane to deal with.
Yeah.
So now these remaining bands, obviously, what do they want to pair up against? Going against the Fredrin in the jungle, right?
Yeah.
We gotta really start there for Kazin.
Yeah.
Because he's going to get the Fredrin, and the typical matchup of the Baksha is
Yo,
gone.
10 na lang, guys.
Before we answer that, take a look quick as well for the
Yung 1
career
year na
hero
ako.
stats
Then
for
sila
our
na,
last
bigyan.
MVP, Ogwin.
You know what? They can also pick up a Minotaur and have the
Yes.
Arlot on XP. That looks pretty good.
Tapusin nyo na, Bren!
I mean, this is, I think Arlot has been
Ay, galingan ng
one of
Minana
those
eh.
OP heroes in general.
Yes.
Good combos with many different heroes. Can be flexed, deals a lot of damage. No downside, I guess. No trade-offs. But I think AP Brent can ban the Barretts this time. There it is. The Minana, I believe that they should be banning X4. Because again, Arlot is a flex pick, right?
You want to ensure that you at least win the XP lane matchup, right?
And if AP Bren decides, they can pick up the Vexana, so that's like just like the Echo game where there's a lot of crowd controls, you know? So they just knock up everyone out. And then there's a lot of damage that can come from the Vexana too, so good supplement with the Brody as well.
Maybe trying to explore the Pando hero pool here.
See exactly how that goes.
I think Vexana should be the pick here for AP Bren. Apart from that, how about no Gord? Not that good because it can be Dove. Novaria is also good for AP Bren. But yeah, Vexana should be the easiest one because it's it has a knock up that can combo with the Arlot, and it deals so much damage too.
Vexana would be great. We'll see if they go that way.
Or Novaria. That's the only two
Novaria,
heroes.
yeah. Because I think you kind of have to decide, all right, do we want to just play that vision game or work around it? We already know, too, that if you're AP Brand, it's like, all right, we got to work against the heals, the sustainability. Even CC alone is something they have to deal with. Wow.
Of course, it's Odette.
They go with Odette.
Instant Harif here for...
Signature pick lahat yan ah. Brody, Odette, Fred din.
That kind of makes me
Walang
think
Minana
AP
pero
Bren
putang na, sustain
expert
naman ng
is
Minana.
so good in this composition.
Angela CC combo, Florin.
Johnson.
Hari,
What if they go
putang na,
off?
puro sustain.
Odette Johnson?
Johnson.
Pwede rin Johnson, no?
I'm thinking Kaja.
Kaja more realistically.
And Minotaur is also available, but yeah, Kaja's perfect because you have
Yo,
good
yay,
combo with your
1,000 na
heroes,
ang
and then
aking
you catch the
views.
Harith.
Salamat guys, thank you. Shout out to my
Mino Odette.
13,000 viewers.
Something. We're gonna
Kung
enjoy
kailan last game na tayo, habol pa kayo, habol.
So we've gotten
Habol.
locked in here. We see some of the changes going as well. Pando obviously locking in this R-Lot this time around. We'll see how that matchup against Kirk goes because CC, we've seen how kind of tanky, again, that this hero can be and withstand a lot of punishment. But that R-Lot, that performance so far from week to week has been undeniable. So again, in the chat, you guys can let us know who you're feeling more with this lineup for this match. You can see the lineup ratings as well. Very minor difference here, but let us know which team. Is it going to be AP Bren, hashtag AP Bren, or is it going to be hashtag Minana, MNNE? Give us your ideas out in the chat
You know
as
what?
well.
Someone from chat, YouTube, Ocean Fall says, Minana seems like they're lacking damage. And Monimon says that as well. So I wonder if you guys think that's true.
Well, we'll find out. Let's jump into the game here. Game number 2. It's AP Bren at match point against Minana Evos. Are the adjustments going to be enough here? Can Minana Evos get the ball rolling to get to a game 3? We'll find out as AP Bren gets settled in with Minana.
I understand why our audience thinks that there's a lack of damage for Minana, but wait till you see the CC Angela, man. That's I don't know if you've ever played up against it.
In lane,
In lane,
yeah.
like late game,
Late
1v1. That's
just unkillable.
Unkillable. And Kirk decided to go for Purify. I love that decision.
It's like one of those moments where the CC is non-stop
Lakas kaya yan, Angelo TC.
driving on your
Tanginang
face,
yan.
and you can't
Kunat yan,
remove
pre.
him. You can't stop him because he's...
May pang-shred ka na, may pang-slow ka
More
pa.
flashbacks, bro.
Dude, man, I mean, everybody's, everybody's very happy playing Mobile Legends until you see like Louis Masha, Louis Arlot, CC Angela.
What do you mean they're not happy?
Yeah. I'm not happy when I face them.
When
dude.
I face them, yeah, when you face
You're
them.
happy if you're playing them.
I was just saying that just means you have to pick them up first.
Yep.
Yes.
Exactly.
That's what you do.
So we're looking forward to that, right? We're looking forward to a point where Kirk can go ham.
Yeah.
And we might see that later or sooner than you expect. Because right now, they are getting the kill on Kyle TZ. That slows down the AP Bren jungler by a lot.
That's a great pickoff this early on, especially with the 10 seconds away from the turtle coming up here. Although, you know, he's going to be back for the fight, but this early kind of kill, this first blood here, especially going to the hands of Lancey, will kind of help them in a way that should get them this first objective, at least the little advantage they have. They're still going to have to get these level 4s online here, but a good start.
Yeah. Okay. Massive start for MINANA. It was, interestingly, the rotation for the Florin was in the bottom lane. And look at this. I really like this decision coming up from Kaizen. Instead of going for the turtle, he went for the buffs. He wants to
game 3
mitigate
pa
the
ata.
potential
Guys,
XP
pag umabot ng
difference.
game 3 to,
I mean, XP difference
i-end ko
between
na.
two laners.
It's like he's predicting that Kyle TZ is going to go ahead.
Yes. So he preemptively got a purple buff, which means that they are more interested in fighting Turtle 3 and Lord 1 instead of Turtle 1. Interesting.
Because we've seen teams do this before.
Yes.
We've seen them also we've actually seen teams just give up all 3 turtles. Even against AP Bren, some teams actually opt for this, and then they just try to get to a point where, okay, we're ready to fight for that next objective after those 3 turtles, which is the Lord.
Yeah.
Now, I don't think they give up each one. The first one was, it looks like they just want to go that route and then get ready for that second one and contest it. But for now, it's still pretty much even across the board. We'll see if MINANA Evos can find another pickoff. That's one of the great things about this Akai pick. If they can find the lockdown, that's great. Lancey picking up the Necklace of Durance is going to help with some of that sustainability. But I feel like when we get to this point in the game, my kind of worry here from MINANA Evos when they start forcing some of these fights is now dealing again with few on this Odette pick, which we know can the throw pit with the damage can actually be quite intense early on.
Hindi papatalo dito si Marco. Hindi pa natatalo Brody nito
Let's
eh.
see how they will approach this, because the thing with
Kasi
Odette
sagad,
is that this is very strong when it comes to like dealing the damage, but there are a lot of conditions to be met. First is items. You need 2 items, or at least 1 item at the start. And next is your positioning, and also your management of your flicker and your dash with your ultimate. So as much as it looks explosive when it's good, but you know, it's not the easiest to pull off.
It feels like a 2-part ult
Yeah.
where you kind of have to rely on your roamer too much compared to other mid laners.
But this is good too. The fact that few got the Necklace of Durance as well. Sometimes the job might just be, you know what? Get the Swan Song off, get that debuff around, and then let the rest of AP Bren kind of capitalize on that. Right now, they're just going to grab another turtle here.
Yep.
So MINANA Evo still choosing not to go ahead and really contest this, continue to farm up in these side lanes especially. Heart Guard as well there, down for Domeng.
It makes sense, right? It makes sense why they're doing this, because Kaizen, I think he experienced that last game. He was gapped right tremendously.
Yes, exactly.
And he couldn't actually answer any objective because of the level difference.
I remember when there was when I was handling a team with Akai, it was last season. I always say that Akai was meta back then, but the main weakness of Akai is he cannot play catch up when it comes to the farm. So sometimes it's worth it to just secure the jungle and let go of some of the kills, let go of some of the neutral objectives, just to make sure that Lord 1 and 2 you have good DXP. So that means that you're level 12 by Lord 1, and by Lord 2 you're maxed out level 15. By then you can now start to focus on kills.
see if they go that route, focusing on the kills. Really, a very low kill game from at least what we've seen even
5
from
minutes,
the
1
other
kill pa
series
lang.
today. But that might be the
Magpatayan naman
plan
kayo.
for MINANA Evos. That might be the winning plan for
Magpatayan
this,
naman
to
kayo.
get them to a possible game 3 here. Just kind of take things slow. Know that we have to build up, especially in terms of having a Harith on this lineup, dealing with that, like you mentioned, even with Kaizen on the Sakai.
Masyadong ingat na ingat ng PH team.
Of the lineup they have, sustainability is going to be great, but really for Domeng, especially like we've seen from Harith before, even in other series today, you need that time to build up here. So already,
Domeng,
focus on this
side
bottom
stepping,
side, hard guard as
Domeng.
well, but they're just going to push them back.
Yo, abang-abang lang.
Holding on
Swansong, Swansong, Swansong! Swansong! Putang ina, wala agad buhay. Sayang kung nakapag-ulti si Andron, Minotaur.
This Odette can really dish out the
Hindi
damage.
nag-ano yun sa ano? Hindi
How about that
nag-coms
play from
yun?
AP Bren? They're not that concerned about getting
Magsaswansong ako
kills.
talaga,
This is an
i-ultihan
argument that
mo.
we did in the previous game. It's it's not much about the kills, it's more about what you do after those pokes. So some damage onto the bottom lane, and immediately AP Bren have parked themselves around the turtle. That was their priority. They weren't really concerned about the kills. All they need to do was to take this on a macro level where Super Mark is able to double lane, and they naturally push the bottom lane as well because they cleared up the minion waves down bottom.
Wow. Again, I think that's something you really have to talk about when it comes to, working with the macro level from this. AP Bren, Kirk, okay, he's going to be fine, but the master class that you see from AP Bren from series to series is this macro display that they have. And they've really refined it over the past year, depending on even what lineup they have. And so when you're kind of playing this game, you're hoping that they just don't get too far ahead, because it's okay to slow things down and take things as MINANA Evos has done, but eventually AP Bren continues to get this small lead. The compounding effect happens here. So given the whole, 8 minutes, nearly the 8 minutes here, MINANA Evos has to hope that they can find a winning moment leading into that objective so that it's all worth it, is basically what we're getting to. So that it's all worth it, this slow kind of pace steady, the slow pace that they're going for against AP Bren, because if they lose that objective or something like this happens before the First Lord, the snowball effect's going to be huge for AP Bren.
And now another macro move from AP Bren.
Putang ina, 3-8 na agad lang mo. Wala pang patay ang Bren. Walang patay ang Bren, ay walang kills.
So now KalTC is a level ahead of the marksman. And what they're doing now is to try to usher that bottom lane and then just guard some of the potential jungling pattern for Kaizen.
Very
Only in the Philippines.
Super macro, right? Super macro gameplay, literally, for AP Bren. Just denying even the smallest camps means that they're just pushing Kaizen further and further with the retribution damage.
Walang patay.
That matters so much. Now it will be a question of whether or not
Maganda dito manalo Bren, no
as we
kills.
are seeing MINANA, seeing if they can maybe fight back a little bit.
Well, they might actually
Going
put the pressure
straight
here.
for the heavy spin, trying to push KalTC.
Wag kayo mamatay.
It's not gonna work.
Wag.
Kaizen, he's very, very deep in the fight here, though. There goes toward the part memory. And again, the sustain from MINANA is making sure that none of them dies.
Okay, good enough to stay alive for that whole exchange. Couple ultimates on both sides going to be used, and now happy with the resources. AP Bren will go ahead and start up this Lord here.
Walang kills, walang kills.
They go ahead and get reset, stall things out. Ultimate should be available by the time this fight
Shout out,
actually
boss.
breaks out.
Shout out.
We know that these
The
dances
red
take
mark.
some time, so we'll see how
Wala tayong masyado
AP Bren
MINANA.
establishes
Shout out
the
Randolph
position
Ganeo. Basta
that they
Filipino
have.
game
They
fixing
still have
lang.
to respect the fact that even with an Akai across from them, they could get pushed out of
Lagi
range
paano game
for that
fixing yan?
retribution battle. Unless MINANA Evos decides, hey, we can't even fight this, let's give this up. We'll see how they play it out. Spider-Miles.
Kaizen's close, though. He could actually, I think he wants to try for it. I mean, you can only give away so many objectives, right? Before you are forced to actually go and take a fight. Although the damage is going to be real here from Domeng.
Oh, what a reset.
Oh, that was
Oy,
a huge reset.
naglalag
Domeng
pa.
goes. Kirk comes a healing here.
Laggers.
Work onto that gold laner while Kirk is on the side. He's the one who has the heart guard.
Okay,
and now we're going to see how good this CC is. Well, right now, it looks like AP Bren are still able to completely dominate MINANA, pushing them back and securing that. Actually, no, they didn't go for the Lord yet.
Not
Well,
yet.
they got the Lord, but no, they didn't. But they probably could.
They put the Lord very low. That prompted MINANA Evos to kind of commit. And then when Kaizen showed himself, they did not hesitate. They went in for that chain stun, forcing the heavy spin, and they did. Then eventually they took out Kaizen. Kirk had an opening to go for Super Marco, but this is a Brody. It's not easy to take out the Brody at this stage of the game. And then you have
Game
Few to pop the
pixie.
ultimate,
Game
not only
pixie,
dealing the damage to
grabe.
Kaizen, but also pseudo guarding Super Marco, because if you're the CC, you cannot go up close and personal against Super Marco because you're gonna receive a ton of damage from the Odette. So Few had a lot of impact in that game despite the AP Bren getting only 1 kill.
Yeah, it's
11 minutes, one.
That's the thing, man. Like
I just realized that.
11 minutes, 1 kill,
It's a very
grabe.
low kill game, but you have. This is where you really have to appreciate the macro stuff happening here from AP Bren, because that's really how you control these games and you win these objectives. It's not always about obviously these kills and everything like that. It's the macro level that AP Bren has chosen with this game too. And they don't have to get scrappy. These are like kind of extended team fights like we mentioned with the lineup that MINANA Evos has. But even so, AP Bren still plays around it really well. So they have this first Lord. These shields are going to go down here, but they're going to lose this turret in the base of MINANA Evos. We'll see if they can hold on to the rest of them.
Yeah, this looks really bad, obviously, for MINANA, but you know what? You can't underestimate the damage coming in from Doming at this point. And if Super Marco, if you're not careful, that could be bad. Kaizen trying to go for broke here, knocked up by the Minoan Fury. Now it's a non-stop aggression from AP Bren, knocking on the door here. 4v5.
1-1.
It is going to be tricky, but they're able to clear. They have enough wave clear, at least to handle just for now.
They want to just get this top turret if they can.
2 kills.
Base completely cracked open.
This is Brody. They have so much damage in the early stages.
Oh, the final slash will miss in from Bando, but doesn't really matter, does it? Curtain call already activated. Kirk does not have enough power here to deal enough damage. And Doming, I think he's waiting for that perfect Zaman Force timing. But while waiting, all of their turrets, all their inhibitor turrets are gonna fall.
Be very happy about that. AP Bren just first Lord take it. They are already able to take all of the inhibitors.
13 minutes, 3 kills.
It's almost like a whatever. What was that? Gandhi? The pacifist.
Grabe
I
naman.
forgot what it's called, but I think you know what I'm trying to say, right?
I do.
What did Gandhi say?
1,000 viewers.
Something like about
Salamat sa likes,
peaceful
guys.
something. Like maybe the chat knows.
I can't pull up quotes from Gandhi here.
Guys, can you let us know what Gandhi says?
Yeah, something about
13
being peaceful,
minutes,
but also
3
achieving their
kills in
goals.
total. 9,000
Yeah, because that's what AP Bren is doing. They're just poking
gold
MINANA
beat.
Evos. MINANA Evos gonna fight. Super Mark is always
Yeah.
Okay.
We're on a show.
Okay.
Oy, Lord Chong kasi, marang eh.
They probably
Palepal.
deserve it.
They're choosing
Palepal yung Lord.
choosing peace and happiness.
Choosing peace.
Palepal yung Lord Chong eh.
Well, with that, AP Bren, massive lead at this point of the game. Yes, a very low kill game, but we'll see. With this, working on that Lord, MINANA Evos trying to inch into this. If they can
Walang
actually
patayan.
get some vision here.
They already activated Curtain call.
Wala,
I
wala,
think
wala,
they
ano
should
lang.
have wanted, they should have went there. But Kirk again, just dodging so many skills here. Now Doming going up with the Zaman Force, dashing in
Naku
and
po,
out.
nadagdagan ng kills.
Taken out Kyle Teasy this time around. Now it's MINANA looking really good. It's only a 1-for-1 though.
Okay, 1-for-1 trade. Lord taken though. AP Bren gonna go ahead and get ready for this march in again. Base.
Yun na, endable na yan. 3 kills.
Evos.
It could be a good play for Pando. Has the flicker still.
Nice one, Pando. Kaya slash, Pando.
Might go for it.
Liga.
Question mark, does he have the
Sonsong muna. Hintay, wait. May Sonsong.
correct angle to go with?
Wag.
Stun will miss up.
Yan na yan. Uy,
The final
yun lang
slash will
yan.
miss as well. That means AP Bren will not have that huge.
Yun, putang ina,
my
sakit.
goodness.
Okay.
He only hit
Lock
it for a
tower.
second, and now with the Lord, it's time to finish. It's AP Bren with a 2-0.
Putang ina, 5
And
kills.
AP Bren will end week 5 with the sweep against MINANA Evos here tonight.
Grabe, 5 kills, no?
This is Pando's weekend. Gets a 4-0 for his team in front of his parents, together with his cousin Ogwen. It's a family day for AB Bren.
Despite him missing those last finals last year,
I mean,
doesn't matter anymore.
Grabe guys.
You know, it's all part of the plan.
Yeah.
Part of the plan.
They didn't even need that Lord to kind of punch in there, and
That's amazing,
that's what I was saying, guys. It's like I understood what MINANA Evos was trying to do. You know, give up some of those objectives, give up some.
Galing
of
mag-pick
those
MINANA, puro walang damage.
But ultimately, with a team like AP Bren, I don't know if that
Wala eh.
passive
Gusto nila yung sustain eh.
is going to work in your favor.
Patagalan daw ang laban eh.
Unfortunately, they went for support.
Oh,
of
GG na guys.
And when you're playing
Side
Dory,
tayo
you
ng
don't have to
likod
be
ko.
passive. Yeah. And eventually,
Salamat
you
sa lahat
stay
ng
passive
nanood,
in the early
sa
stages,
nag-likes,
wait for your timings. Eventually, there's no one that
nag-comment.
can take you out. MINANA Evos.
Thank you, thank you.
Did not work this time. They had a good streak before week number 5.
Yeah.
Week number 5, unfortunately, is not their week.
Yep, we'll see exactly how they can make the adjustments that are going to be needed as they go on forward. Again, for AP Bren, feeling pretty good at the top here. Let's go ahead and throw it on stage to hear the winning interview alongside Mara and Hans.
GG na guys, GG.
Congratulations to AP Bren. Let's give him a round of applause. Oh, Gwen, since ikaw yung katabi ko, ikaw ang aking tatanungin. Last time na nagharap kayo ng MINANA, napahirapan nila kayo sa 35-minute game. But this time, it seems like you have them all figured out. So, paano nyo ba pinaghandaan ng laban nyo?
Boss Doggy, talo ka sa pusta.
Pinagandaan po
Benta
namin
ng
yung
mga
winning
kawalaro.
eleven kasi nung time na may mga nagpa-practice kami,
Benta ba? Benta?
Ginagamit rin naman talaga namin yun. So, parang inisip rin namin yung mga counter na na pwedeng gamitin nun nung healing meta.
Healing meta, handang-handa na
Grabe,
sila for
healing
this
meta.
second round against MINANA.
They had their own aggressive twist to it. This time, Pando. Ikaw naman to. Incredible performance. Of course, narinig mo lahat.
Ano?
Nananatili kang 100%
Oh,
win
ito
rate
mo, 100% win
sa
rate.
season
Pando.
13. Ha? Kakaldag ka daw, sabi ni Pew.
No.
Ano yun, Pew? Sorry, Pew. Ano yun, Pew?
No.
Ano yan?
Kakaldag daw siya pag
Sabi
nanalo
ni
kami,
Coach.
sabi niya eh.
Sabi ni
Okay.
Coach.
Okay. Coach, sabihan mo nga, Coach, na kumaldag.
Kaldag na, Pando.
Kaldag na pa na.
Sinabihan ka na ni Coach.
Sabi ni Coach mula sa multiverse.
Oy!
Oh!
Oy!
Eh! Nandito si Mami, no?
Simple lang.
Swerte talaga. Pag nandito si Mami, swerte. Hi, Mami! O, di ba? Nanalo ulit. Dahil nandito
Easy
ka.
money, Pando.
Congratulations once again. Hindi lang yung parents ni Pando yung nandito, pati yung parents ni Kyle TZ. Kyle, kanina nakausap namin si Mommy at Daddy. Narinig mo ba yung message nila sa'yo kanina? Okay, ang damo nilang, sabi ni Daddy, di daw ganun kabait. Pero pwede na. At sinusuportahan mo nga daw, ikaw na nagpapaaral sa kapatid mo sa college. That's really, really nice. Ngayon, nandito ang iyong parents. Anong gusto mong sabihin sa kanila? They're here to support you. Last time, ano yun eh?
Grabe naman sexy ni
Season
Mara.
sila? Season
Season
12,
10.
nanonood sila.
Yeah.
Doon pa tayo sa Eastwood nun, di ba?
Oo nga.
So it's been a long time. So anong gusto mong sabihin kay Mami at Daddy ngayon?
Mapa, maraming salamat sa pagsuporta mo sa akin simula nung bata pa ako. Salamat sa paghihirap, sa pagsusumikap. Wala ako dito kung wala kayo. Kaya maraming salamat po.
Ang cool ng daddy mo, ah.
Bait.
Hinahayaan ka na gawin
Very
mo
good.
kahit ano. Ang cool niya. Hello, Daddy. O, di ba? Nanalo sila. At ngayon, announce naman natin ang ating MVP.
And our MVP for game number 2 is none other than Few. Congratulations!
Kakaldag daw siya.
Kakaldag din daw si Few.
Ayaw naman niya, pero idea niya yung kay Pando kanina.
Hindi, si Coach Daki na lang daw kakaldag.
Si Coach Daki na lang
Coach
daw
Daki
yung kakaldag.
Coach
Daki.
Coach Daki.
Coach Jackie in Multiverse, ikaw daw yung kakaldag.
Nagtitripan ni Coach Daka.
Ayaw kumaldag si Coach.
Ayaw
O, Coach Jackie, masaya ka ngayon, Coach Jackie?
Masaya ako ngayon kasi win streak pa kami.
Alam mo, nalilito kami. Kasi parang ano yung pinagbiyak?
Ako rin eh.
Twins ba kayo?
Nabanggit kasi ng nanay ko na may kapatid daw ako na hindi ko pa nakikilala.
long lost
Dito ko lang pala MPL. Small world.
small world, long lost brother from another mother in another multiverse.
Well, that works too. But of course, Coach Ducky, message mo naman sa lahat ng sumusuporta sa AP Bren.
Maraming salamat sa sumusuporta pa rin sa AP Bren. At saka sa lahat naman sumusuporta sa MPL and all the fans supporting their respective teams. So, please continue supporting the MPL. Sana dumami pa yung viewers natin.
Congratulations to all of you. Once again, let's give a round of applause to AP Bren. You may now take your bow and take your walk.
Ito, may message
of
Coach
victory.
Ducky. Parang dumami pa yung viewers
Led
natin.
by Coach Ducky.
Mag-assassin
and
kasi.
Coach Ducky and the rest of AP Bren.
Coach Ducky, Coach Ducky.
Totoo ba yung nakita ko? Namamalik mata ba tayo, Bara? Well, I guess
Nalilito
not.
ako.
I guess not.
Nalilito ako.
Nahihilo ko. Nahihilo ka na.
Magkamukha. Kaya pala